The system voice asked the question, does he want to experience a second life for real? Against the background of a bright blue sky under a tropical tree stood a beautiful brown-haired girl with long hair that fluttered beautifully in the wind. She was wearing a pink bikini swimsuit. The lower part of her body was covered with a dark purple beach perro. The perro, fluttering in the wind, exposed her beautiful, slender legs. The girl, coquettishly straightening her hair, said, "It's so hot. She's sweating a lot." Behind her, one could see a white sandy beach and azure waves that slowly rolled one onto another. The system voice said the game, called Nine Heavens, is based on quantum entanglement and cranial nerve connection technology. It can give 100% real sensations, including temperature, taste, and touch. The beautiful girl on the beach was replaced by another painting, which depicted a huge and powerful monster that knights, magicians, warriors, and other characters, armed with swords, clubs, maces, and a magic staff, wanted to fight. Everything around them was in smoke. The picture changed, and the system voice said that the game gives complete freedom of action. There you can kill, fly, and much more. In this picture, a blonde warrior sat astride a huge blue dragon, which flew at great speed above the clouds. The system voice said, in addition, the Nine Heavens open up countless opportunities for the business field. There you can get rich overnight, become the CEO of a company, and marry a white-skinned, rich and beautiful girl. As if to confirm these words, a picture appeared on the screen where a blonde guy and a beautiful young girl with blue hair were driving in a red convertible car at high speed. The blonde guy was dressed in a smart shirt and had an expensive gold wristwatch on his hand. He smiled smugly and smoked a thick cigar. His eyes were protected from the bright sun by dark sunglasses. My hair was blowing in the wind from the fast ride. The girl, smiling happily, gently hugged his shoulders and pressed her whole body against him. She was wearing a revealing dark blue off-shoulder dress. The system voice said, the most amazing thing in the game is their newest gaming helmet. It can repair nerves and change body shape. The game is available daily on online platforms. A picture appeared on the screen depicting 3 men in dark business suits, white shirts, and ties. They held blue helmets in their hands and smiled joyfully. One of them raised his thumb up, showing approval. At the top above them was an inscription that this was an expert promotion group. The main character was sitting with his back turned in a wheelchair. He was holding in his hands a white sheet of paper on which something was written in red hieroglyphs. To his side, on a tall building, was a large plasma screen showing advertisements for the game Nine Heavens. There were many men standing in front of the screen, watching and listening with interest to what was being said. The main character was sitting in a wheelchair and holding a blue helmet on his knees with a thoughtful look. He thought that as soon as this game called Nine Heavens appeared, everything turned upside down. He raised his head thoughtfully and looked ahead, holding a paper bag with various colorful objects on his lap. He thought with hope that all this advertising was true. The main character's name is Lu Chen. He lives with his younger sister. At first, he was an ordinary office worker in one company with a good salary and a future. Lu Chen is a tall, dark-haired guy with big blue eyes and a stately figure. His sister is blonde with brown eyes. One day, he had an accident that completely changed his life. He remembered being attacked by hooligans. One of them hit him hard on the head with a baseball bat and broke his head. To save his life, I had to spend all my savings and sell all my property. He eventually became an invalid who could only move his head and one arm. He remembered lying in a hospital room with his head covered in white bandages. There was a stand of Ivs next to his bed. The door to his room was open, and his younger sister stood on the threshold. She was talking with a dark-haired, tall doctor in a white coat. He became a burden to his sister, worthless to others. He remembered how his sister carefully pushed him in a wheelchair, and passers-by mocked him and gossiped. A woman in a red blouse, covering her mouth with her hand so that others would not hear her, said that Lao Lu was an angel in the flesh, feeding him. A dark-haired woman in a blue blouse, covering her mouth with her hand, said, "Yes, usually sisters don't care like that." The woman in the red blouse added, "It's a pity that this worthless brother will drag her down for the rest of her life." Lu Chen bowed his head sadly after hearing these words. Lao Lu looked at him with sympathy and called him brother. Lu Chen decided that he didn't want to be a burden. While at home, he heard a voice from the TV screen, which announced that the Nine Heavens game, based on quantum entanglement, would soon be launched, which could change the future fate of humanity. On the TV screen, a man in a gray business suit and glasses, smiling broadly, showed off a blue helmet. Lu Chen remembered that the launch of the game was announced just when he was about to take his own life in order to free both himself and his sister. He thought that there were many rumors about the Nine Heavens. They say that the participants in the game have undergone enormous changes, and some have even become superhuman. The image of a strong, muscular man appeared on the screen, who could crush stones with a blow of his fist. The system voice announced that these were closed beta players. Lu Chen thought that the thing that interests him the most is that this game allows players with paralysis and other disabilities to regain their mobility and become ordinary people. A frame appeared on the screen where a dark-haired man in blue pajamas and matching slippers stood on his feet and enthusiastically raised his arms in the air, laughing cheerfully and shouting that he no longer needed to use a wheelchair. The screen said that these were closed beta players. Lu Chen remembered looking at the rope with the neck loop and wondering in surprise, is the game of Nine Heavens really so magical? He eventually gave up thoughts of suicide and dedicated his future to acting. Over time, a sound was heard from a beautiful 3-story house. Lu Chen's cell phone screen lit up brightly and a message appeared. Lu Chen was surprised. It was a message from Lao Lu, saying that she was working overtime today, so let her start eating without her. Lu Chen turned to the side while sitting in the wheelchair and leaned towards the box. He took out a blue helmet from there and worriedly thought that he did not have money for a new gaming helmet, so he bought a used one. He hoped there would be no problem with this. Lu Chen held the helmet in his hand and thought, well, let the game of Nine Heavens not let him down. He firmly put the blue helmet on his head. A light blue screen appeared before his eyes, on which many white and blue rectangles transformed into a bright image. An image of a girl with long blue hair tied at the back of her head appeared on the screen. She was wearing a dark blue tight suit. The girl waved her hand welcomingly and said, "Welcome to the world of Nine Heavens. The system notified that you need to log in." Lu Chen was required to create a login. A girl with blue hair with a friendly smile said that in order to log in, you need to enter your username. Lu Chen wrote something on the screen with interest. He ran his index finger over the letters and carefully checked his login. It said, Wai Wodu Quan. The blue-haired girl said with a joyful smile, "Welcome to the first level, Mortal Heaven. This game is free. There are surprises everywhere. Enjoy it." Lu Chen saw himself on screen as strong, healthy, and muscular. He was wearing only dark blue jeans and his upper body was bare. Lu Chen looked at the green forest with deciduous trees and fir trees. Beyond the forest, there were mountains with emerald peaks that rose majestically against the bright blue sky. A stream flowed slowly in front of him. After a while, Lu Chen looked at the gray-clawed paws and asked cheerfully, "Is this a new character?" Why didn't he hear about this on the gaming news? Usually in games, clothes are chosen first for appearance. Lu Chen saw himself on the screen as a gray wolf. Tears streamed down his gray, fluffy face. Through his tears, he looked at his gray, clawed paws and asked indignantly, No, this is a wolf's paw. How can this be?" Lu Chen realized in frustration that he had turned into a monster. Where is his swordsman, puppeteer, archer? It was written on the screen that this character was a tall and weak jackal. Lu Chen asked excitedly, "Can this wolf be upgraded? How can you make money?" In despair, he grabbed his head with his paws and screamed, "This can't be. Let them open his profile." Information about the character appears on the system panel. Login, Wai Wodu Quan. Role, tall and weak jackal. Qualities, weak characteristics. Basic attributes are reduced by 20%. Level 1, progress 0 out of 200. Attributes, strength 4, dexterity 4, constitution 4. Attack, 6 to 9. Defense 2. Health 80. Pedigree of low werewolves, no rating. When attacking, a critical hit is possible with a percentage probability. The evolution of talent is 0 out of 10. Quality development, 0 out of 10. The reputation was 0. Lu Chen, having studied this information, closed his eyes with his clawed paw and thought in despair that he had really turned into a werewolf. The attributes are also weak. Plus 29. Basic attributes reduced by 20. Critical hit chance 1%. Suddenly, he abruptly removed his paw from his eyes. A thought struck him. He hadn't noticed the most important thing. He can move. Lu Chen touched his fluffy, gray hands. Lumpy muscles were clearly visible through the fur. He thought with excitement that it felt like it was really his body. The Jackal character had a humanoid, athletic build with strong arms and legs. The head, tail, and paws were wolf-like. The whole body was covered with thick hair. The Jackal walked vertically on 2 legs. Lu Chen moved quickly along the hill covered with green grass. He thought with delight that he could run. Lu Chen sank down on all 4 paws and rushed off with great speed, throwing off a cloud of dust with his hind paws. On the cliff, he sat down on all 4s, rested his front paws on the stone, and howled like a wolf. Suddenly a voice was heard shouting for them to speed up. "There's a werewolf howling." A human hand appeared at the bottom right corner of the screen and pointed towards Lu Chen with its index finger. Lu Chen saw 5 girls in front of him. Some of them looked at him arrogantly, and some brazenly mocked him. A girl with short black hair and big black eyes, whose name was No Ai Zhan Ren, said that this jackal is so weak and scary. Another dark-haired girl with short hair, wearing a yellow dress, whose name was Dong Yu Si Nai, grinned mockingly and said, "Let him get out of here. Being ugly here is hard." Lu Chen thought with excitement that it was hard to be ugly here. He noticed that the beginner's clothes were easy to get, which was good, so this game was fine. The girl with long dark hair tied at the back of her head, whose name was Mai Zio King Chu, shouted as she ran. She doesn't know if he will throw his bat at them, but it costs 300 dragon coins. Another girl with long black hair that reached her lower back mockingly said as she ran that it was only the price. "This thing cannot be bought even if you have money." Her name is Zin Zio Ki Ai. Both girls ran quickly, pushing each other away with their hands. Lu Chen stood on his feet in a fighting stance and held the bat in his right hand, preparing to fight. He thought in his mind, "It's so expensive. It's a pity he can't sell it now." Zin Zio Ki Ai jumped at him, trying to punch him. Lu Chen hit her with the bat and caused her damage -3. She exclaimed in pain and shouted in frustration that he had a lot of damage. Dong Yu Si Nai belligerently shouted for the girls to attack. Mai Zio King said that they will help her. The 5 of them rushed at Lu Chen and began to strike him. He defended himself with a bat, causing each of them -3 damage. Zin Zio Ki Ai said irritably, "She doesn't believe that 5 girls can't beat him to death." Lu Chen thought excitedly that this couldn't go on. He asked himself, could other werewolves take the initiative and attack players? Suddenly, a lot of werewolves appeared from behind the bushes. They approached the girls menacingly. The girls pressed their backs against each other in fear and formed a ring. One of them shouted, "How insidious!" Another one screamed excitedly, "Yes, there are more than 10 of them." One of the girls asked in fear what to do. The werewolves surrounded them and attacked, striking them. The girls screamed in fear and grabbed the bruised parts of their bodies. Lu Chen looked at the werewolves and thought, not bad. Lu Chen walked up behind Zin Zio Ki Ai and struck her with a powerful blow to her back with a bat. The game system notified that he killed the first level player Zin Zio Ki Ai, receiving 10 aura points and 1 monster reputation point. The gaming system suggested opening a prestige shopping center. Lu Chen grinned his toothy mouth happily and thought, killing players brings a lot of profit. A joyful light flashed in his eyes. He decided that he would kill a few more players. Lu Chen began to furiously hit the girls with his bat. Splashes of blood and crushed bodies of players appeared on the screen. The game system notified that he killed Mai Zio King Chu's level 1 player, receiving 10 aura points and 1 monster reputation point. A second notification immediately appeared that he had killed the level 1 player Dong Yu Si Nai, receiving 10 aura points and 1 monster reputation point. After a while, Lu Chen was squatting on the green lawn, holding empty glass vials in his hands, and wondering with interest where to buy these blood-replenishing potions. Maybe in the prestige shopping center. The game system notified that 5 bottles of medicine for blood return had been selected. This can return up to 2 points per second, for a total of 10 blood points and 10 chill points. Lu Chen, resting his head on his paw, looked thoughtfully at the game panel and thought, in this shopping center, there is no potion that replenishes blood. Maybe werewolves can't buy such potions. On the game panel, it was written that the items he could purchase were a talent evolution fragment. The price was 1 reputation point. Quality evolution fragment. Price. 1 reputation point. Lu Chen thought about how his talent and qualities could be improved. On the official website of the game, it was written that players do not have talents before choosing a career, but he has it. He has a talent evolution shard, a weapon, and his attack level is higher than other players. He mentally asked himself, maybe being a werewolf, you can kill others and get points? He looked thoughtfully at the other werewolf standing in front of him and mentally said to forgive him. He will try it on him. Lu Chen jumped high and hit the werewolf hard on the head with his bat. He dealt him -5 damage. Lu Chen happily thought that it was possible, and other werewolves would not rush at him. He thought excitedly, let him get hit on the head. After a while, Lu Chen ran around the green field with a bat, and with joyful glee struck other werewolves, causing them -5 damage. After a while, he put his back paw on the mountain of wolf corpses and joyfully drank the potion from the glass vial, thinking, let them, he will be forgiven. He did it out of respect for the bottle. When Lu Chen killed the first werewolf, the game system notified that a high and weak first-level Jackal was killed, 10 aura points were obtained, and 1 talent evolution shard could be sold, 1 quality evolution shard. Lu Chen thought with delight, oh, fragment of evolution. This can be sold and developed. He excitedly rushed towards the crowd of werewolves and thought, what are they waiting for? Let them attack. 10 minutes later. Lu Chen touched his arm muscles with delight, testing the strength of it. He thought the qualities had finally improved, and the appearance has changed, and the strength has increased. This is cool. The game system showed updated information about the character. Name, Y Wodu Quan. Role, Jackal. Quality, normal, no bonuses. Level, first, progress 100 out of 200. Attributes, strength 5, agility 5, constitution 5. Attack, 7 to 10. Defense, 3. Health, 100. Pedigree of low werewolves, no rating. When attacking, a critical hit is possible with a 1% probability. Evolution of talent, 0 out of 10. Development of qualities, 0 out of 20. But there is 1 development point. Reputation, 0. After studying this information, Lu Chen thought with delight that it was cool to be a werewolf. He looked joyfully at his clawed paw, which had changed and became more like a human hand. He was delighted to think that this game was so realistic. 9 skies, here he comes. Suddenly Lu Chen heard a voice asking what he was doing. Let him attack. He looked around in surprise and, seeing something behind him, he asked in fear what was going on. Tears flowed from his eyes. Huang Keo Taizai, a blond man with long hair, grinned and said, many people say that without equipment, players can destroy their clothes with a blow from the bat. He didn't think it was true. Huang Keo Zio Sheng and Huang Keo Feng Chan smiled with anticipation. They were all swinging bats in their hands. The purple-haired girl wrapped her arms around herself and asked them the question, what are they doing? She agreed and said that this was a game, but they were already going beyond the boundaries of permissibility. A girl with dark hair began to run up to Ling Zai and told her that she had already returned from the newcomer village. She added that if she doesn't, she will force her out. Ling Zai grabbed the game chair with her hands and shouted at her not to do this under any circumstances. She shouted angrily, if she pulled her out, she would be blocked and she would not be able to enter the game for 3 hours. She signed a contract with the 9 Heavens marketers, and after a while she will begin promoting the game. A girl with dark hair asked a question, what should I do? Huang Keo Taitsu turned to her and said that she was good. He heard that real-life physiques could be used in this game. He asked her a question, was it about her? Ling Zai stood indignantly, her mouth open in surprise. Lu Chen began to run rapidly along the ground, gradually accelerating. He swung the baton in his hands with a sharp movement, hitting Huang Keo Taitsu on the head, who began to close his eyes in severe pain. Lu Chen asked the question, what kind of hooligans were they? He said that this was some kind of boring game. Lu Chen continued to fly in the air directly towards Huang Ko Tai Zai, who was rubbing his head with resentment. He turned back in surprise and asked the question, "Is this a jackal?" Huang Ko Feng Tian immediately shouted in anger and panic for them to attack him. Lu Chen immediately quickly approached him, hitting him in the face with all his strength with a bat. Huang Ko Feng Tian jumped back, falling to the floor. He exclaimed that his damage was too great. He was not the weakest jackal, but an ordinary one. He sincerely asked for help. Lu Chen imagined himself pouring the elixir from the flask and thought that with the blood restoration medicine he had picked up, it would not be difficult to deal with 3 players. Another flask of elixir flew down. Huang Ko Feng Tian, meanwhile, began to fly back from another blow to the face. He began to fly down, screaming heart-rendingly. Lu Chen looked at the flask in his hands and thought, it was a pity that there was only 1 bottle of potion per person, and it was small. Exhausted guys lay next to him. Ling Zhaijai watched him in surprise and mentally asked the question, how is this possible? She thought that this jackal was helping her. Lu Chen, meanwhile, stood over the guy who gradually began to disappear. Ling Zhaijai walked up to him and handed him some elixirs in her hands, saying that he needs these potions, so let him collect it, because she is giving it to him. Lu Chen looked at her in surprise and mentally asked the question, is she thanking him? He thought he wanted to kill her. Lu Chen immediately thanked her, telling her thank you. Ling Zhaijai watched him take the elixir and was surprised to think that he could even speak. Suddenly, a system panel appeared in front of her, on which the question was asked, is everything okay with her? The system panel told them to start an advertising campaign. Lu Chen, meanwhile, stood in one place, not moving anywhere further. Ling Zhaijai put her fingers to her face and said okay, she will get ready. Lu Chen sank down on all fours and began to run. He thought that people could be found everywhere. He began to mentally reason. This place was not far from the newcomer's village, but if he attracted too much attention, then he might get into a fight. He added that he should stay away from them and fight the monsters. Lu Chen stopped and looked at the system panel that appeared in front of him. He thought it must be safe here. Once he enters, he will become a monster. He mentally asked the question, how are things going with the other players? He immediately thought that he needed to watch the official video. Ling Zhaijai, meanwhile, appeared on the system panel, pointing her hand at the angry people behind her, and said, now that the server has been launched, 80,000 people have rushed to the rookie village to fight the monsters. She added that there are an unknown number of players outnumbering the number of monsters, so leveling up will be quite difficult. Lu Chen watched in shock with his mouth open. Lu Chen asked a question, isn't this the girl he just saw? He didn't think she had much experience. He immediately exclaimed that it couldn't be. There were so many players coming into this. Lu Chen looked back at the other players and thought that being a jackal was quite excellent. He decided that there were a lot of them, so they needed to be killed. After some time, he began to fight with the rest of the jackals. The system panel reported that the tall and weak jackal of the first level was killed. For this, he received 10 aura points, 1 fragment of talent evolution, which had a 0 level, and 1 fragment of the evolution of qualities, which had 0 stars. Lu Chen suddenly jumped up, hitting another jackal. For this kill of a high and weak jackal of the first level, he received 10 aura points, 1 fragment of the evolution of a 0 level talent, and 1 fragment of the evolution of a 0 level quality. Later, the system panel again reported that he killed the weak and high level 1 jackal, again received 10 aura points, 1 level Zo talent evolution shard, and 1 level Zer quality evolution shard. Lu Chen sat on the jackal corpses for a while after and thought that he needed 10 level 0 talent evolution shards to improve this. The system panel reappeared in front of him and informed him that his talent had been promoted to the lowest bloodline level of a 0 level werewolf. Normal attacks could cause a critical hit, with a 6% chance of a double critical hit. Lu Chen looked at this in surprise. He tightened his grip on the bat and grinned. He mentally exclaimed that a double strike with a 6% chance was not so bad. He mentally asked a question, but why are talent evolution fragments only given to level 0? He decided that he needed 10 same level ones to level up further. Lu Chen began to think further. He clicked on the 0 level quality evolution fragment, then he will see what happens. The next system panel reported that the fragment of the evolution of qualities of the 0 level. Its sale was gaining 1/10 of the monster's reputation. The development of the action of quality evolution fragments of any level can be synthesized into one quality evolution fragment of the first level. Lu Chen put his paws to his face and thoughtfully read the text. He immediately mentally decided that if the fragments were combined into one, then it would be necessary after fragments of each type. He suggested as he started to walk forward that he needed to look for high-level monsters to level up. Then he could get a level 1 quality evolution shard. Lu Chen mentally continued to think that there were ordinary jackals there, so he would try to kill them. After some time, the system panel reported that he had killed a level 1 jackal. For this kill, he received 15 aura points, a level 0 talent evolution fragment, and a level 0 quality evolution fragment. Lu Chen dealt a strong blow to the jackal in front of him, who began to fall back lifelessly. The next system panel reported that a level 1 jackal had been killed. He again received 15 aura points, a level 0 talent evolution shard, and a level 0 quality evolution shard. After some time, he received a notification that the level had been raised to 2, attributes increased by 1, attack by 3, health by 70. Lu Chen looked at this in shock and said that the level was better, but he was sorry when the quality evolution shard was still at 0 level. He added that not a single piece of equipment was damaged. It was dishonest. He decided that he needed to find a stronger monster. Lu Chen looked to the side, noticing a strong jackal, and thought that this monster was cool. He mentally exclaimed that maybe he had something to get rich with. The strong jackal, meanwhile, moved forward with a threatening grin. All his muscles were very well pumped, which stood out quite strongly through his thick fur. Lu Chen began to walk towards him from behind and thought that this guy was strong, but still first level. He added that he is level 2 and has a cure, so he will try it. Suddenly, Lu Chen and the strong jackal began to fight, inflicting attacks on each other with all their strength, from which sparks seemed to fly off to the sides. The strong jackal had -12 damage. Lu Chen immediately thought in annoyance that it would be better for him to leave. He added that his damage was too high. The strong jackal, meanwhile, struck with rapid speed, dodging other attacks. Their beats met each other, producing a loud sound of wood. 5 minutes later, the system panel reported that a strong jackal of the first level was killed. Lu Chen received 20 aura points, a first-level talent evolution shard, and a first-level quality evolution shard. He said as he held the bat tightly, it was good that Ling Zai Jai gave him the blood restoration potion, otherwise he would not have been able to handle it. The strong jackal, meanwhile, lay lifelessly on the ground, his eyes rolled up. Lu Chen thought with a smile that he had finally obtained a level 1 quality evolution shard. He grinned, showing a row of sharp teeth. The next system alert announced that he had received a gray-colored worn jackal bat item. An iron bat appeared in his hands and shone brightly in his hands. Lu Chen looked at this in shock and shouted a question. Is this his new equipment? He began to swing the bat. The next system alert told him that the surface of the bat was slightly worn, so it looked like a well-worn weapon. His attack ranged from 3 to 6. Lu Chen held a wooden bat and an iron bat in his hands, looking at it carefully. He mentally exclaimed that it was true. He asked the question, could he sell the second bat for 300? He added that he would go to the official website and take a look. After some more time, the system alert showed 4 oddly shaped bits and gave it a name that there was a shopping mall in front of them. Lu Chen pressed something on the system panel and said that the total amount was less than 100. These weapons were indeed few. He immediately said that he would try to put it up for 260. Some time later, Lu Chen gradually began to close the system panel and thought about taking it away. A couple of moments later, he received a notification that he had received a letter. He was asked if he wanted to open it. Lu Chen said in confusion that he wanted. The system panel reported that the transmitted name of the battle-worn jackal equipment was purchased by the player Shici. It said that the platform would charge him a commission of 5%, and the rest of 247 yuan was transferred to the linked bank card. He was asked to check it out. Lu Chen immediately said in confusion that they should stop and wait a little. He began to open another system panel and thought he would check the new messages on his phone. The system panel reported that the Agricultural Bank of China transferred 247 yuan to his bank card ending in 6880 at 10 o'clock in the morning. Lu Chen mentally chuckled and thought that it had really been delivered. He started jumping for joy and exclaimed that he was normal and now he was making money. Lu Chen started laughing joyfully. He grinned and said that the expert was right. In the ninth heaven, there really were unlimited business opportunities. Lu Chen put his bat forward and addressed the monsters, telling them to be careful, because he was already here. Lu Chen swung his bat furiously, delivering crushing blows to the werewolves. Swinging, he hit one of them on the head with a bat so hard that the werewolf's eyes popped out and his tongue fell out. Lu Chen punched him in the head while holding the bat in his other hand. 10 minutes later, when the werewolf was defeated, alerts appeared on the screen against the blue sky. After studying the information, he happily thought, finally the third level. His attack, health, and defense have increased. Looking back, Lu Chen, holding the bat on his shoulder, looked at the many wolf corpses and thought, it's a pity that he killed 20 jackals, one strong jackal, and nothing fell to him. He asked himself with interest, why not try to kill the agile monsters of the second level? Inspired by this idea, he licked his lips with his tongue in anticipation. Lu Chen thought that there were 5 agile jackals in this area. 2 of them were second level and 3 were third level. Lu Chen jumped high and hit the agile level 2 jackal on the head with his bat. He had tears in his eyes from the pain. Lu Chen thought with a sly fire in his eyes, if this monster was easy, he might try to kill the other 4. After some time, Lu Chen was fighting with a werewolf who had a smoking lump on his head. The werewolf, through his tears, tried to hit back with the bat. Having dealt a blow from which the enemy had -9 damage, Lu Chen asked himself in surprise why the damage was so low, slightly higher than the first level. Lu Chen and his werewolf opponent struck each other furiously with their bats. Lu Chen, after analyzing his attacks, realized that agility is responsible for the speed of the attack, but the damage is small. At such a low level, agility and attack speed have no effect, so he will kill the remaining ones one by one. Lu Chen, swinging his bat in different directions, struck first the strong first-level jackal, and then attacked the agile second-level jackal. 40 minutes later, Lu Chen sat on a pile of wolf corpses with a tired look, holding a bat in his paw. Behind him, a cloud of dust rose up to the sky. Turning to the game system panel, he gave the command to open a personal profile. He studied the information thoughtfully. Talent: the lowest bloodline of the first-level jackals. When attacking, there is a chance of inflicting a critical hit, with a 10% chance of getting a double critical hit. Talent evolution fragment, 0 out of 40, second level. Fragment of the evolution of qualities, 0 out of 20, first level. Reputation, 0. Lu Chen was pleased with what he saw. He thought happily, the talent has increased to the first level. Thanks to this, a double critical hit can fall with a probability of 10%. This is great. It is important to note that by choosing one of the 3 quality upgrades, he receives an increase in basic characteristics by 50%. Colossal change. An alert appeared on the system panel. Quality is one piece of the first level. Strength, agility, and physique will increase by 50%. Lu Chen decided that he would choose strength. He pressed the button with a finger with a long gray claw. Force. We have updated information on the system panel. Qualities: first level, strength increased by 5. Body endurance, strength 11, agility 7, constitution 7. Attack 17 to 20. Defense 6. Lu Chen joyfully raised his bat above him and said through laughter that he had become a strong jackal. He happily said that there is no need to relax, but to continue to develop further. Half an hour later, Lu Chen was squatting, holding the bat in front of him. On the game screen, it was written that he was now a strong, tough, and agile jackal. Lu Chen noticed with displeasure that the name was so long. His level has increased to level 4. He needs to sell his old bits. Having opened the shopping center on the screen, I saw that he had 5 bits. Lu Chen decided that he would set the price at 300. Someone took the last one for 300. He would set that price for each of the 5 bits. Lu Chen added that he is only level 4. He needs to develop further. There was a sound and a white envelope appeared on the screen. Lu Chen said that the phone is connected. The messages have arrived. 3 identical messages appeared on the screen, saying that 285 yuan had been transferred to his bank card ending in 16880 at 12:07 p.m. He asked, dumbfounded, "What? It can't be. Not even a second has passed." A happy fire flashed in his eyes. He laughed cheerfully and said, "It's true. In half a day, I earned 1,700 yuan. He added with delight that his brother would give Lao Lu money for new clothes. At the same time, Ling Zai Jai, wearing a blue helmet on her head, jumped joyfully with her hands raised in the air. She screamed with delight, "Hooray!" Finally found a bat. She asked with interest, "Where did the Wai Wo Du Kwang player get so many bats? This is unreasonable." Looking at the screen, she was surprised to think that he had the highest level in their area. There is no such name in the ranking table of the top 500 in their district. After looking through the entire table, she realized in despair that her name was not there. Ling Zai Jai realized with excitement that he did not use this bat, but was selling used guns. A photo of a dark-haired girl appeared on the screen and wrote that a live broadcast was needed. Ling Zai Jai replied, "Okay, she's launching." After a while, Ling Zai Jai went live. Holding a bat, she said cheerfully, "Hello everyone, she is Ling Zai Jai." If the audience allows, she wants to show them the setting of the newcomer village. Now there are more than 100,000 people there. There are a lot of people, so getting out if they come in will be quite problematic. Behind her were many players, among whom were various characters, including werewolves. A live broadcast from the newcomer's village was broadcast on the big screen. A lot of people watched this video. The man with blue hair angrily asked the question, "Can we make more beginner villages?" He's been online for 2 hours and he's still there. A girl with short purple hair looked furiously at the blonde, strong man and shouted angrily. He was the one pointing the gun at her mother. Whether he believes her or not, she will cripple him. Someone from the crowd of spectators shouted out the question, "Who hung up the phone again?" They think there are not enough people here. Another voice shouted angrily, "Stop pushing. She will give birth soon. She's pregnant and afraid of fur." On the big screen, Ling Zai Jai smiled happily as she showed off a wooden bat. She said that she recommended that they buy it. Let them run to the store and buy it. Even though this is a tier 1 weapon, it can kill hundreds of people. Lu Chen watched the live broadcast and thought, "No wonder this bat is so popular." But this village of beginners is a real hell. It's good that he was a jackal. There are about 30 monsters there. That's not enough. Pressing something on the blue system panel with his clawed finger, he said out loud the command, "Close." Lu Chen thought that there were 4 special jackals. He needed to improve. He swung his bat and began to strike the werewolf hard on the head. Next to him stood other werewolves who simply watched this. The system notified that a strong jackal of the 4th level was killed, 38 units of aura, 1 fragment of the evolution of a 1st level talent, and 1 fragment of the evolution of a 1st level quality were received. Next came a second notification that a strong jackal of the 3rd level had been killed, 28 units of aura, 1 fragment of the evolution of a 1st level talent, 1 fragment of the evolution of a 1st level quality were received. Over time, Lu Chen fought with a strong and tough jackal. He laughed with delight and said, "Talent and quality are improving. These monsters are special and not weak at all, 1 level higher than him." Lu Chen swung his bat and dealt a crushing blow to his opponent. The gray jackal flew to the side, scarlet blood gushed from his mouth. The system notified that the agile jackal of the 5th level was killed, 50 units of aura, 1 fragment of the evolution of the 1st level talent, and 1 fragment of the evolution of the 1st level of qualities were received. An inscription in red letters appeared on the screen that an item had been received, a worn gray jackal bat. Lu Chen laughed happily and said that he would now receive another 300 yuan. We need to look at this carefully. The system notified, a worn jackal bat. The surface of the bat is a little scratched. This has been used for a long time. Attack, 4 to 7. Strength +2, Constitution +2. Lu Chen looked at the bat with delight and said, "He's off. The bat is very cool." He ran his fingers over the surface of the bat and thought happily, extra attack, extra attributes. Strength increased by 2 increases attack by 2 and defense by 1. Constitution increased by 2 points adds 40 blood points and 40 points of physical strength. For level 1 and 2 players, this is divine equipment. Lu Chen scratched his chin thoughtfully and asked, "How much would I sell this for?" He decided that he would open a forum. Lu Chen began to quickly press something with his clawed finger on the blue panel. He said with hope that someone could give him good advice. His photograph appeared on the screen, under which his nickname was written, Lo Zhu, Wai Wo Du Quan. A dialogue box appeared on the right side of the photo, where it was written that he wanted to ask, if a bat has an attack from 4 to 7, 2 units of strength, 2 units of constitution, then how much should it cost to sell it? Let them answer below. The dark-haired man with the nickname Fengji Zio Kongqiu replied, "Let him wake up. This is the best bat in the whole world. There is nothing better than this." Another player with the nickname Ju Shimekayan asked a question, "Are they really interested in discussing such stupid questions? Let them pay him 10,000 yuan, and he will give them the key." A red-haired, round-faced player with the nickname Kaiming Kai Ban Nyan asked a question Lu Zhu may boast, but would he sell his weapons? He will pay 1 mao, and Lo Zhu doesn't even have a regular bat. Lu Chen in reality grabbed his blue helmet with his hand and asked in disappointment, "Are there only debaters and brawlers there?" Jackal Lu Chen grabbed his gray head with his paw and said, "What happened to his memory?" He asked the question, how could he forget about the auction? "We need to start the auction." He opened the auction and thought that this bat was still the first level. The starting price for this is 1,000 yuan. The final price is 1,800 yuan. Lu Chen thought that the price was high, but other players were achieving good results, so he needed to take action as soon as possible. Well, he'll try to sell it in half an hour. Lu Chen looked over his shoulder and pressed his finger on the control panel to close. He thought that if he could sell this bat, he would earn 3,000 yuan. Then, every month, a girl with brown short hair, wearing a yellow top and a gray skirt, asked mockingly, why Wo Du Quan put her bat up for auction with a starting price of 1,000. A strong man with blue hair gathered at the back of his head, holding a sword in his hand, decisively said that he wanted to find this loser. The girl replied, no need. Before that, he sold 5 bits at quite normal prices. A notification appeared on the screen that a strong jackal of the 4th level was killed, 38 aura points, 1 fragment of the evolution of a 1st level talent and 1 fragment of the evolution of a 1st level quality were received. Received item, worn jackal bat. Lu Chen happily thought that now he will receive another 300 UNC, and the level has risen to the 5th. But so far he only has fragments of the evolution of 1st level talents and qualities. He needs to figure it out. Lu Chen, holding a bat in his hand, walked slowly through the forest. Behind him grew huge trees covered with lush, green foliage. Suddenly he saw something in front of him and exhaled in delight. He mentally said that this monster is different from the others. A large, gray jackal sat on a thick tree branch, its toothy mouth open. His eyes burned with an evil fire. An inscription appeared above him in red letters, where it was written that this was a particularly agile jackal of the 6th level. Lu Chen thought, a particularly agile jackal. All he has to do is drop a fragment of the evolution of 2nd level qualities. Raising the bat, he decided that he would kill him. Lu Chen attacked the agile jackal and began to hit him with a bat, causing him damage from -24 to -27. A notification appeared on the screen that a double critical hit had landed, which caused damage of -46. Next, a notification appeared that the particularly agile jackal of the 6th had been killed level. Received 70 aura points, 1 fragment of the evolution of 2nd level talents, 1 fragment of the evolution of 2nd level qualities. Lu Chen looked joyfully at his defeated opponent and thought, of course, level 2 fragments. This is great. Now he will look for and kill monsters with a special prefix. After some time, an inscription in white letters appeared in the dark night sky that it was currently midnight. The Lu Chen jackal evolved and became known as a particularly strong, agile, and tough jackal. He thought about how he played all day and reached level 6. It took 10,000 experience to get to level 5. That's a lot. Lu Chen gave a voice command, personal profile. Information about his character appeared on the screen. The name of the attached person is Lu Chen. Role, especially strong, agile, and robust jackal. Quality, 2nd level, 1st stage. Base strength increased by 100%. Base agility and constitution increased by %. Level 6. Required experience for the next level is 18 out of 20,000. Attributes: Strength 20, Agility 13, Constitution 15. Attack damage: 36 to 39. Health: 550. Talent: Second Order Jackal, lowest bloodline. Critical hit chance: 14% double critical hit. Talent Evolution Fragments: 0 out of 80, 3rd level. Quality Evolution Shards: 0 out of 40, level 2. Reputation: 0. After studying this information, Lu Chen thought, after he received a level 2 quality shard, the attributes doubled. That's cool. The name is getting longer and longer. Even if you hide behind a tree, they will still find it. Jackal Lu Chen stretched tiredly, raising his hand above his head, and said that he was tired after a difficult day. He will go offline and play tomorrow. By the way, he needs to deal with the equipment he received. Lu Chen opened the auction and decided that he would put up an ordinary bat for 300. After looking through the lots, he mentally said that the 2 best bats were up for auction. The peculiarity is that the dexterity of this one is small, and the price is from 700 to 800. Lu Chen thought with interest, has Lao Lu returned yet? Her older brother earned some money. Lu Chen took off his game blue helmet and thought wearily, he has finally come out. He looked down in surprise and thought that it was his leg that was getting warm. Lu Chen asked hopefully, maybe in the future he will be able to walk again. He made a victory gesture with his arm, bending his elbow and clenching his fist, and thought with glee, hooray! He splurged on a used gaming helmet. Lu Chen was surprised to hear a sound outside the door. Looking back, he thought with excitement that Lao Lu had worked overtime again and returned late. The front door opened and Lao Lu appeared on the threshold, announcing that she was home. She raised her foot up and began to take off her shoes. She threw a gray shoe on the floor and said that she made a lot of money. Lu Chen sat opposite her in a wheelchair and asked displeasedly how much she drank. He morally reminded her, saying, didn't he tell her to drink less on the street? Lao Lu, with a slight blush on her cheeks, cheerfully announced that their company would register in the 9th heaven, and she would be the main coder. Lu Chen asked cautiously, will he register in 9 heavens? She confirmed this and said that the head office says that the business opportunities in this game are endless. So, they were allocated 5 million to register in 9 heavens, and everyone just finished celebrating this event. His little sister is the deputy team leader. Cool. Lu Chen replied dissatisfiedly. Cool. Just let him get off him. Lao Lu sat on his lap with her arm around his neck. Her face was flushed from drunkenness, and her hair was slightly disheveled. Lu Chen asked the question dissatisfied. How old is she anyway? He no longer knows what to pay attention to. After thinking, he asked, but how about what? They are not brother and sister. In this case, they must be careful. Lao Lu mentally thought, it's better to pay attention to her nonsense. His sister has already decided everything. She tenderly said out loud that she always wanted to be with him, to take care of him for the rest of his life. Lu Chen tried to object, but Lao Lu pressed his head tightly to her chest. Lu Chen blushed with embarrassment. She threw him to the floor, on the carpet, and cheerfully asked the question, did he want to say that terrible set of words about how he was ruining her life? Without waiting for an answer, she said with a smile, don't worry, 9 heavens has attracted hundreds of millions of people around the world. 500 major companies are represented there, even China's intelligence service, the Korean Ministry of Defense, the US Intelligence Service. The business opportunities there are huge. She looked at him with a mischievous look, touched his mouth with the tip of her index finger, and assured him, saying that she would take care of him. Lu Chen was moved to tears by her words and said that he wanted to tell her something. He gently stroked her hair with his palm and told her not to overwork herself. He's been in this game all day, no need to take care of him. Lao Lu sleepily muttered that she was falling asleep. Lu Chen mentally said, okay, she's already playing 9 heavens anyway. We need to meet her somehow. He decided it would be better to talk to her about this later. Lu Chen thought about what she said. Even government agencies are registered there. He is afraid that there are secrets in this game that they don't know about. The second day has arrived. Lu Chen found a message from his sister on his cell phone screen. Lao Lu wrote that she left. Rice in a pot. She will definitely find a way to get him back on his feet, so don't be upset. In the second message, she sent a picture of her smiling. Lu Chen also sent her a message in response with a smile. Putting the blue gaming helmet on his head, he thought that the baby had grown up. After entering the game, Lu Chen, in the form of a jackal, thought how good it was that he was a monster. Everything was sold out, and now he has 3D 915 yuan. He laughed mentally. Pressing something on the game panel with his clawed finger, he decided that he would now go to the live broadcast room, to Lin Zai, and see how the other players were doing. Ling Zai sadly held her head with her hand and said pitifully that this game is so difficult. She played until 4 a.m. and only earned level 3. They say that the best player is already on his 5th. Comments from viewers appeared on the screen. Someone wrote that this level 5 player is probably from government agencies. Another player wrote that she is the best. A third commented, he heard that to reach level 5 you need to gain 10,000 experience points. That player is an idiot. Ling Zai affectionately hugged the bat and said that it was all thanks to this bat that this Wai Wo Du Quan had sold so many bats. Viewers began sending comments to this video. Someone wrote that he was cool. He used the plugin. He definitely wasn't in the first 500 places. Someone asked a question, are you sure he's not a reseller? Are there really that many good bits available for purchase? They will wait for his place. Ling Zai pressed the tip of her index finger to her mouth with a mischievous smile and told them not to talk like that. She heard that there were no closed beta tests. She added that maybe one of the insiders knows how to get such a bat. Lin Zai, ending the live broadcast, turned her back to the audience, looked back, waved goodbye and said, okay, they won't talk about it. We need to hunt monsters. There are hundreds of thousands of people in the newbie village, so it's hard to deal with monsters there. After these words, she laughed cheerfully. Lu Chen mentally noted that she had a beautiful figure and was also cute. He decided that he would send her a small donation to thank her. Ling Zai read the notification that Wai Wo Du Quang sent her 66.6 donations as a token of gratitude. She said with joyful surprise that Wai Wo Du Quan was watching her live broadcast. This time Lu Chen excitedly decided, a new day has come. We need to play actively. He, swinging a bat, dealt crushing blows to werewolves. The system notified that a particularly strong jackal of the 6th level had been killed, 70 aura points, 1 fragment of the evolution of talents of the 2nd level, and 1 fragment of the evolution of the 2nd level of quality had been received. Next came a second notification, in which it was said that a particularly agile jackal of the 6th level had been killed, 70 aura points and 1 fragment of evolution and a talent of the 2nd level had been received. The system notified that an item had been received, a used jackal bat. 3 hours later, Jackal Lu Chen has evolved into an especially strong, especially agile, especially tough jackal. He happily thought that the quality shard had finally reached the 2nd level, and his level had become the 7th, and he also had 740 units of blood. He looked up at the inscription, where it was written in red letters, especially strong, especially agile, especially strong jackal, and sadly asked, can this be hidden somehow? In despair, he thought the title was too long. Then he decided that he would become even more pumped up. Lu Chen stood on the dais, looking around. Behind him could be seen the dark blue peaks of the mountains. Lu Chen thought annoyedly that he was even afraid to guess what title he would have if he upgraded his qualities. This will probably be visible 800 meters away. Suddenly, he saw something in front of him, widened his eyes in shock, opened his toothy mouth, and decided that he better go. There's some kind of elitist monster with a name. That's cool. In front of him stood a large jackal with a huge bat on his shoulder. His eyes glowed with red fire. There were sharp spikes sticking out from the bat. An inscription appeared above him in red letters, where it was written, Jackal Master Zhang Ka-si, Level 8. Behind this monster stood other weaker jackals, who were holding simple bats in their hands. Lu Chen thought with enthusiasm, 10 cool monsters, a whole dozen high-level monsters, and also Master Zhang Ka-si. He thought with excitement that he would not be able to kill them. He wondered what to do. Maybe there is some way. Lu Chen thought anxiously, trying to find a way. On the system panel, Lu Chen carefully examined his inventory. He only has 4 blood restoration potions in his inventory. That's not enough. He won't have time. Swiping his finger across the game panel, he realized with disappointment that there were 17 useless bits in his inventory. He realized that a large number of items from level 0 to level 2 would not be enough to gain a reputation. Suddenly, with excitement, he saw something on the screen and thought, exactly how could he forget? Lu Chen looked at the system panel, which had several options to choose from for purchase. One option was a level 1 talent shard that cost 10 reputation points. The second option was the second level of equipment, which cost 50 reputation points. The third option was an order to recruit a legionary instance, which also cost 10 reputation points. Lu Chen clicked on the last option and thought that this was the only option that was most likely useful. The system panel began to explain what a legion recruitment order was. Lu Chen can hire a monster, but its rank and quality must be higher than the monster he hired. Once recruited, the monster's original equipment will be cleared. The second point was that hired monsters disappear after death, without losing experience, equipment, items, returning the order for recruitment to the Legion. The third point was that the method of recruitment is where both parties enter into a duel state in which they can use a potion. If the parties are attacked by other players, the victory ends in failure. Let him try to defeat the enemy, then he will retain 1 health point and will be suitable for recruitment. The fourth point was that there is some possibility that recruitment to the region will end in failure. In this case, the target dies. Experience, equipment, and items are not lost. If you recruit well in the league, it returns. The fifth point said that if the recruitment was successful, he would be able to use prestige, fragments of talents and qualities to improve the corresponding attributes. Lu Chen put his hand to his head thoughtfully and thought that hiring a monster was not enough for him. He added that the Legion's recruitment order could be improved. He immediately shrugged it off and thought that 10 reputation points was quite inexpensive, so he would take a risk. Lu Chen clearly said that he wanted to purchase a single copy of the Legion recruitment order. An emblem with a golden star appeared in his hands. The system panel reported that this was an order to recruit an individual soldier into the Legion, who is 50th out of 500 reputation. Lu Chen opened his mouth in shock and mentally asked a question. Is this thing unfair? Buy 10 points, upgrade 500. He decided that he would go and improve it even further. He immediately began to mentally reason further that he would sell all the items and hope when he could move on to the third level. Lu Chen began to cry desperately as he looked at the stones depicted on the system panel. He immediately exhaled with fatigue and said that it was with such difficulty that he obtained 3 level items. After some more time, the order to recruit 3 Yuan into the Legion had a reputation of 36 out of 2,000. Lu Chen said that he had finally reached the 3rd level, so now he could hire 2 monsters. He commanded that they be given some strength. Lu Chen swung his bat, killing another Jackal, which began to take damage, first 18, then 36. The system panel congratulated him that the especially strong Jackals were ready to get to work. The next system panel reported the same thing, that especially strong Jackals were ready to get to work. Lu Chen, meanwhile, skillfully struck at the Jackals, reducing their health to first 21, then 39. The system panel again congratulated him that especially strong Jackals were ready to get to work. Lu Chen thought as he looked at the Jackals in front of him, in order for everyone to be safe, he needed to improve all 3 of them. He looked at them, and with tears in his eyes thought that they were poor. In front of him stood a particularly strong, sturdy, and agile Jackal. A little to the left stood another similar Jackal, who was especially strong and dexterous. Lu Chen clenched his fist and shouted that he didn't have any money. He added, so they kill off as many characters as possible. Lu Chen and his hired Jackals began to rapidly advance. They deftly struck, killing other Jackals. 10 minutes later, someone shouted at his son to do it. Meanwhile, one of the Jackals fell on Lu Chen. At this moment, Lu Chen was already rapidly continuing to run forward. Suddenly, one of the Jackals struck another Jackal, who was very fragile in build. The little Jackal lost 55 energy, and the big one 18. Lu Chen opened his mouth in shock and cursed, exclaiming that this was a monstrous attack. He added that it was just a little boss. Lu Chen shouted to his Jackal assistants that his second son had stopped attacking, and the third was jumping on top. He added, explaining that he would provoke him, and they should attack like that. All 3 of his Jackals began to quickly run towards the boss, swinging their bats. All of them gradually began to lose vital energy, leaving only small stripes in a long line. Meanwhile, the boss began to fall backwards, his life energy almost depleted. The system panel reported that 360 aura points had been obtained for killing the Jackal Master, who had the name Zhang with an elite level of 8. Lu Chen leaned on his bat while standing in front of the Jackal Master and said enthusiastically that his jackals were strong. The next system panel reported that 3 talent evolution shards and 3 third-level quality evolution shards had been received. Lu Chen exclaimed in delight that he had received 3 whole shards. The system panel reported that the white level 5 leather shoulder pads item had been received. The next notification stated that a dilapidated vest made of jackal fur of the first gray level had been received. Another system panel reported that a huge old bat with rock fragments of the 5th green level had been received. Lu Chen asked in surprise, "Green equipment?" He took the bat, which said that this was a huge old battle with rock debris, green in color, and had a middle class. He looked at it with a loving gaze, stroking it with his hand. The system panel reported that Jackal Master Zhang Kaxi's weapon was very strong. Many said that the battle could easily crush mountains. The bat's level was 5. The attack ranged from 9 to 15 damage. Strength increased by 6, agility by 8, and physique by 6. Lu Chen clung to the bat in love and thought that this has huge damage. The attributes only make it better. He realized that he didn't really want to sell. He mentally asked the question, what should he do? Suddenly, Lu Chen pointed his finger to the side and said that 2, 3 are 4, they are 3. He added that they should go around and improve. He told his jackals to kill the other jackals of the 7th and 8th levels one by one. Lu Chen advised them not to go far and remember to pick up their equipment. He told them to rest if his blood volume was less than 40%. He added that they would let him know when Zhang Kaxi would be reborn. Lu Chen again looked at the system panel that appeared next to him and thought that if he wanted to sell this bat, it would just wait until Zhang Kaxi was revived and he would continue to kill him. He began to think further that it was quite possible to order them to clear out all the monsters, so their efficiency would be greater than his. He decided that he would go and see how the other players were there before anyone disturbed him. Ling Zai, meanwhile, struck hard with her bat and addressed the boys. She told them to log into the game and level up in the 9 heavens to open the 10th level main city. She explained that there they would be able to progress to 9 major professions. She made an example that to the master of poisons, dolls, or archer. Ling Zai exclaimed that then the game would be much better and more interesting. The purple-haired girl rubbed her head in confusion and said that the most advanced players had not yet reached the 5th level. She explained that this was still too far away. Another girl in a black top with a yellow cape said, "Many said that to move from the 5th to the 6th level, you need 10,000 experience." The purple-haired girl addressed Ling Ziji again. She asked her a question, will they join the group? She said that she had already taken shape somewhat. Ling Zai replied that it was time to join the group, so a lot of resources were required. She said that they don't have that much. Lu Chen asked mentally, "Group?" He decided that he would take a look now. A list of groups appeared in front of him. The first was the Jianshin group. The second group was a Bei. The third had the strange name in Thai. The fourth group was called the Yanhuang Bank. The fifth was called the 1st Didu Special Forces Regiment. And the next group was called the 4th Internet Police Regiment. Lu Chen mentally decided that there were many groups of alliances here, and they were all known. He immediately noticed that even the team of specialists was known. He mentally asked the question, "Isn't this true?" Lu Chen looked down peacefully and thought that the game was becoming more and more incredible. 8 hours later, Lu Chen felt someone touch the end of his nose. He sleepily asked the question, "Who is touching him?" In front of him were jackals who, starting at 7 o'clock in the morning, tried to wake him up. They tried to wake him up every second. Lu Chen thought in surprise that it was already 7 o'clock in the morning. He mentally exclaimed that Zhang Kaxi was reborn every 8 hours. He added that too much time had passed. Lu Chen commanded the jackals to make a personal profile appear. He began to pull himself up and thought that he would look at the attributes, buy a couple of pieces of equipment, get dressed, and go to Chan Kaxi. His personal profile statistics appeared in front of him. His name was Lu Chen. Its name was especially strong, especially dexterous, and especially strong Jackal quality of the second level. His base strength increases, his physique is improved by 100%. He had an 8th level experience of 26,000 out of 50,000. He had 3 fetters of strength 30, agility 32, and constitution also 30. His attack damage was between 50 and 59. Lu Chen had level 27 armor. His health was 1060. The bloodline was in the second level Jackal bloodline niche. It was possible to get a critical hit during a normal attack. There's a 14% chance of getting a double critical. Lu Chen had level 3 talent evolution shards of 0 out of 80. He had another fragments of the evolution of qualities of the third level, but from 80 experiences. His reputation was 38. In his personal profile, it was written that he had an order to recruit 3 Jackals and 3 Yuan. It had the experience of 38 out of 2000. Lu Chen sank to his paws and cursed. He asked the question, when did he manage to level up to level 8? He exclaimed enthusiastically that he was almost level 9. He turned to the Jackals and asked them a question. Did they improve it all night? The Jackals nodded desperately. Lu Chen immediately said with satisfaction that the 3 of them were simply amazing improvement machines. At this time, he was putting on his equipment and, grinning, said that with these Jackals and Zhangkasi, he was no longer afraid. He started counting from 2 to 4 again and shouted for them to go. He added that they had to fight with a huge bat and with broken rocks. Lu Chen put his new bat on his shoulder and began to confidently walk forward. He was wondering how much an entire green level suit could be sold for. Lu Chen hit one of the Jackals with a bat and laughed, shouting that rock debris. The system panel reported that the Jackal Master Zhang Kasi with an elite level of 8 was killed, so he received another 360 aura points. The next system panel reported that white level 5 leather shoulder pads had been received. A huge bat with rock fragments of the 5th green level was received. 3 more shards of talent evolution and 3 shards of 3rd level quality evolution were received. The next system panel indicated that a gray tier 1 worn copper jackal bat had been received. Lu Chen looked thoughtfully at the system panel and said that the bat, shoulder pads and bats with debris. He immediately asked the Jackals standing behind him a question. Were they not collecting equipment? The Jackals looked at each other in surprise. Lu Chen said enthusiastically, looking at the system panel, which is 20 bits. He turned to the Jackals and exclaimed that they were tough. He thought that he used to get upset when he auctioned off broken pieces for too high prices, but now he could make money from it. Lu Chen looked at the system panel as he began to scroll through, and thought that the price of equipment had dropped a little, and now an ordinary bat only cost 280. He began to think further, but 6 difficult pieces of equipment could be sold for more. He thought that the 5th white level shoulder pads cost between 700 and 1500. Lu Chen raised his bat and looked at it thoughtfully. He mentally asked the question, how much would a green level bit cost? He immediately shrugged it off and thought that he would go to the site and ask. After some time, he received a notification that he had received an email. The next notification said that he had received a letter. Lu Chen exclaimed in surprise that they had already bought it so quickly. He suggested it was in great demand. He decided to turn off email requests. Lu Chen angrily looked at the Jackals next to him and shouted at them asking, why are they standing here? He commanded that they continue to improve it. Lu Chen mentally thought about having the website opened for him. It said that someone had found a white level element. In the same message, it was written that he should not believe it. Then it was written that a white man appeared in the shop. The white level shoulder pad has already been purchased. Lu Chen watched this with displeasure and mentally asked the question, is white equipment really that popular? He mentally assumed that someone had noticed him. He began to peer at the system panel again and mentally added, in addition, monsters cannot include him in the game list, but he cannot hide his ID when selling. He added that it was only a matter of time before they noticed him. On the system panel, it was written that white equipment was the only one in the shop. Why Wodu Quan also pissed off 33 bits for sale. Someone asked a question, who is this? Another person suggested that he has a lot of these bits. Lu Chen looked at the dialogues and mentally asked a question. Maybe he should post it after the green equipment to see their reaction. Someone anonymously posted that they wanted to ask if there was level 5 equipment with damage of 9 and 15, strength of 6, agility of 8, and constitution of 6. He asked the question, how much can it be sold for? Another person with a photo of a hand on his personal profile asked the question, does such a thing even exist? He asked, level 5 shoulder pads with protection 7, with blood 1 and 101,500 units per second. He exclaimed in disbelief that he would buy such equipment for 5,000. Another player with a photo of a face with glasses wrote that 5,000 was too exaggerated, because many are now level 5. He added that they should better use it themselves and not sell it. The girl with the photo of the body asked the question, where can I get such shoulder pads? She asked if anyone had found them. Another person with an unknown photo replied that they should not answer him, because it was some kind of fiction. He added that he would rather go and do a live broadcast with Kai Xiang. Another person asked a question, and is the person asking by any chance why Wodu Quan? Lu Chen thought in his mind that it was only a level 5 equipment after all, so he would try to sell it for 5,000. The system panel was on the shop tab. The bat had a starting price of 1,000 and a maximum price of 5,000. Lu Chen thought that he would try. He decided that if they didn't like it, they wouldn't buy it. He added that he could still get another one in 8 hours. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the girl also opened the system panel and shouted, I appeal to Ling Zai to look at it quickly. She shouted that Wai Wodu Quan had placed a green level bat on the auction. She said in disbelief that it was green. She said that the maximum price was 5,000. It was so expensive. Ling Zai looked at her and asked a question. Did he just publish the white equipment? Then he also posted the green one. The girl with purple hair asked a question. Has this Wai Wodu Quan hired jackals yet? Ling Zai thoughtfully put her index finger to her face while looking at the system panel. She said that someone had joined him. Ling Zai approached Shanshan and told her to track his ID and let her know if he came on the live broadcast. She will think about how she can become friends with him. Shanshan asked in surprise, is this true? Ling Zai confirmed this and replied that of course. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Lu Chen was fighting the jackals again. His jackal assistants also struck others. Lu Chen thought, he will not think about the others, but will try to improve to the 9th level. 2.5 hours later, Lu Chen cursed in surprise and said that in order to move from the 8th to the 9th level, he needed 50,000 experience. He looked at the panel that appeared in front of him and asked a question. Was there a little experience from the 9th to the 10th 100,000? He immediately said that the damage was already more than 660. Oh my goodness, 1 and 150. He exclaimed that this was cool. The dead jackals lay on the ground. Lu Chen immediately looked up and asked in surprise what was falling there. He saw strange bags appear in a circle in front of him. Lu Chen shrewdly said that it was 15 bottles of potion. He assumed the players left it to him. Lu Chen shouted loudly that there was still more to come. He asked the question, why do players want to kill monsters if they can't defeat them? The balls containing the elixirs were gradually approaching him, tired. It had an endless supply. Lu Chen began to jump towards him with swift movements and thought that this time his catch was big. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to buy as many potions as he had picked up. One of the guys in a gray t-shirt cursed and shouted that they had found this boss. Another girl with purple hair said no. He asked the question, isn't this a master or whatever his name is? Lu Chen stood in front of them, kneeling on his hind legs. The guy with long hair shouted that his name was so long. He decided that this must be some kind of boss. Lu Chen stood up slightly. Above him it was written that he was an especially strong, especially agile jackal. Meanwhile, the guy shouted, he sees that he has shoulder pads and bats with rock fragments. The girl confirmed this and exclaimed that it was true. Lu Chen looked carefully at the bat in her hands and said that the leather shoulder pads and bats were with rock fragments. He exclaimed that they wanted his equipment. The guy in the yellow shirt shouted that it was Zhang Ka-si. Another one suggested killing him in a blue kimono. The other guy laughed and said, they will get rich when they kill this boss. The guy in the yellow jersey told them to stop because it looked like the equipment Wai Wodu Quang was selling. He added that if they get this bat with rock fragments, then their team will be the first to capture the main city of the 10th level. The girl in the purple t-shirt with her hand taped exclaimed that this was why Wodu Kwang of the 6th level, so he could do it, so they can too. The guy next to her with a bat in his hands quickly jumped and thought, yes. He added, aiming at Lu Chen below and shouted for him to feel his power. He hit him on the head with a bat, taking away 1 damage. Lu Chen looked at him with a bored look. The guy said in shock, 1 unit. Lu Chen said in a whisper that it was as if they had tickled him. He said that his armor was 28th, and theirs was level 5. He explained that the bat's damage was 20 to 23. He mentally asked the question, is it normal for the game to subtract so little health? One of the guys swore angrily. He asked a question, just one. He shouted that what armor he had. Another guy asked a question, did he correctly note that his health is 1 in 150 units? Another man with no hair and earrings in his ears asked the question, is this such a strong boss? Bai Ruyu thoughtfully put her hand on her chin and told them not to panic, because this might be the least amount of damage. She told them that they had the potion too, so they would slowly beat him to death. The girl in the orange top agreed with this and shouted that they couldn't do it. They shouted for action. Each of them dealt a blow that took off only 1 unit in Lu Chen's life. Lu Chen stood there emotionlessly while people shouted that they were attacking. They struck with bats, surrounding him on all sides. Lu Chen mentally guessed that this did not seem to be the least amount of damage. He looked down with some despair and thought that they had gone crazy. He said that this is the lowest damage. He asked the question, are they interested in taking it for themselves? His head continued to be hit from different sides with bats. Lu Chen immediately grinned and his eyes glowed red. He quietly whispered that he would suit them now. He added that he would watch them die all day. Lu Chen hit the man in the orange t-shirt on the head with a bat and took 52 damage. The man cursed and shouted that his bat had taken off 1/6 of his health. Lu Chen Dan immediately hit him in the back with the bat, pushing him to the side. The man lost 101 more vital forces. He cursed and began to fall backwards, shouting that he urgently needed a potion. Lu Chen stood in front of a large number of people who were drinking the potion. The guy, who had 10 more energy, said that the blood potion restores 10 points per second for 10 seconds, and also gives a cooling effect. He shouted that it was too late. Shanshin put her hand forward and shouted that they would jump on him one by one. Someone else added that they should act without panic and try again, paying attention to the speed and positions. They quickly ran towards Lu Chen and hit them with bats. The guy shouted that the attack speed of this thing was simply too fast. At this time, Lu Chen struck the girl with the purple top with a sharp blow with his bat. The girl began to fall back exhausted. Her top was torn and had many holes. She crossed her arms over her chest, trying to keep it to herself. The guys shouted that they couldn't defeat him, so they needed to retreat. Lu Chen bared his teeth and asked them a question. Do they want to escape? He said that it was too late. Lu Chen began swinging her bat in different directions, throwing people in different directions. People began to fall back, unable to get back up. Some time later, Lu Chen held a bottle of potion in his hands and said that he had 27 bottles of it. He exclaimed that this girl is gorgeous. He stood over an exhausted girl in a purple top. He grinned and said that this time he made a lot of money. Lu Chen grinned contentedly and mentally thought that they must have seen him selling equipment with debris, so they came to Zhang Ka Si. He reasoned further after seeing how strong he was, so they would not dare to come here again. He concluded that he might not improve for some time. Lu Chen immediately realized that level 10 was not far away. Meanwhile, elsewhere, it was the 14th floor of the Chengguang building, Zhangcheng Science and Technology Development Zone. Someone's voice told them not to be upset, because he is the boss. He added that his level is 3 higher than theirs. The man in the blue tie put his hands together and exclaimed that it was impossible to kill him. Another man with a purple tie agreed and shouted that the damage was crazy. Another person put out his hand to explain and said that maybe he had some cool equipment or strong changes. The man in the blue tie concluded that they should stay strong after this until they found the place where the boss responds. He stood up, leaning his elbows on the table, and said that this was not enough to lose heart. He asked the question, how did a single person manage to kill them all? Another man suggested that almost everything, so he needs to be reborn. Another man resignedly put his hand on his forehead and, agreeing, said that this was simply incredible. The man in the blue tie thought hard and mentally asked a question. If the boss is so strong, how could Wei Wodu Quang kill him? Meanwhile, elsewhere, Lu Chen leaned on his feet, sitting on a stone, and thought that the letters at the post office had finally run out. He did not understand whether everything was sold. Suddenly he laughed and exclaimed that the prince of the royal family was killed in a matter of seconds. Lu Chen immediately exclaimed that everything was sold out, and he now had 25,221 on his balance sheet. He received a letter in the mail. Someone said hello and explained that he was in one of the guilds. This person asked the question, does he still have any equipment for sale? The next letter said that he was in another guild. This man asked a question, does he have anything else with the rock fragments? They are willing to buy these items in large quantities. Another letter said that he was from the Yancheng group, so he wanted to purchase equipment. The next person said hello and introduced himself that he was a prince of the royal family. The last letter said that a man from the Kingdom of Dragons, an iron guard, wanted to buy a bat from him. Lu Chen mentally decided that he would answer in the same way. He selected all the letters in their entirety. Lu Chen wrote back thanking everyone for joining. He added that he does not add friends. He will send them emails before shipping the gear. He added that let everyone compete fairly. Lu Chen thanked them again. He closed the system panel and said with a smile that he continued to rock. 8 hours later, Lu Chen stretched and said that he was finally level 10. He said that he was already tired. Lu Chen thought that, however, he had 28 bats, 1 pauldron, 1 breastplate, and rock fragments. Lu Chen summoned his personal profile again. This changed his level, which became 10th. Physical attributes whose strength became 42, agility 44, physique 42. Lu Chen began to deal damage from 71 to 77, and the armor began to have experience 33. His health increased to 1,570. Lu Chen laughed again and exclaimed that he needed 100,000 experience points for qualitative changes to appear. He asked the question, is there anything new in the shop after the change? Lu Chen clicked on the system panel of the Prestige Mall. 3 windows appeared in front of him, in which body, bloodline, and mana were written. Lu Chen moved his finger to the body inscription window and thought that there are 3 main things, estimated to be among the most expensive. He immediately tensed his whole body, using the body section. Lu Chen thought that the only thing in the mall right now was the 1,000 yuan Jackal appearance. Lu Chen mentally asked the question, what is the use of this appearance if he was already a Jackal? He discovered the genealogy. In this, it was written that if you kill enough creatures of the same species, you can obtain the blood of the god of the creature, which must be released into undivided substance to improve the quality of the substance already present. In other words, if he has the body of this creature, then it can completely change the method of attack. Lu Chen mentally cursed and thought this was cool. He exclaimed that the appearance of the bloodline can be changed, and the method of attack can be changed using this. In other words, he can transform into other monsters. Lu Chen immediately shrugged it off and stopped to think. He wondered if there was a human form there. Lu Chen opened his mouth in shock and concluded that then he could become a human. Lu Chen decided that he would now look at the 3rd property. It was mana. This property will allow him to receive the 4th attribute of mana, which will allow him to use magical attack and defense. There was a warning that this was a monster's meditation. The price of this was 1,000 yuan. After cultivating the 4th mana attribute, he will unlock mana and increase his strength. Lu Chen looked at the next token and thought that the description of the law was yellow level. The price of this was 1,000 yuan. By killing a monster, he will be able to obtain the yellow level law and use it. Lu Chen mentally guessed that these were good things. He decided that he would sell these fragments. After some time, the system panel congratulated him that he had mastered the low-level monster meditation method. Now he would receive 1 mana for every minute of meditation. He activated the 4th mana attribute, which had an initial value of 1. There were 3 main ways to obtain mana. Kill wild monsters, meditate and practice, and also take a potion. The system panel reported that he could not perform any other operations, including transactions, during meditation and practice. His physical attributes were Strength 42, Agility 44, Constitution 42, Mana Leader, and Mana 1 in 100. Lu Chen thought dissatisfiedly that the mana was a blue streak. He thought, when the mind is open, you can meditate. It was strange. Lu Chen immediately began to pull himself up and decided that he would put this equipment up for sale. He will see how the other players are doing and go to bed. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Ling Zai, meanwhile, said that it takes 20,000 experience to move from the 6th to the 7th level. She decided that when she reached level 10, she would go to the main city. Shanshan turned to her and said that Wai Wo Du Quan had put up for sale the wreckage of the fight, on which there was 1,000. Ling Zai turned in her direction and said plaintively, again he put out fragments of rocks. He was cruel. Shanshan turned to her and admitted. She found out that Wai Wo Du Quan was the only one who entered the live broadcast, but anonymously. His number was 9527. Ling Zai asked in surprise, is this true? She exclaimed that was great. Na said, pressing something on the system panel, and thanked her subscribers and fans for their support. She added that she would choose one follower from the live broadcast and give him a bat. Lin Zai immediately said hopefully, she hopes that she will be lucky. After some time, she happily clapped her hands and congratulated number 9527 on winning the main prize. Lu Chen, meanwhile, opened his mouth in surprise and mentally asked the question, what? He asked if he went live for a few seconds and already won a prize. Ling Zai sent a message in which she said hello and asked him to send her his account nickname. According to the regulations, she needs to add him as a friend on the prize drawing stream. Player number 9527 thanked her and wrote, no need, it's better to give the equipment to her fans. Ling Zai wrote that everything is fine. She thinks it's fate. He came in by accident, so let him give her his nickname. Player number 9527 replied that it was really not necessary. Ling Zai did not give up. She wrote that everything is fine. Mentally, she was indignant, thinking that he did not want to take the bat. She asked herself with irritation, is he rich? Who is he pretending to be? Maybe he wants to attract her attention. 3 minutes later. Player number 9527 asked a question. Maybe there is some way she won't give him the equipment. Lin Zai, trying to hide her indignation, wrote, just let her accept the gift. Do her a favor. Let him take a photo with a bat in his hands. She asked herself in bewilderment, what kind of person is this Wai Wo Du Quan? Is it really that difficult to add as a friend? Wai Wo Du Quan mentally imagined this picture and thought, a particularly strong, particularly agile, particularly strong jackal is holding a worn bat in his hands, and behind him are 3 more jackals. He hoped it wouldn't scare the other players. But this Ling Zai is good. She helped him before, so he will help her too. While reading their dialogue, viewers posted comments. Someone asked why he didn't want to take a photo. Let her stop and block him. Another player suggested, writing that his level was too low and he didn't want to embarrass himself. The third wrote that you need to look at his nickname. He's probably a loser. He will take a screenshot and they will see who is under this number. A notification appeared on the screen that Wai Wo Du Quan accepted her friend request. Seeing this, viewers began to post comments. Someone wrote, yes, Wai Wo Du Quan. Another wrote admiringly that he could see it. A third commented that it's no surprise. He's the one who sells bits. One of the players confirmed this and wrote that he sold 2 rock fragments. The player also wrote that he was in a bit of a hurry. Ling Zai with a joyful smile thanked Wai Wo Du Quan for joining them, and by the way, she officially declares, the poisonous mist forest leading to the main city of level 10 has been opened. She wishes Wai Wo Du Quan to be the first player to reach the main city. Ling Zai mentally rejoiced. Hooray! She is finally friends with Wai Wo Du Quan. Wai Wo Du Quan looked thoughtfully at the screen and thought that deleting him from friends as soon as he took the prize was somehow inappropriate. Okay, he'll leave everything as it is. He stood with a huge bat in his hand and looked at the tops of the mountains and the dark forest beyond. He thought that Ling Zai said that the poisonous fog forest had opened. It seemed like it was here. He would go and have a look. When Wai Wo Du Quan approached the dark forest, information appeared on the screen where it was written that this was a forest of poisonous fog. The only way to the main city is level 10, where a huge number of monsters live. According to statistics, only 1 person out of 10 will be able to escape from here. It is not wise to fight the monsters of the poisonous mist forest, but if they attack, you need to fight. We must try to get through this quickly. When Wai Wodu Quan took a step forward, the system announced that he had left the newcomer village and entered the poisonous mist forest. The dark forest was shrouded in a lilac mist, which made everything there appear dark purple. Wai Wodu Quan asked in surprise, "Don't fight and run quickly. How strong are the monsters here?" He resolutely clenched his fist and, holding a huge bat in his other hand, said that people are looking forward to it. Wai Wodu Quan saw something in front of him and froze in place. He thought that these monsters looked like spiders, probably very poisonous. In front of him, a huge monster was descending from a tree, whose upper body was humanoid and the lower part of a spider. On the monster's head, there were 3 eyes, horns, and a predatory mouth with sharp teeth. This is a level 9 mother spider. Along with her, other spiders, level 8 poisonous forest spiders, descended from the tree on thin webs. Wai Wodu Quan looked at this with alarm and thought that they were very strong. They could even defeat him, a wild monster. He tightened his grip on the handle of his bat with both hands. Wai Wodu Quan decisively attacked the mother spider and tried to hit her with his bat. She attacked him furiously, waving her clawed hands and spider legs. The mother spider inflicted several damages on him, from -20 to -33. Wai Wodu Quan ordered that the second jackal would kill 2 spiders, and the third and fourth one each. He will first deal with the mother spider, and then with the others. While he was striking powerful blows with his bat at the mother spider, other jackals attacked the forest spiders with their bats. The system notified that there was an abnormal condition, poisoning, losing 20 units of blood per second for 5 seconds. After reading this, Wai Wodu Quan said in puzzlement, "Poisoning. It's good that the damage is not high." 3 minutes later, the system notified that a level 8 forest poison spider was killed. Received 75 aura points and level 0 talent and attribute fragments. Next came a second notification that a level 8 forest poisonous spider had been killed. Received 75 aura points and fragments of level 0 talent and attributes, 1 unit of mana. On the screen in the middle of a dark forest, with their paws raised in the air, lay the corpses of poisonous spiders. Next to them was the mother spider, who lay motionless on her back, her toothy mouth open wide. The system notified that the mother spider of the 9th level had been killed. Received 20 aura points and fragments of talent and attributes of the 3rd level, 1 unit of mana. Wai Wodu Quan happily summed it up, saying that out of the 5 monsters, he received 2 mana points and 3 level shards. This is not a bad place. A notification came that a white spider silk armlet item was received. 2 pieces of durable spider silk were received. Wai Wodu Quan happily smiled with all his toothy mouth and gave the command to open the profile. In his profile, he found information about the trophies received. Durable white spider silk. The material is extremely durable and difficult to manufacture. To create this, you need to use a poisonous spider web from the poisonous mist forest. Level 6. Armor 6. Poison resistance 3. Poison set 2 items, grants poison resistance +3. A poison set of 3 items. Poisoning time is reduced by %. Grants resistance to poison +5. Wai Wodu Quan put the durable spider silk bracelet on his hand and said that sooner or later he would have to spend reputation to open the 4th lot of equipment, so he put it on now, since he would need resistance to poison. The system reported that the armor is 39. Poison resistance 3. Wai Wodu Quan said, adding 6 points to armor and 3 to poison resistance. He does not know what will come of it. He looked up and was excited to see spiders approaching him. They slowly descended from the tree on thin white webs. Wai Wodu Quan said in shock, "More." 5 minutes later, holding a huge bat in front of him with both hands, Wai Wodu Quan said that this forest was too difficult. His 3 subordinates did not have time to use the potion. No wonder they didn't survive. He added that he was already tired. He will log out and be done with the game for the day. Sometime later, sitting in a wheelchair, Lu Chen stretched tiredly, raising his straight arms above his head and said, he was so tired after playing all day. Suddenly he realized and said with excitement that he could raise his arms. He asked in shock, How is this possible? He looked at his palm with delight and said, "Great! It's true that his fingers aren't that flexible, but he can move his arms." After a while, Lu Chen held the phone in his hand. He heard Sister Lao Lu's voice from his cell phone, who excitedly asked why he was taking so long to answer. Lu Chen lied and said that he was sleeping. He asked with interest, "When is she going home?" She replied that she didn't know. Lao Lu, holding a cell phone in her hand next to her ear, said that this game of 9 heavens is so difficult. Their team worked overtime, raised their level, but only reached the 6th level. The boss bought each of them a bat. They must work even harder to level up and enter the main city. Concluding the conversation, she told him to take care of himself. Lu Chen's voice came from the cell phone, telling her not to worry, to work. When he returns, he will have a surprise for her. Lao Lu asked excitedly, "What kind of surprise is this?" He replied that it was a secret. She'll know when she gets home. Lao Lu smiled in anticipation and replied, "Okay." After finishing the conversation, he happily said that 9 heavens was just an amazing game. He will continue to play tomorrow. Clenching his fist, he expressed hope, saying that by the time his sister arrived, he could become a normal person. That would be great. Second day. Wai Wodu Quan and his jackal assistants fought furiously with the poisonous forest spiders. He thought excitedly that it looked like he had rushed and made a mistake. While the mother spider dies, the rest of the spiders will be reborn. He looked up at the treetops and saw many poisonous spiders coming down. Wai Wodu Quan said excitedly, "There are more and more of them now. This is a problem." The system notified that his subordinate, the strong, agile, and tough jackal of the 7th level, was dead. In order to recruit a legion, 3 yuan will return 1 recruitment point to it. Now he can hire another subordinate. Wai Wodu Quan looked to the side and saw the corpse of a jackal lying on the ground. He screamed desperately, "The second one!" The system notified several more times that his subordinate, the strong, agile, and tough jackal of the 7th level, was dead. In order to recruit a legion, 3 yuan will return a recruitment point to it. Now he can hire another subordinate. Wai Wodu Quan threw the blue bottle aside and quickly poured the red liquid from the red bottle into his mouth. Behind him, several dead jackals lay on the ground. He raised the huge bat above his head and shouted furiously that he was fighting them hand in hand. Wai Wodu Quang, his eyes flashing angrily, rushed into battle. 10 minutes later, the system notified that he had left the forest of poisonous fog and entered the village of newcomers. Wai Wodu Quang used his clawed finger to wipe away the clear tear that flowed from his eye. He said sadly, 2nd, 3rd, 4th. He could not. Wai Wodu Quan walked sadly through the bright clearing, holding a bat in his hand. Above him was a clear blue sky, and behind him were the emerald peaks of the mountains. After thinking, he said that Zhang Ka-si would soon be reborn. He will borrow several players from him. This time you will have to spend time improving them, protecting them from monsters, improving their attributes, and watching out for fights. Second day. Wai Wodu Quan and his assistants fought fiercely with poisonous spiders in the dark forest of poisonous mist. He thought that he had improved the attributes of the 3 assistants. They consistently gain resistance to poison at a rate of 10 units per person. There are so many monsters in the forest, it's as if feng shui treasures are hidden. Looking to the side, Wai Wodu Quan saw a monster, a blonde woman with spider legs, slowly approaching him. She was accompanied by many poisonous spiders. He said, "Another boss with a name. And there are a lot of small spiders." The monster opened its toothy mouth and hissed. She has a purple horn on her head. She is dressed in a purple dress that smoothly grows into 6 spider legs. This is the poisonous widow, Alice Anna, level 10. Wai Wodu Quang firmly ordered the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th to follow him. Let them fight with all their might and run further. With a determined gleam in his eyes, he rushed to attack the poisonous widow. Behind him, his assistants fought, hitting the spiders with their bats. Half an hour later, Wai Wodu Quan and his jackal assistants beat Alice Anna with bats. She fell to the ground, stretching out her arms and spider legs. The system notified that the poisonous widow, Alice Anna, had been killed. Received 400 aura points, 3 shards of talents, and attributes of the 3rd level. Items received: green poisonous spider fang, 4 pieces of spider silk, white poisonous spider armlet, white poisonous spider gloves. Why Wodu Kwan looked at the killed boss, next to whom the trophies he received glowed blue. He happily said that this level 10 boss did not disappoint him. 3 pieces of equipment fell out of it, one of which was also green. Why Wodu Kwan opened his profile and studied the information about the trophies he received. Poisonous spider gloves, white equipment. Level 6. Armor 5. Poison 4. Poison resistance, poison increased by 3. Poison resistance time, increased by 50, plus 5 poison on attack. Poisonous spider necklace, green equipment. The Widow's Fang is very poisonous. Level 8. Damage, from 5 to 9. The attack deals 10 additional damage with poison, duration, 3 seconds. Why Wodu Kwan said that Spider Fang necklace, to wear both, you need to spend 800 and 1,600 reputation. Expensive, but he will have to be patient and spend money on this equipment. Why Wodu Kwan put on all the trophies he had received and happily said that he would play again. These bosses are a bit too easy. Looking back, he saw that the poisonous widow monster was slowly approaching him. He asked the question displeasedly. The bosses here are somehow quickly reborn, don't they think? It's not for nothing that it was written on that stone tablet that only 1 person out of 10 manages to escape. The rate of monster rebirth is too high. He smiled happily and enthusiastically said that he loved it. He informed his assistants that they were about to begin battle. He needs 80 more equipment. Why Wodu Kwan swung his bat and hit the poisonous widow with all his strength. A little while later, 5 o'clock in the evening. Why Wodu Kwan looked up and said with delight, "Wow, what a long name." Then he asked in surprise, "What kind of Hebelton?" He indignantly said, "What kind of nonsense this is. The system does not give random names." His Jackal assistants looked at him silently. Why Wodu Kwan changed the subject and said, "Okay, after half a day, the attributes have reached the 3rd level. He wants to test it." Information appeared. 3rd level attributes: basic strength, agility, physique increased by 250%, 0 out of 160 to the 4th level. Level 11. Up to the next level 31 and 142 out of 200,000 experience. Physical attributes: strength 76, agility 78, constitution 76, magic 4. Damage from 114 to 124, poison 10. Armor 66, health 2230. Talent low pedigree jackals, 3rd level. 0 out of 160 to level 4. When attacking, there is a chance of getting a critical hit, 19% to get a double critical hit. Reputation 38. Legion recruitment 38 out of 2000. Aura, the practice of magic has been stopped. Mana 13 out of 400. Why Wodu Kwan happily said that he had achieved such attributes for so long. Excellent. He will see if there is anything in the Prestige Shopping Center. He received an alert. Prestige Shopping Center. Pedigree of the Forest Poisonous Spider. You need to kill 1,000 spiders to open. Unlocked. Acquire talent. Poisonous Forest Spider Bloodline. Attacks with additional damage. Why Wodu Kwan said enthusiastically, poison attack, also movement speed. He buys. The talent is the lowest bloodline of the poisonous spider, level 0. Attacks with an additional 20 points of poison damage, which is 1% of the upper health limit. Valid for 5 seconds. Increases movement speed by %. From 0 to 10 to the 1st level. Why Wodu Kwan decided that he would improve the spider bloodline to the 3rd level. After some time, the information about the talent of the inferior bloodline of the poisonous spider changed. The level was increased to the 3rd. Attacks with an additional 50 units of poison damage, which is 2.5% of the upper health limit. Valid for 5 seconds. Increases movement speed by 19%. Up to the 4th level, 0 out of 160. An alert has appeared, integrating a new pedigree. Its appearance will take on a yellowish tint. He can change his appearance by purchasing skins. Why Wodu Kwan asked in bewilderment, "What? New pedigree?" He looked around carefully and saw that the upper part of his body remained wolf-like, and the lower part of his body became spider-like. Why Wodu Kwang said excitedly, and it's true. Now he's a spider jackal. He quickly ran across the clearing, quickly moving his spider legs. Why Wodu Kwang joyfully shouted that after integrating the bloodlines, the speed of movement became much faster. This system definitely wants to force him to buy skins. It can't be. He is like this now. Lu Chen, with a blue helmet on his head, took a bite of the loaf and said, "Okay, it was a busy day, so you can eat and rest." Several messages from other players appeared on the screen. Someone wrote that Wai Wo Du Quan did not put anything up for auction today. It seems that the inventory was empty. Another wrote that he has a strong team, but now everyone is equal in level, so its benefits are gone. The third player wrote that he was just a little more lucky. He had defeated monsters before and obtained a lot of equipment. The second player confirmed this by writing, "Yes, it is." They were at level 12, and he was already tough. Lu Chen thought with excitement that he had almost forgotten. The rock fragments he bought yesterday were sold for more than 10,000 yuan. Today he spent the whole day killing spiders and hasn't sold any equipment yet. Now he has gloves from the forest of poisonous fog in his backpack, one for his 3 assistants and one for him. There are 5 sets in total. Also 7 or 8 pieces of equipment to protect wrists and feet. He looked at the screen and ate the loaf with appetite. Lu Chen said that the other players had not been to the poison mist forest yet, so it was not profitable to sell it now. Suddenly his eyes widened in amazement. Messages appeared on the screen saying that Ling Zai had gone into the forest. They will look at this fun. One of the players wrote that he would go, but Zhang Ka-si will be revived soon. Everything is confidential. After a while, someone said that we need to go. They will kill Zhang Ka-si and then go into the poisonous mist forest. She wants to spend more time there. No, you need to run faster. At this time, 3 men on a green cliff attacked a large jackal with bats. One of them shouted that Zhang Ka-si was here. The bald man, turning to Ling Zai, suggested and said that we should kill him too and not let them. She looked back at the assistants and said, "Yes, all together. There is nothing to be afraid of." The guy with dark hair told them to forget about it. Last time he almost killed their entire group. A girl with dark short hair looked around and told him to calm down. "There are too many people there. You need to approach carefully and pick up the rock fragments." Ling Zai, swinging her bat over her head, shouted that they would grab the debris and secure the advantage. The dark-haired guy told them not to worry. Another guy in a blue t-shirt assured that they were a cool group. The girl with short dark hair looked to the side and excitedly said to Lin Zai to quickly look. She excitedly asked the question, "What is there?" Spider Jackal Y Wodu Kwang, who had a long inscription above him, an elite, extremely strong, extremely agile, and extremely tough level 11 Hebelton Jackal commander, ran quickly on his spider legs and furiously shouted for Zhang Ka-si to hold on. He will save him. The dark-haired man opened his mouth wide and his eyes wide in shock, holding the bat with both hands. He asked the question, "Who is it?" He was shocked to note that he was fast. Wai Wodu Quan quickly approached them, growling intimidatingly. Lin Zai asked in surprise, "Jackal Commander Hebelton." She said, "Not sure. Yes, there is one." The dark-haired man asked a question. Was Zhang Ka-si called him? Ling Zai tried to calm him down, saying, "Don't panic. The summoned object cannot be stronger than the main one." The 3 guys looked at the Hebelton Jackal commander in fear, holding their bats ready in front of them. One of them, a red-haired guy, said, "Yes, looks can be deceiving. He has a confused face. One person from each team stops him." The bald guy told them to remember that if Zhang Ka-si summoned him, his health would drop by 30%. Some guy, dressed only in black trousers with a bare upper torso, jumped high, swung a bat over his head and shouted, "It's funny that he has such a long name." Above Wai Wodu Quan, there was a long inscription in white letters that took up 2 lines across the entire width of the screen, where it was written that he was an elite, extremely strong, extremely dexterous, and extremely tough Hebelton Jackal Commander level 11. Wai Wodu Quan, having heard the mocking statement on about its name, he clenched his fists and closed his eyes in displeasure. The guy with the bat remarked, saying that he was so huge, bigger than Zhang Ka-si. He hit Wai Wo Du Quan on the head with a bat with all his might and gasped in shock when he saw that he had dealt him -1 damage. Wai Wo Du Quan asked with dissatisfaction, -1. What about the armor? One Lin Zai Jai, thunderstruck, said in shock that they had misunderstood. He has 2,000 health. She anxiously asked the girl with short dark hair who was standing next to her, did she think he had good armor? She answered confidently, of course. Ling Zai Jai said anxiously, yeah, no matter how high his damage was, they needed to survive somehow. The guy with blonde hair shouted, swinging a bat so that everyone would behave without panicking. He thinks he has high armor, but he is not hostile, and his purpose is to deter players. The girl shouted, agreeing that they had indeed made every effort to kill Zhang Kasi. Lu Chen frowned angrily and mentally asked a question, cursing, does he want to attack Zhang Kasi? He mentally exclaimed so that he would not be reproached then. Lu Chen struck the guy with the bat in front of him. It pierced his body with a spider's sharp leg, taking 202 damage due to the poison. Later, he pierced another guy in the chest with a spider leg, removing the poison damage by 60. The people in front froze in place, stunned, and stopped swinging their bats. The guy with purple hair asked in shock, did he die? He angrily shouted that his damage was 250. The guy with blonde hair restrained himself with his whole body, leaning forward a little, and shouted that a little more and he would have died. He asked what kind of magical summoning was this. Lu Chen stood over them menacingly and asked them why they were staring at him like that. Is he really so handsome? People began to jump back in panic and fear, screaming loudly. Lu Chen stood up to strike everyone, removing poison damage of 102, 98, 103, 96, and 60. Another person fell down from 60 poison damage. Another person swore, looking at what was happening ahead, and shouted that this was poison. Another voice added that it was already late and let them take the potion. After some time, Lu Chen completely scattered all the people to the sides. Someone loudly addressed God. The purple-haired guy shouted, pointing his finger forward, that he was the biggest boss, so it was better not to touch Zhang Kasi. He shouted at them to move faster because they were going to hit him. Meanwhile, one of the jackals appeared behind them, his life energy completely filled. A guy with dark hair asked a question, how? He shouted that they would not penetrate the armor. He asked how he wanted to kill him. Meanwhile, Lu Chen continued to swing his bat. He thought that Zhang Kasi had some health left, but he could still be saved. He looked at Ling Zai Jai standing in front of him and mentally apologized to her. He struck her with the spider's paw, causing 94 damage. Ling Zai Jai jumped back with a scream. She looked at her energy and shouted that it removes 60 damage and poison per second. She gradually began to evaporate and said how Wai Wo Du Quang was there. After a while, Lu Chen stood still, looking around smugly. He exclaimed enthusiastically that he had made a lot of money. He turned to the jackals and told them to go get some potions. Lu Chen began to think that he needed to go live with Ling Zai Jai. He will look at what other players are doing. He decided that he needed to give up for a while, but he stopped thinking further. Meanwhile, his jackals were lifting huge bags of money. Ling Zai Jai put her hand to her forehead and said that the assassination of the boss Zhang Kasi had failed. The other guy behind her looked down regretfully and said he didn't expect this monster to appear. He exclaimed that this was simply terrible. Another guy looked to the side in surprise and said that he was so strong. That's why they were very light for him. The bald man agreed and said that he did it very easily. The other guy angrily asked, could it be Wai Wo Du Quang? He shouted, if he had not been a Changsing employee, he would have defeated him long ago on the live broadcast. Another guy with a yellow scarf on his shoulders said he didn't expect that their tough team of 40 people would lose so quickly. Pan Shikang Wan exhaled desperately and invited them to go. He asked the question, isn't Bo Jing Wai a friend of Wo Du Quan? He told him to ask how he would deal with Zhang Kasi. Another bald man agreed and said that he could not be defeated. The next man added displeasedly that she was so charming, he would definitely tell her. Ling Zai Jai looked at him displeasedly, saying that it is not good for people to steal other people's wealth. The bald man turned to her and told her to try it. Another added that if he doesn't tell, it means he's rich. Another man next to her who was standing in front agreed and asked a question, even if he doesn't tell, will they still try? All the people near Ling Zai Jai began to ask her to ask him. They addressed her as a goddess. Ling Zai Jai put her hand under her chest and humbly replied, "Okay." Meanwhile, a letter appeared in front of Lu Chen. Ling Zai Jai wrote in this, he knows that he is asking too much from him, but Zhang Ka-si drove her into despair. She wrote if he could give some advice on how to kill him, especially Hebelton. She thanked him in advance. Lu Chen mentally thought that his goal now was to go through the forest of poisonous fog, then sell the things he knocked out there. He said out loud that it would be almost tomorrow. Lu Chen wrote a letter back to Ling Zai Jai, saying that Hebelton didn't show up every time, so he should try to come at the same time tomorrow. Ling Zai Jai desperately crossed her arms and thanked him very loudly for this. Lu Chen, meanwhile, looked at his jackals who were standing behind him and said with a grin that everyone was in an argument, so they need to go kill Zhang Ka-si. He turned to the second, third, fourth, and commanded them to start improving. Meanwhile, on the second day, Lu Chen walked forward accompanied by his jackals. He bit his nail thoughtfully and said that the whole suit was almost assembled, so they needed to move on. He thought the scenery in this game was simply amazing. Lu Chen carefully looked around the reed forest and said, he doesn't know what the next monster will be. Suddenly he noticed something green crawling somewhere above. Lu Chen froze in place, stunned. In front of him was a level 10 bamboo python. It had many heads that wriggled menacingly. The snakes hissed loudly. Lu Chen shouted that this python was bigger than spiders were. He commanded his jackals to try to defeat him. Lu Chen and his jackals were surrounded by a black aura. They began to savagely attack the python, inflicting 6, then 12, damage on it. Lu Chen shouted that the second one is wearing a poisonous suit. Its resistance to poison is 19, and the enemy's poison damage is 20. Meanwhile, the jackal swung at another snake's head. Lu Chen shouted that this snake was actually the same as the 9th level widow spider. He added that this forest is simply terrible. 10 minutes later, Lu Chen touched his forehead with a puzzled finger and looked back to where the python was. He shouted in shock that there were too many of them. This game was trying to scare its players to death. He took the elixir in his hands, handing it to the jackal, and assumed that the battle had dragged on, because he not only had poisonous armor, but also a bunch of potions. Lu Chen exclaimed that there are 80 bottles of potion for each idiot. Let them keep it. Another 2 hours later, Lu Chen stretched the muscles in his arms, sleepily doing pull-ups. At this time, the jackals swung their bats at the python hissing in front of them. Lu Chen said that he was terribly tired. He thoughtfully asked the question, how could he kill these snakes? He immediately shrugged it off and decided that he would sleep a little, and tomorrow he would sort it out. It gradually began to get dark outside. On the second day, Lu Chen put on his helmet and said that he slept so well last night. He said that today he didn't want to fight. He ran around a bit when he entered the game, and didn't even know if he could kill all those snakes. Lu Chen began to look back in surprise, where the jackals and the python were still fighting. He asked the question, what's going on? He said that he left the game. He shouted that these 3 had to disappear too. He asked why they were still beating snakes. Lu Chen saw that one of the jackals was already level 9. He shouted that they also raised the level. Now they are level 9 monsters. Lu Chen happily asked the question, how is this possible? He asked what was going on. Lu Chen still looked sideways at the jackal in surprise, and mentally assumed that these 3 took turns resting and improving. He concluded that later, since he was not there, they shared their experience among themselves and improved the level. Lu Chen said that he had previously worried about raising the level of his subordinates, but regardless of experience, their level did not increase. If he divided the experience gained between them, then he would get very little. He said with delight that this was the perfect solution to the problem. Lu Chen looked at the system panel that appeared in front of him and thought that the killed pythons were enough to buy their bloodline. He mentally began to reason that 2,000 respect points was expensive, but he hoped that their talent would not let him down. The system panel informed him that he had received the talent of the lower snake bloodlines. This dealt damage based on your upper health limit. After being poisoned, when the target moved 1 step, the damage dealt would increase by 10%, a bonus that merged the victim's 7 steps with a duration of 60 seconds. Lu Chen swore in shock and shouted that 7 steps was a very cool talent. He exclaimed that it needs to be improved. Improved! The system panel appeared in front of him again and informed him that the low snake bloodline talent was level 2. Typically, attacks dealt 68 points of poison damage, which was 2.5% of the maximum health limit after poisoning. Each time the target moved 1 step, the poison damage increased by 10% and lasted 7 steps. The maximum duration of this state is 60 seconds. Lu Chen looked down and refused, saying that he would have to change his appearance again. He immediately said with inspiration that the damage would increase by 10%. He added that this body will become stronger than the spider ones. After some time, instead of a spider's body, he had a long snake tail, which moved loudly along the ground. The spider's legs were still there, growing out of the snake's body. Lu Chen exhaled in defeat and thought that he had become so ugly. He said, the further he went, the uglier he became. Lu Chen immediately noticed how a snake began to approach him very quickly from the side and said that he would be a freak, but very strong. Lu Chen hit the python with all his might, causing damage of 93, then 68, and again 68. Lu Chen grinned and thought triumphantly that the poisoning might be superimposed. He lowered the bat slightly and began to think further that one lasted 5 seconds, the other lasted 7 steps, and it was awesome. He began to laugh in delight. Lu Chen looked at the jackals that were behind him and commanded them to run into this forest. He pointed the bat forward, starting to quickly run along the ground with his spider legs. Meanwhile, the jackals continued to fight off the pythons, which threateningly opened their mouths to attack. Lu Chen quickly made his way to the other head of the snake, swinging his bat. He grinned smugly and, laughing, shouted that finally. Suddenly he froze and opened his eyes in shock. Lu Chen said that this is the purple monster and he has finally met the boss. Standing in front of him was the level 12th poisonous fog boss, Elvenhill. Elvenhill stood amidst the violet aura, her dark eyes flashing menacingly. She had the build of a mermaid, and behind her were several spider legs. Lu Chen, meanwhile, said that this boss equipment was definitely durable. He asked the question, will they fight or not? Elvenhill continued to stand there threateningly. Her long tail lay almost all over the ground, slightly raising dust from her movements. Lu Chen, meanwhile, began to quickly run towards her and shouted that he would fight. He added that there are no other characters around the monster. With the help of his jackals, he can defeat it. He immediately commanded the jackals to attack. Elvenhill, meanwhile, licked her purple lips with her long tongue. She immediately opened her mouth, releasing something white that looked like a spider's web. It began to rapidly move forward, grabbing the jackals by the bodies. Lu Chen began to look around worriedly, and cursed and shouted that she had skills. He added that he was a worthy boss. Lu Chen raised his hands up, starting to summon his energy. A bright aura began to spread and rise from him, completely illuminating everything around. He thought, looking back at the tied-up jackals, that it was a bad thing, because all the idiots weren't enough, so he needed to free them. Lu Chen lunged forward, dodging the attack. Suddenly, he ran up to Elvenhill and struck a blow with his bat, which knocked down first 88 and then 31. Elvenhill opened her mouth in panic when 86, 58, and 58 more began to remove more life energy from her. Lu Chen mentally thought that the damage was much higher than his, but her health was over 4,000 and her regeneration was so fast, so it wouldn't be easy for him to kill her. Elvenhill, meanwhile, pushed his bat away, pushing him back several meters. The system panel reported that movement speed had been reduced by 10% and attack speed had been reduced by 10%. Lu Chen thought that she had high damage, squad damage, a lot of health, reduced speed and movement attack speed of skills. He stood there thoughtfully, thinking that Elvenhill was too terrible. He decided that if they switched to another team, they would definitely die. Lu Chen looked at Elvenhill rapidly approaching him, above which the numbers of her energy decrease were still continuing to appear. At first she decreased to 58, then 64, 58, and 70. Lu Chen thought, it's good that he improved the forest spider's bloodline, because they are quite fast. He looked back and decided that he needed to keep an eye on their skills, their talents, and their health. The jackals began to run towards Elvenhill. Lu Chen waved it off and thought that his subordinates would help him. Elvenhill puffed out her cheeks again to attack with her web again. It began to emerge from her mouth, engulfing all the jackals again. Lu Chen cursed and said that her skill had no cooldown. He assumed that he would have to rely only on himself. He frowned angrily, looking forward, and said that he would use the kite maneuver and then slowly kill her. Half an hour later, the system panel reported that the reward for killing the level 12th wild boss Elvenhill was 760 aura points, 4 level 1 talent shards, and 3 level 2 quality shards. He received 2 units of mana. He received the white poisonous spider silk gauntlet item. The next system panel reported that the item received was the silk parts of the poisonous spider and were white. The Elvenhill armor item was received, and he received the green spider silk headdress item. The last item he received was durable spider silk. Lu Chen stood over Elvenhill and grinned, thinking that there were 4 pieces each, 5 items, green and blue equipment. He mentally exclaimed that it was not in vain that he spent so much effort on this half hour. A system panel appeared in front of him again, offering to view the equipment attributes of the Elvenhill armor. Elvenhill's armor was of the highest blue class. This forest and poisonous mist boss armor had unusual power. Its level was 10, its armor was 21, and its magic was 3rd. Lu Chen said in surprise that the armor has 21 armor units, and also magic armor, on average about 20. He immediately added that there were also skills. He exclaimed even more enthusiastically that if he sells it, he doesn't even know how much it will cost. Lu Chen put on the armor and laughed, saying that he received blue Elvenhill armor. He added that even if one of the players removed Zhang Kasi, it would take a huge amount of time to get here. He added that he could earn quite a lot of money here. Half an hour later, Lu Chen opened his eyes in shock when he saw Elvenhill in front of him. He mentally asked the question, so quickly, is it faster than Zhang Kasi's revival? Isn't this too much? Lu Chen thought that Zhang Kasi was an ordinary boss for players. Lu Chen, meanwhile, began to swing his bat at Elvenhill, who threateningly put her paws forward. He thought that the path of the poisonous fog was needed to block the players from entering the main city, so the revival speed of the boss here should be higher. Another 10 hours later, Lu Chen in reality leaned on the chair and began to pull himself up. He said that he was very tired. He added that after a long period of improvement, he had collected 17 poison sets, 19 Elvenhill armor, 11 spider silk masterpieces, and 19 shards. Lu Chen laughed again and decided that he would see how the other players were doing. Lu Chen adjusted his helmet and guessed. They probably think that he was tortured by this forest of poisonous fog and died. He immediately added that it was time for him to get rich. Lu Chen looked enthusiastically at the screen, which showed a headdress made of spider silk. Below this equipment is all the information about this item. Lu Chen said excitedly that the 8th equipment slot costs 4,000 reputation points, very expensive. This helmet is good though. 11 armor, 7 strength, 9 agility, 10 constitution. He will sell it after some time at a good price. Opening the game chat on the screen, he said that, of course, everyone was worried about the forest of poisonous fog and his well-being. In the chat, some player asked the question, is Tianjing terrible? If you go to the main city, the team will be destroyed 4 times. Another player wrote, Tianjing wants to trap them in the newcomer village. A third wrote that the loss of 1 in 10 leaves no chance, but it is not possible to save 1 in 100. One of the players asked a question, have they heard of the 7-step poison? The faster you run, the faster you will die. The second player asked where to buy gauntlets from the forest of poisonous mist. He would pay a lot. After reading the message, Lu Chen said with delight that no one mentioned Elvenhill, and it seemed that no players had reached the 3rd level. They all cleared the 1st level. No one gained access to the entrance to the poisonous mist forest, which is great. Next step, cause a sensation. He is ready to become rich. After these words, Lu Chen laughed cheerfully. He said with enthusiasm that he wanted to make a splash. He will advertise through Ling Zai live broadcast, which is the fastest way. He said with a cheerful smile that he was interested in how the beauty was doing. At this time, Ling Zai and her team were in the poisonous forest. Behind her, a dark-haired guy was fighting a poisonous spider with a bat. She sat on the ground and said doomedly that it was all over, she would have to go back. After a while, she sadly clutched her head and sat in the middle of the street in the village of newcomers. Comments from other players began to appear on the screen. One of them asked a question. If even she cannot break through the forest, then what will happen to them? Another player asked, is it really so difficult to get to the main city of the 10th level? A comment appeared on the screen that the newcomer village and the poisonous mist forest were very important. He heard that poisonous snakes are even worse. Someone wrote, on your knees. On knees. Ling Zai, holding her head in despair, said that some teams say that spiders have anti-venom equipment, but they don't. She sadly asked how to live. She'll go crazy. The poison mist forest is too hostile for a small team like hers. One of the players wrote to tell her to contact Wodu Quan. He must have the equipment. She is the only one he has as friends. He hasn't sold anything for a long time. After reading this, she calmed down and decided that okay, even if he unfriended her, she would have to ask him. One of the players wrote that ask or don't ask. She is 100% sure that he passed through the forest of poisonous fog. Wodu Quan hasn't sold anything for more than a day. He's probably depressed. Ling Zai sent him a message asking if he was in the poison mist forest. Maybe he has some kind of poison protection equipment. Could he sell it to her? One of the players wrote that if she doesn't assemble a whole suit with poison resistance, she won't be able to get through the forest. Nobody guessed right. Wodu Quan replied that he had it. One of the players wrote with delight, wow, he's alive. That's cool. So he also has extra equipment to protect against poison. I wonder why he didn't sell it. Such equipment would be sold out at any price. After reading several messages from Wodu Quan, Ling Zai asked in shock, what? Equipment? He's talking about a poison-resistant suit. One of the players, after reading these messages, asked, did he say that he had the whole suit? It can't be. No one else has this. Their team was killed 4 times, but he made it through and also put together a suit. Ling Zai wrote a message. Wow, she will buy it. He can go either to the trading platform or to the post office. Wodu Quan asked the question, how many suits will she buy? Lin Zai was stunned with amazement and asked again, how many suits? Tears appeared in her eyes. After reading this, 3 guys in blue helmets angrily asked how many suits. What is he talking about? How is this possible? Does he have a lot of this? One of them said that this is a hoax. He is a fraud. Lin Zai asked in disbelief, can I have 3 sets? She could hardly believe what was happening. She sent a message asking if she could buy 3 suits. Wodu Quan replied that each player has a personal account on the trading platform. Let her go there and send her a link. After a while, Ling Zai was jubilant. She clenched her fist victoriously and happily announced that she had bought 3 suits with poison resistance. She still couldn't believe it. Earlier, Wodu Quan answered her question, no problem, let him buy. He sold her 3 poison suits and received 21,000 yuan for it. She happily said that this was great, and she thanked him. Lin Zai put on the poison suit and went live. She said with delight, and it really is a poison-proof suit. Now she can get past these poisonous spiders. One of the players wrote to ask her to sell him this suit for 15,000. Another player wrote that their team would buy 2 of these. One of the players wrote to quickly search for Wodu Quan. After some time, more than 99 messages arrived in Lu Chen's mail. One of the players asked a question, does he have any more costumes? Another wrote that they wanted to purchase several suits. The price was negotiable. A third wrote that they are the Thunder Team. They can buy as many gauntlets from the poisonous mist forest as they want. Lu Chen laughed happily and said that this was a great advertisement that caught everyone's attention. It's a pity, but they rejoice early. He smugly asked the question, why was he able to go through the forest of poisonous fog without a suit? Even Hill whitewashed? Pressing buttons on the keyboard with his fingers, he said that he would hold an auction today at 10 p.m. Anyone interested should come on time. He added that they should answer. 20 minutes left until Evenhill's reward. Is it worth collecting rewards again? He will then put the equipment up for auction. 20 minutes after the start of the auction. A girl in a red dress with long pink hair raised her hand and shouted, silence, the auction is about to begin. Behind her, on the top floor, there were many men standing on the balcony. They all froze in anticipation. Lu Chen was very worried. Beads of sweat ran down his face. He thought that he was not used to this, but for the sake of money, he would have to endure. A girl with pink hair and bright blue eyes, dressed in a red dress, solemnly said, "Without further ado, the first lot, a headdress made of spider silk, is sold in 3 copies. Starting price is 2,000 yuan. The minimum increase amount is 200 yuan." An image of a spider silk headdress appeared on the screen. Someone said, he thought that Wo Du Quan only sold suits with poison resistance. The equipment is new, not bad, 15 units of armor and 200 additional units of health. Someone asked the question, where is this from? The answer came, as expected, from the damned Wo Du Quan. He sells 3 pieces at once. The pink-haired girl announced, number 455, 2,200 yuan. Number 198, 2,400 yuan. Swinging a wooden mallet, she announced with delight, number 1,134, 3,000. We asked with interest the question, is anyone else raising? Then she shouted, number 711, 9 then 800. She started counting down from 1 to 3 and decisively hit the wooden mallet, declaring, sold. Lu Chen was shocked. He shouted with delight, a helmet for 9,800 yuan. He excitedly asked the question, how much would it cost to buy a suit with resistance to poison? Lu Chen added enthusiastically, he also has the even hill armor. Clenching his fists in a triumphant gesture, he laughed happily and said how much. The system notified that the second batch was sold for 19,400. The third batch sold for 19,800. The last batch is sold. We need to move on. Shoppers holding signs in their hands asked in shock where there was so much. Where did he get it? Some of them said that he worships Wo Du Quan's. It's like he's printing these equipments. Cliff, 9 Heavens employee. A girl with pink hair and a red dress raised a wooden mallet above her head and solemnly announced, so, the appetizers are over. They are moving on to the main course. The costume from the Forest of Poisonous Mist that they have been waiting for so long is selling 3 sets. Starting price, 15,000 yuan. The minimum increase is 2,000. They start bidding. The men got excited. Some of them said, as many as 3 sets at a time. He asked excitedly how much more he had. Someone from the crowd asked in shock, are they joking? 3 sets at once. Many white signs went up, on which the offered prices were written. Number 3 offered 36,000 yuan. The girl with pink hair shouted, number 8, 40,000. She asked with interest, who else is raising the price? Seeing the sign, she said, great, number 3, 45,000. The girl with pink hair excitedly asked the question, who else? Lu Chen, who was watching the auction, shouted with delight that this was cool. There are so many rich people, he adores them. Ling Zai raised her hand, waving something, and shouted to number 3 that 45,000. She exclaimed that it was sold. She added that her congratulations should be accepted, number 3. People began to hang from the stands, stunned, looking at her. Ling Zai, meanwhile, hit the table with a huge wooden hammer and, raising her hand, said that they were selling a second batch of 3 suits from the Poisonous Mist Forest, the starting price of which was 15,000. The guy put up a poster with the price in front, shouting that it was 45,000. He grinned as he held it confidently in his hands. Another guy dissatisfiedly asked the question, is the third number so rich or what? He wants to pick up the second batch of suits. He turned to the boss sitting in front of him and said that they must take the suits from the Forest of Poisonous Fog. He added that the main city of the 10th level was the fusion of 3 rookie villages. He explained that the pressure on them would be quite enormous. Meanwhile, his boss raised the price and loudly shouted that 47,000. The next person also enthusiastically raised the price and exclaimed that 50,000. The other man glared angrily and also put the price forward. Ling Zai hit the table with her hammer again and exclaimed, excellent! She began to write the final report. 3 seconds later, she loudly shouted that it was sold. She congratulated number 27. She added that she was selling the third batch, 5 suits at a time, the starting price of which was 25,000. She said that the minimum price increase is 5,000. The girl exclaimed enthusiastically that Wo Du Quang had so many costumes from the Poisonous Mist Forest. Another shirtless guy exclaimed that the minimum price increase is 5,000. Another man shouted, raising his hand, that this was the last chance, so he would fight to the end. The girl agreed with him and exclaimed that they would fight to the end. The final price tag for this was 90,000. The guy in the red t-shirt swore and asked the question, "Is he crazy?" Another guy with a bare torso bent his whole body, hanging from the podium, and shouted that 5 suits had been taken away. Ling Zai, meanwhile, announced the last final price and shouted that it was sold. She congratulated number 27. The guy in the brown kimono sadly told his friends to go because it was all over. He said desperately, he knew from the very beginning that he couldn't get them. Another guy said with the same sadness that there were too many rich people in this world. Ling Zai put her hand forward and said with a smile that today's auction was a success. She added that it was a free ad from her. She put her hand on her waist and said, "Many people think that after the snake, they will come out of the forest of poisonous fog. But in fact, an even more terrible test awaits them." A man in a green jacket behind the stands asked in a stunned voice. "What?" He asked a question. "Worse?" Another man with a completely naked torso exclaimed that this cannot be, because this cannot be passed. He said it was all brainwashing. Another guy in a black shirt asked a question. "Is this true?" Ling Zai put a finger to her lips and said in a whisper, imagining Lu Chen standing behind her, that she had another conjugation that would help them break through the poisonous fog forest. The man in the blue shirt asked a question. "Did Wai Wo Du Quan have another equipment?" Another guy asked a question. "Will this help break through the forest of poisonous fog?" The man also asked, "Is the equipment really that powerful?" Someone else asked what kind of equipment this is. Someone said with anticipation that they had finished with the main course. Now they would move on to dessert. A system panel appeared in front of him, explaining about the highest blue class Elven Hill armor. This poisonous mist forest overlord armor possessed an unusual level 10 strength. Its physical defense was 21, its magical defense 3. Poison resistance was 10, strength 19, agility 14, and constitution 24. Elven Hill armor had a 10% reduction in the victim's movement speed and attack speed. Ling Zai held a hammer in her hands and said that the equipment she wanted to sell was Elven Hill armor. She explained that they would not be able to familiarize themselves with the attributes of this. People opened their mouths enthusiastically and shouted that it was blue. Another man shouted in shock that the blue equipment was complete. He added that his eyes even turned red from surprise. The man in the blue shirt exclaimed that 21 units of physical defense, 10 units of food resistance. He was stunned by this. Another man with fur on his neck exclaimed that he still had powers. He added that reducing the movement speed of the victim's attack speed by 10%. Another man exclaimed in surprise that this was dessert. He added that this is the real cherry on the cake. Shanshan clenched her fists and asked a question. "How much is Wai Wo selling to Du Quang?" Another girl confirmed this and exclaimed that they should bid already. Lin Zai thoughtfully put a finger to her face and said, "They are starting. 3 sets in one batch had a starting price of 15,000, and the minimum price increase was 2,000. After some time, people began to voice their prices. Someone asked in surprise, "Are there really 3 sets in one batch?" The same voice exclaimed what a fancy outfit. The price of 32,000 appeared in the air, followed by 46,000. Later, someone shouted that it was terrible. The same voice added that Lai Wai Wo Du Quan is invincible. A price tag of 52,000 appeared, and someone shouted that this thing was worth a lot. After some time, the sound of a hammer was heard. Ling Zai announced that 60,000 was the last price. She added that it was sold. After some more time, a loud hammer sound was heard. Ling Zai reported that 65,000 had still been sold. Someone angrily hit the table with their fist. Ling Zai shouted at this time that 63,000. It was sold. Lu Chen, meanwhile, took off his helmet and said enthusiastically that the auction lasted just over an hour. He received 10% of the auction fee and his profit was 397,980 yuan. He said enthusiastically that the total amount was 450 yuan. Lu Chen leaned his hands on his knees and said in a whisper that one hand was fully sensitive and functional. He felt one leg intuitively. He suggested that he should buy a new apartment with his sister. He put his hand to his chin and immediately decided that he was short of a little money, so he needed to save up a little. Lu Chen began to move in a wheelchair towards the door and said in a puzzled tone that he had sold so much equipment. He asked the question, could anyone break through the forest of poisonous fog? He immediately shrugged it off and said, it's none of his business anyway. Then he'll bring even more valuable equipment, but now he had to sleep. Meanwhile in the game, someone announced very loudly that a group of swordtails and wind chimes with one elder or break through the forests of poisonous fog. The same voice added that the operation has begun. This was the leader of the sword group, Dao Zhuang, shouting. Everyone behind him was swinging their bats angrily, ready to fight. Another person began to panic and push away people running forward. He shouted that they needed to kill. Meanwhile, huge spiders began to jump towards the people running forward. Another person exclaimed that sooner or later they must break through the forest of poisonous fog. Another person added that the main city of the 10th level is waiting for them. They skillfully attacked the spiders, which landed on their spider legs. The hissing of spiders was heard everywhere. Ling Zai landed on her feet, taking a fighting pose. Some time later, Ling Zai began to look around and said, she knows that everyone is very tired, but they need to continue. Shanshan next to her looked at the things in her hands, saying that they killed Widow Alice and now her gauntlet has fallen off. Dao Zhuang shouted that they were now moving forward towards the snakes. After some time, all the people fought with the snakes, which attacked them with a hiss. Someone shouted at them not to disturb the order. The same voice addressed the 15th and 6th teams, shouting for them to go upstairs. Ling Zai began to strike at the approaching head of the snake and shouted that this poison was to blame for everything. She added that other snakes would soon attack her. She dodged every attack of the snake and shouted that they would be finished soon. She turned to the 4th team, shouting for them to follow her. By about 5 o'clock in the morning, everything was finished. Ling Zai shouted forward and exclaimed happily that they had passed. Her assistants ran after her. She added that they had finally broken through the snakes. They were the first to get here. Ling Zai exclaimed triumphantly. Excellent! The bald man behind her suddenly shouted for them to stop. He exclaimed for them to look quickly. He asked the question, who is it? Ling Zai stopped all the people running behind her with a movement of her hand and, pointing her finger forward, said that this is who Wai Wo Du Quan was talking about. She added that there was someone more scary than snakes. Standing in front of them was the 12th level boss of the Poison Mist Forest Overlord Evenhill. The man with a crazy look exclaimed that it was Lady Evenhill. He added that if Wai Wo Du Quan could defeat her, then they couldn't. The guy next to him decisively said that they would kill and get to the main city. A guy with a naked torso suggested to everyone that they kill her, and he will start. Evenhill, meanwhile, began to rapidly approach them, swinging her spider legs. The man looked at her in shock, starting to scream in fear. After some time, Evenhill completely entwined everyone present next to her with a web, without giving them any movement. Someone cursed and asked how to deal with this ability. Wasn't she on cooldown? The other man angrily asked, how did Wai Wo Du Quan survive? Evenhill, meanwhile, began to move rapidly with his long tail again. Someone swore again and shouted that he would be sent back. They tried to get through the forest all night. The next day, it was morning. Lu Chen put his helmet back on and asked the question, are they already at Evenhill? He turned to his jackals and commanded them to stop improving. He added that it was time for them to go to town. Wai Wo Du Quan looked over his shoulder, looked thoughtfully at Evenhill, and mentally said that her skills are quite good. It's worth learning. Anyway, a short tome on yellow level combat costs 1,000 reputation points. Not very expensive. Lu Chen opened the prestige shop on the screen. It was written there that a short volume on combat was of the yellow level. The price was 2,000 reputation points. Lu Chen shouted indignantly that the price had doubled. This was robbery. You still have to buy it. Wai Wo Du Quan stood opposite Evenhill and held in his gray paws a golden scroll, on which a spider was drawn in a golden circle with its arms crossed on its chest. His legs formed some kind of symbolic pattern. Below the picture is written information about the skill. Web entanglement skill, yellow. Using this skill requires mana to maintain a bound state. It consumes 1 unit of mana per second. You can entangle up to 10 targets at the same time. Species that are not spiders need to obtain an additional type of web for each target. A magical white glow emanated from Even Hill and the golden scroll. After studying the information, Lu Chen said that the skill was indeed quite good. It's good that he saved several hundred webs. The changed Wai Wodu Quan, holding a huge bat on his shoulder, said, "Let the second, third, and fourth follow him." He was wearing dark blue armor that protected his upper torso and wrists. Wai Wodu Quang's lower torso became like a snake. After a while, 10 minutes later, Wai Wodu Quan stood in front of the wooden arrow sign. On the sign pointing to the left, it was written that there were 100 animals on that side of the mountain. The sign that pointed to the right said that there was a city of the 10th level. Wai Wodu Quan thoughtfully said that with his status, it is impossible to go to the main city of the 10th level yet. First, he will go to the mountains of 100 beasts. After a while, he froze in shock, his mouth wide open. Lu Chen said dumbfoundedly, "These 100 beast mountains are simply huge." Wai Wodu Quan and his team froze in shock, looking at 2 mountain peaks that went up into the clouds. He told the team to follow him and see if there were any monsters there that would suit him as new subordinates. Entering the mountain forest, they noticed a large gray wolf with a lion's mane. He had sparkling steel attributes on his head and legs. He stood on a high stone, his white eyes sparkling predatorily. Above him, in a white rectangle, his name is written in black letters, an extremely agile monster wolf. Having walked further, they noticed a white saber-toothed ushery tiger emerging from the bushes. He had red, sharp spikes sticking out on his head and back. Its name is a monster tiger with a high level. Sometime later, a humanoid brown bear came out to meet them on 2 legs. He had a strong, muscular build. Lu Chen on the other side of the screen thought that these monsters are good, but hiring them as subordinates is boring. Sometime later, Wai Wodu Quan and his team approached a dark, deserted, lifeless cemetery. On the gray granite stone, there was an inscription, "Mass Grave." Lu Chen, seeing this, thought, a mass grave, a terrible place. There must be something special there. Wai Wodu Quan ran his long claws along the granite stone, where it was written that no one cares about the headless bodies. It is difficult for the soul to sleep in foreign lands. Mass grave, level 20. The system notified that he had exceeded level 11. He no longer has the beginner's defense. Let him be careful. Wai Wodu Quan was slowly crawling on a snake's tail between the gray gravestones, when he suddenly saw a dead man's hand suddenly appear from the ground. The boss Banshee Styx, level 24, appeared before them. A monster girl with long chocolate-colored hair glowed ominously with a blue aura. At the top, above it, was a skull. Banshee Styx, the monster is dead. She looked like a skeleton with pointed ears and evil black eyes. Wai Wodu Quang said excitedly, "Wow, level 24. Drops of sweat ran down his muzzle, covered with gray fur, from excitement. He opened his fanged mouth in amazement. The bony monster Banshee Styx raised her hand and directed the magical skull using her aura in their direction. The glowing skull flew around everyone in the group and dealt them damage from -40 to -94. Wai Wodu Quan said in shock that it also deals huge damage with several hits. He laughed cheerfully and said, "This is what he needs." He, holding a bat in his hand, crawled closer to the monster. His subordinates looked around in fear and discovered that many such dead monsters had crawled out of the ground. White ghosts appeared on the screen, glowing with blue light. Wai Wodu Quan ordered his subordinates to rush into battle with him. At this time, the glowing skulls attacked them, causing great damage from -42 to -95. Wai Wodu Quan looked over his shoulder and found that the same magical skull, glowing with a dark blue aura, was rapidly approaching him from behind. He and his subordinates quickly ran away. Looking around, he said that this place was truly creepy. Fortunately, their damage had weakened, otherwise his assistants would not have survived. Wai Wodu Quan gave orders for them to stay there, and he will capture someone. Need to try out the new skill of web entangling. 2 minutes later, Wai Wodu Quan raised his hand and gave the command, "Web entanglement." A large stream of white cobwebs gushed out from the golden plaque on his belt. He said dissatisfiedly that this skill is used from his stomach. He is in such a stupid position. 10 minutes later, the system congratulated him and notified him that Banshee Styx was able to become his subordinate. Her level was reduced to 11. Wai Wodu Quan looked at her with interest. Banshee sticks floated calmly in the air in a serene pose. A magical blue glow emanated from her body. Wai Wodu Quan gave the command to show the status of Banshee sticks. All information about this character appeared on the screen in a blue rectangle. Character, Banshee sticks. Qualities, common from 0 to 20, 1 shard of quality. Level 11, sealed. Physical attributes, strength 30, agility 30, constitution 24. Magic attributes, mana 11. Damage 74 physical, 11 magic. Armor 15. Health 1080. Level 3 Deadman Pedigree Talent reduces enemy armor by 10%. 0 out of 80, 3 attribute fragments. Wai Wodu Quan looked at her with delight and thought that thanks to her high damage, she would be able to reduce the armor of enemies. This is cool. We need to improve the order to recruit a legion to 5 and hire 1 more. 15 minutes later. Wai Wodu Quan looked at the 2 new subordinate monsters of the dead with a satisfied look and said that this is a success. The system notified that there were 5 subordinates in his squad, and a hidden mission was open to shelter. Mission requirements: expel the monster lord from the mountain of hundreds of beasts. He will receive his own plot as a prize. Reward: receiving a plot and the title Tough Nut. Wai Wodu Quan looked around and said that owning a plot of land is great. But you still need to choose an area at a higher level so that players will not be able to get to it for some time. Looking to the side at a high peak that was green among the white clouds, he said happily, Guanyin Peak is surely the highest peak in the 100 Beast Mountains. He will choose this place. Wai Wodu Quan remembered there was a level 25 stripeless tiger lord, and that was it. After a while, Wai Wodu Quang looked into the pink eyes that glowed with pink magical power. A 3-tailed tiger, with brown spikes sticking out on its back, slowly approached him with a predatory grin. 2 huge fangs protruded from the saber-toothed tiger's mouth. Wai Wodu Quang thought that the damage of this tiger lord was high, but fortunately he did not bring any of the other monsters. He ordered 3 jackals with bats in their hands and 2 dead man monsters with magical skulls to stay away and watch. He will start the fight. The tiger monster rushed into battle. His aura sparkled with bright lightning. He attacked and caused great damage from -313 to -327 several times. Wai Wodu Quang barely managed to lean back. He thought excitedly that it was too fast, and the damage was also high. His health is not enough to cope with this monster. Holding a huge bat in his hand in front of him, he gave the order for them all to attack together. 3 jackals and 2 dead monsters attacked the tiger monster at the same time. 40 minutes later, in front of them on the ground lay a defeated monster tiger with 2 tails torn off. He was covered with abrasions and bruises. The system informed him that if he decided to kill the tiger lord, he would receive the usual rewards. The expulsion of the striped tiger lord has been chosen. The task has been successfully completed. Wai Wodu Quan angrily shouted for the tiger to go away. Seeing that the defeated monster was moving away, Wai Wodu Quang exhaled in relief and said, finally. The system congratulated him on completing the shelter mission. He received his own plot and the title of a tough nut. The system asked him to clear Guanyin Peak of monsters and rename it. Lu Chen decided that he would call the peak a strong nut. He will check if it works. The system notified that the name had been changed to strong nut. This is the title of courage. Characters with this prefix receive an attribute bonus that increases base health by 20%. Wai Wodu Quan said that this is a good title, and also a 20% health bonus. He laughed joyfully and said, even though he is a monster, this is great. This is an interesting game. Seeing 2 tigers in the distance, he said that he needed to go and destroy the monsters. This way they will improve their performance. From now on, he is the master of monsters. It's so cool. After some time, the system notified that a level 13 silver moon wolf had been killed, 120 experience points. Fragments of level 1 talent and qualities were received. Wai Wodu Quan and his team fought the monsters fearlessly. The system notified that a level 12th golden tiger had been killed, 108 experience points, and level 1 talent and quality fragments had been received. Next came another notification that a level 13 black iron bear had been killed, 120 experience points, and fragments of level 1 talent and quality had been received. A magical skull flew into the huge bear and dealt him a crushing blow. The system notified that a mace with white spikes had been received. Lu Chen said happily, "Finally new items, so there are 2 of them at once." The system notified that the item, white wolf skin leggings, had been received. Wai Wodu Quan said that their team should work harder and try to upgrade everyone's equipment. Lu Chen looked at the system panel that appeared in front of him and triumphantly said that he was finally level 12. The system panel informed him to pay attention. When the player reaches the appropriate level, the secret kingdom of the 12th level in the single-player game Yu Yu Gorge will open first by level. The next system panel reported that the secret kingdom in the 9 heavens existed by dividing the secret kingdoms. 1 for single player, 1 for multiplayer. There was no limit on the number of people in a particular secret kingdom. He could enter this at any time. Lu Chen quickly moved to a strange place that resembled a very wet cave. He looked around and asked in surprise, "Is this a dungeon?" He said that this game knows how to surprise him. Lu Chen rolled his eyes and, turning to his 3 jackals, told them to train alone outside. He added that they should not kill too many, fight together, and rest if their health is less than 40%. The system panel told him that the secret kingdom would drop items that matched the player's needs. Before entering there, he needs to pray. Once the prop appears, the first player to discover it will receive a reward of 5 times the normal amount. Lu Chen stood over the huge blue abyss that appeared in front of him and looked carefully. The system panel reported that the output equipment should not be lower than the quality of the installed props. The same voice added that he should select the appropriate piece of equipment and the likelihood of the same items appearing will increase. The system panel reported that he could insert 2 details. Lu Chen thoughtfully put his hand to his face and said in a whisper, "When he inserts the weapon, the monster inside the kingdom throws it away and hides it in his clothes." After a moment, he had a hunch. He mentally exclaimed for them to wait. He called himself an idiot and exclaimed what equipment he should choose. He asked the question, "Is it more cost-effective to use materials?" He mentally said that the output equipment should not be lower than the quality of the installed props, which means this will improve the material to 4 stars. Lu Chen held the fragment in his hands and said that this is the material of the 4th level. He made an example and asked the question, if the monsters inside threw level 4 material 5 times, shouldn't he make a ton of money? The system panel reported that his prayer was completed. It was written there that he should go to the secret kingdom. Lu Chen began to quickly move around the cave and said enthusiastically, "This is such a huge place." The system panel informed him to pay attention, because general service information had been published. Wai Wo player Du Quan discovered the 12th level secret realm of Yu Yu Gorge, the 1st level single-player secret realm, so he receives the title of Yu Yu Pioneer. The next system panel announced that the secret realm of Yu Yu Gorge for 1 player had officially opened. Opening hours were from 10 o'clock 45 minutes until 10 o'clock 45 minutes at night. The system bar asked players who were interested in competing for secret treasures to hurry up. Meanwhile, people opened their mouths in shock and asked, "Why Wodu Quan?" They asked the question, "Secret Kingdom?" Someone asked again, "The 12th level secret realm. Is he already level 12? Someone else chimed in surprise and asked, "Already?" This same voice exclaimed, "Many said that this title is very difficult to obtain." Ling Zai Jai, meanwhile, angrily shouted that they had not yet finished with the newcomer village, and he was already in the secret kingdom. Someone said enthusiastically that the announcement was also made to the entire server. It was very cool. Lu Chen, meanwhile, mentally cursed and exclaimed that he had just entered a secret kingdom, and the entire server knew about it. He asked the question, "Will there really be a big battle?" The next system panel informed him that he had received the title of Yu Yu Pioneer, as well as a 10% strength bonus. Lu Chen walked forward, lowering his bat. Suddenly, green wolves began to climb out on the rock in front of him. They opened their mouths threateningly, waving their tails. These were Yu Yu's silver wolves. Lu Chen assumed an evil grin and shouted, swinging his bat, that there will be material, no matter what. He decided that it would be so. Meanwhile, The wolves began to rapidly approach him, but he skillfully brushed them off, striking them. Lu Chen threw the wolves away from him and shouted. Fortunately, these silver wolves were not very strong, so he did not need to deal with all 5. It was his blows that caused sparks to spread in different directions. The next system panel informed him after a while that a particularly agile level 12th silver wolf, Yu, had been killed. For this, he received 540 experience points, 5 fragments of talent and attributes, and 5 units of mana. There were corpses of wolves lying everywhere next to Lu Chen. He laughed smugly and shouted that it was indeed 5 times more. He exclaimed that he was finally getting rich. Getting rich. Lu Chen continued to strike at the wolves who were rapidly trying to attack him. The wolves' eyes gradually stopped shining from the loss of vital energy. After an hour, Lu Chen shouted enthusiastically that this is cool. He added that he leveled up in just an hour. He swung the bat and added that he had also collected 1,000 materials. Now all of his talents had been upgraded to the 4th level. He clicked so he could view the profile. His character name was Chen. The character held the title of Pioneer Yu, as well as an assassin, especially strong, dexterous, agile, Jackal commander, King Hebelton. The attributes were level 4, having a 3-dimensional improvement of 450%. 0 out of 325 level attribute points, 0 out of 1 ancient heart with the name number 1 hard nut base health with a level of 20%. Second level number Pioneer Yu's base strength increased by 10%. Level 13 experience level 224 out of 300,000. Physical attributes with strength 177, agility 183, constitution 172, and magical power 7. The damage was from 223 to 233, and the poison was 10. Armor was 142, health 4,928. The talent is the lowest bloodline of the 4th level Jackal with a 23% chance of a double critical hit. 0 from 325 level talent points, 0 from 1 ancient fragment. His talent was the beggar bloodline of the 4th level poisonous spider, causing 3% of the main poison damage, depending on the amount of health of the enemy, increasing movement speed by 20%. 0 from 325 level talent points, 0 from 1 ancient fragment. The next talent was from the bloodline of the snake of the 4th level, striking 3% of the main damage with poison, depending on the amount of health of the enemy. If the victim steps, it will increase. The duration was 60 steps. 0 from 325 level talent points, 0 from 1 ancient fragment. In order to recruit a legion of 5 mercenaries, 458 out of 8,000. Mana was 364 out of 700. Lu Chen swung the bat and said that the prefix king was added to his name. He said that he himself is like a real boss. He said he doesn't know where to find the ancient fragments and the ancient heart in order to improve. Lu Chen began to look around and exclaimed that now he needs to deal with the boss. He said that he has more than 200 damage, more than 140 units of armor, and almost 5,000 life, so he is not afraid. Lu Chen dealt critical damage of 244, 160 with poison, and 160 with poison. He shouted that he only had 6,000 health. He called the boss weak. The boss, meanwhile, swung his paw, causing poison damage to Lu Chen 177. Lu Chen stubbornly shouted that he was stronger. After some time, the system panel reported that the level 15 boss of Yu Gorge had been killed. He received 4,000 experience points, 15 level 5 talent fragments, and 15 level 5 attribute fragments. Lu Chen laughed triumphantly and said that 30 fragments of talent and attribute evolution, 300,000 reputation. He made a fortune. The system panel informed the people on the server that the Yu Gorge secret realm had been cleared and was closing in 5 minutes. The people swore in shock and exclaimed that the secret kingdom no longer existed. Another person added that he doesn't even know when it will be activated next. Someone else shouted that this ad annoyed him, because it was broadcast and broadcast. Lu Chen opened the system panel in front of him and said that with so many materials, it was better for him to exchange them for reputation and improve the order to recruit the legion to the next level. He saw a teaching on the system panel that he should leave a hole and it would disappear. The next system panel reported that the Legion's recruitment order had been raised, and now it could hire subordinates. A new position of squad leader was opened. He could now single-handedly lead a team of 5 squads. The faction's mission was to set up camp. The description of the task was that he has 10 mercenaries. Now he needs to build their own residence for them. The content of the task was that he cut down 500 trees, collected 500 units of stone, and built his own camp area. The reward for this mission was a large-scale defense array of the 3rd level, a 4-square array of black armor guards. Lu Chen turned to his jackals, telling them to go strengthen. Half an hour later, Lu Chen addressed the mercenaries standing in front of him and told them to cut down trees and carry stones. He added that 500 trees and stones were needed, so when they were collected, let them put them near their camp. He added that if they complete the task earlier, then let him be called. Lu Chen took a stroller ride in real life and said with a satisfied smile that he earned 500,000 yuan in less than a week. He said in disbelief that he seemed to be sleeping. He immediately raised his hand, starting to move it, and said in surprise what it was. He added, exclaiming in shock, that his arm was completely healthy and his upper body was beginning to recover. Lu Chen began to move both hands, touching them, and shouted to Lao Lu that his upper body was moving. He added enthusiastically, starting to laugh, that very soon he would become a normal person. Lu Chen lowered his head and said enthusiastically that he was starting to feel his thigh. He assumed that he would soon be able to walk again. He added that he wants to buy a house first. Lu Chen explained that it was exactly worth 500,000 yuan. He can't afford a big house, but he thinks a small one will be enough for them. Lu Chen immediately said that it was still only for him and Lao Lu. After some time, he found a huge tall house with many floors on his phone. In this, it was written that the elegant small residential complex of Huangshan, Epping from the Epping Company, was officially opened. The residential complex had convenient transport links and complete infrastructure. All apartments were fully furnished, and you can move into this one for a minimum price of 400,000 yuan. It also said that they would make an advance payment of 10,000 yuan and receive a loan of 20,000 yuan to purchase an apartment. If he doesn't buy it, he will be given a full refund. Lu Chen immediately laughed enthusiastically and decided that he would go tomorrow to surprise Lao Lu later. After some time at the Chinese National Security Agency, it was a huge long building that stretched high into the blue sky. The sun's rays brightly illuminated the glass walls of this building. Special Operations Team Leader Jai Mu-hua asked Director Lin, "Their security agency has created a special task force to participate in the game, isn't it?" Director Lin confirmed this and said that the 9 heavens are not as simple as they seem at first glance. He said, crossing his arms and placing them on the table, that not only they were in the game, but also the government and military of the whole world. He explained that this could change the future of humanity. Jai Mu-hua looked at Agency Director Lin Hai in surprise. Lin Hai frowned, looked to the side, and said he thinks that when they reach the next stage, they will recognize no clues. He immediately asked the question, what about his success? Jai Mu-hua awkwardly tucked his hair behind his ear and said that they were still in the forest of poisonous fog, because it was very difficult. Lin Hai said instructively that he would give him a hint. He explained that he should find Wai Wodu Kwang, because he could help him get out of there. He confidently added that he was the only one who went through this, judging by the information from the relevant departments. Lin Hai moved his hand teachingly and told him to remember that he needed to make friends with him at any cost. The next day, a dark-haired guy in a gray formal suit watched Lu Chen warily over his shoulder. Lu Chen drove his wheelchair into the wide doors of the real estate department. A dark-haired girl with big blue eyes greeted him with a friendly smile and said that he had come to inspect the property and let him help him. This girl's hair was tied up at the back of her head. She is wearing a black suit consisting of a jacket and a short skirt and a white blouse. In her hands, the girl held a blue folder, which she pressed to her chest. Lu Chen smiled back at her and said, yes, he would like to look around the small apartment. At this time, 3 men were spying on him from the window of a neighboring building. The blonde man asked in disbelief, is it really him? He said that Lu Chen is also disabled. The dark-haired man confidently said that it was definitely him. although some information claims that he can move one arm and head. The man with red hair resolutely adjusted his blue jacket and told them to get ready. In the real estate department, a dark-haired girl kindly said that Lu Chen could be confident in the quality of their real estate. They guarantee that he will not be deceived and will not suffer losses. She pointed with her hand towards the model, which depicted a multi-story building. Lu Chen looked at it, smiled, and said that it looked good. The girl leaned over him with a joyful smile and said that she asked him not to hesitate, otherwise someone else would buy it. Lu Chen looked at the layout of the house in anticipation and said, he will still have many opportunities to earn extra money. He will buy an apartment and give Lao Lu a little surprise. He touched his chin thoughtfully. His eyes shone with happiness. A girl with short pink hair came up behind them and told him to wait and not buy it. There are some problems with the apartment. The girl was wearing a light lilac blouse and a dark blue skirt. Her hair was tied up at the sides with purple bows. Lu Chen asked with excitement, "Who is she? What's happening?" The real estate sales employee, a dark-haired girl, was sweating with excitement. A girl with short pink hair raised her hand to attract attention and shouted loudly, "Let everyone hear her. You should never buy a house in the Huangshan residential complex." The dark-haired girl rolled her eyes, white with rage, and pressed the blue folder tighter to her chest. Behind them stood a crowd of people who watched what was happening with a dissatisfied look. Lu Chen turned his head to the side in bewilderment and looked at the pink-haired girl. She loudly shouted that the houses were of such poor quality that they could collapse. People looked at her with distrust and concern. The dark-haired plump man shouted, "What nonsense!" A man with a skinny face stood behind him and asked with excitement, "Did she tell the truth?" A woman standing in front with dark curly hair, wearing a blue dress, said with excitement that it is better to believe than not. A blonde woman in a lilac pullover stood next to her and said, "Yes, if this is true, then all her savings will be wasted." The real estate employee pointed her index finger at the girl with pink hair and angrily shouted for the security to take this crazy woman away. The girl with pink hair said, "Everything she says is the absolute truth. She has proof. She doesn't want people to fall into the trap of buying these apartments." She asked people to believe her. Several men in black formal suits were approaching her from behind. Lu Chen thought with worry that once the payment was made, it would not be easy to return it. Regardless of whether it is true or false, it is better not to buy this apartment yet. A bald man in a black formal suit, accompanied by 2 guards in the same suits, raised his hand and said, "Let them act immediately. Don't make the situation worse." He then turned to potential clients and told them to buy apartments without hesitation. The guard, who was on his left, held his baton resolutely in front of him. Another guard told his boss not to worry. One of the guards hit his elbow on someone's shoulder. He looked angrily at Lu Chen, who was sitting in a wheelchair, and told the cripple to move away. He was in the way. The bald man walked up to the pink-haired girl, roughly grabbed her shoulder with his hand, and said if she had anything to say, let her come out. They will talk in private. The girl indignantly tried to remove his hand and asked why he was dragging her. She desperately asked for help. Some people said it was interesting. 2 men, a bald boss and a security guard, grabbed the pink-haired girl by the arms and tried to escort her out. 2 teenagers, a fair-haired girl and a dark-haired guy, filmed everything that happened on a cell phone camera. The dark-haired guy smiled joyfully and said that the video had not been released yet, but the number of views would be huge. The blonde girl looked at him with delight and smiled joyfully. The bald boss looked angrily at the girl with pink hair and asked what kind of nonsense she was talking about. They need to go and talk. She resisted and didn't want to go anywhere. People were watching them and filming everything with cell phone cameras. The girl with pink hair said with irritation, "Stop filming. Let them help her. She's here for them." Lu Chen grabbed the bald man's hand and asked, "How dare he bully the girl?" The bald man, the boss, said mockingly, "Look at him. This cripple is a real hero." He swung his leg and tried to strike Lu Chen, who was sitting in a wheelchair. Lu Chen was not taken aback and abruptly grabbed his leg with his hand. He asked in surprise, "Is he really so strong now?" The bald boss furiously gave the order, "Take him. Let them beat him so that he cannot take care of himself." The guards swung wooden batons and rushed towards Lu Chen. One of the guards shouted mockingly, but he couldn't do it. When the dark-haired guard attacked him, Lu Chen hit him in the chest with his elbow. Blood gushed from the guard's mouth. When he tried to hit Lu Chen's head with the bat again, Lu Chen raised his hand up and blocked his blow. Lu Chen looked at his hand in shock and thought, not only is his strength increasing, but his reaction speed has also become faster. The dark-haired guard was confused. He bowed down in front of Lu Chen, made a mocking face, and asked a question. Is he afraid that they will knock over his wheelchair? One of the guards, exerting great effort, tried to turn the wheelchair over. Lu Chen desperately resisted, preventing him from doing this. Suddenly, someone's hand grabbed the wheelchair, and someone's voice said not to worry. They are here. A guy with red hair and a dark blue jacket carefully put his hand on the wheelchair and angrily said how dare he scare their master. Let him attack, since he is so brave. Lu Chen's mouth opened in amazement. 3 guys came to his defense, 2 of whom were dressed in black suits, and the third was a guy with red hair in a dark blue jacket and trousers of the same color. Lu Chen asked in bewilderment, Sir, what's happening? A moment later, 3 guys were furiously throwing punches at the guards and their bald boss. When the opponents were defeated and lay on the floor, the guy with red hair smugly stretched his hands. The defeated guard said that it was Mr. Timo. He said you have to act stupid to confuse your opponent and win. The guy with red hair approached the beam from behind, crossed his arms over his chest, and respectfully said that Mr. Quang would excuse him for scaring him. Let him deal with the rest of the offenders, Lu Chen said with excitement. Okay. He thoughtfully scratched his cheek with his index finger and mentally asked, Is he from the game 9 Heavens? Someone's echoing footsteps were heard along the corridor. A man with blonde hair and glasses was holding a pack of cigarettes in his hands and put one of them in his mouth. He looked to the side with a grin and asked the question, who is trying to create problems for their construction company? He was the manager of the Huang Construction Company. Jai Mu-hua turned to Lao Zhao and said that something happened here. He asked the question, did he know about this construction company? He said that it says about Huangshan Real Estate. He explained that this was the manager of the company, Huan Defa. Huan Defa laughed and asked him a question. Who is he looking for? Isn't it him? He said to let him discuss one point, that in Zhongcheng no one wanted to create problems for their company. Jai Mu-hua looked at him threateningly, hung up the phone, and said that he had less than 10 minutes. Huan Defa lit a cigarette with a lighter and asked the question, does he still want to show off? He added that he had 1 minute less left. Huan Defa immediately added, holding a cigarette between his teeth to drive them away. The man next to him in a t-shirt told him not to worry, but to go out for 1 minute. Another man said that a bunch of hooligans were trying to deal with them champions. The man in the t-shirt immediately raised his fist, starting to jump straight at Jai Mu-hua, and shouted that he hated them, because they were acting like scoundrels. Jai Mu-hua froze in place. He struck with his hand with a sharp movement, knocking the man to the floor. He kicked him to the side, hitting him between the legs. His next blow was straight to the chest, causing the man in the tank top to cough up blood. Both guards began to fly into the gaming table. Huan Defa opened his eyes in shock. Jai Mu-hua approached him and clearly said that he would give him 1 minute to use other methods. Huan Defa said in confusion that he was wrong and he shouldn't do this. He repeated with a stutter that he was wrong. Jai Mu-hua asked him again, right? Huan Defa, confused, confirmed that he was absolutely wrong. He apologized to him and later compensated them for all the damage. He fearfully added that he had acted badly, so it was better for him to quit. Jai Mu-hua struck him in the chest with a sharp movement, pushing him back. Huan Defa opened his eyes in shock, his mouth wide open in pain. He began to bend over with his whole body, trying to better drown out the pain. Jai Mu-hua asked him a question. Did he provoke their boss? He said he apologized, quit, and thought he would atone. He angrily muttered through his teeth that he would make anyone who dared offend his boss regret it for the rest of their days. Lu Chen looked at him in surprise. Someone loudly shouted the question, where did this disabled person come from? The same voice added dissatisfiedly that he also establishes his own rules. The bald man assumed that this guy was from a rich family. A girl with short pink hair turned in their direction and asked the question, why would a guy from a rich family buy an apartment here? The other man chuckled and exclaimed that she didn't understand anything. He assumed that the family was checking on him, but now the checking was over. Jaimu Hua sharply clasped his hands in respect and turned to Lu Chen. He said that it had been 3 years, so he was welcome to their family. He added that let him lead them. Lu Chen asked a question in confusion in his mind, cursing. Will he change his expression for flattery? He mentally concluded that they were up to something very good. Lu Chen crossed his arms and said that at first he wanted to be a calm and ordinary person, but now he thought it was a luxury, so he didn't have too much hope. Jai Muhua looked back with excitement and said quietly that this guy could brag more than him. 3 minutes later, one of the police officers said, raising his voice, that this construction company was suspected of collusion between officials and businessmen, and that there were serious problems with the quality of real estate. He added that they are accused of participating in illegal land grabbing, fraud, and violence. The policeman turned to Huan Defa, starting to tie his hands, and announced that in this construction company, all the higher management had been fired. Huan Defa began to cry desperately and, cursing quietly, said that he was unlucky. He didn't think that a disabled person could have such a terrible past. Jai Muhua put his hands in his pockets and looked at him in surprise. The policeman, meanwhile, pointed behind him and apologized for the fact that because of their negligence, the criminals had gone unpunished for so long. He asked them to punish the boss. Jai Muhua told them to forget, because they were just a couple of unnecessary criminals and nothing more. He told them to return to the station, because he had something important to tell the Lord. The policeman said that it was good and he would not disturb them. Jai Muhua turned to Lu Chen and told them to find a more suitable place to talk. Lu Chen agreed. He immediately looked up with hope and mentally asked the question, why is he nodding? He exclaimed, beginning to assume that these people were very powerful. It seemed to him as if they wanted to ask him for something. Lu Chen hoped that fulfilling their request would not cause him much trouble. The pink-haired girl put her hands on her chest and thanked him. She didn't expect him to be so cool. Lu Chen said in confusion that there was no need for gratitude. He thanked them in return for opening his eyes. Jai Muhua looked at the man standing behind him and said that he and the Lord were studying. He also thanked them for helping Lu Chen. The girl with pink hair turned to him, confused. She immediately obediently exclaimed that yes. After some time, someone's voice was heard from the balcony of the building. This voice asked the question, who are they? Another voice said that they couldn't tell him that yet. They added that there is a strange Wai Wo Du Quan in the game 9 Heavens, and they need his help for a reward. Lu Chen asked in confusion, moving the glass of liquid away from him, why did he think that he could find it? Jai Muhua told him that they have their own methods, but there is not a single weak spot in the cyber defense of this game, just like in the bank's system. Lu Chen said quietly, pressing his lips to his glass, that hacking the banking system is indeed not easy. Jai Muhua began to reason in the same low voice and said that 500 of their players were stuck in the snake stage, so they needed Wai's help to get through the poisonous mist forest. Jai Muhua held out the card and said that with this card he could choose any villa in the Diamond Manor complex as a reward for his help. Lu Chen said in surprise that he could not accept such a huge reward for such a small favor. Jai Muhua put the card on the table, starting to extend it further, and said that the first heavenly kingdom had now opened in the game. There were still many kingdoms ahead. Lu Chen said that he does not like to be in debt to people. He will earn what he wants with his own hands. Lu Chen began to extend the card further along the table. Jai Muhua looked at him hopefully. He said that with this card he could get a 30% discount on any property owned by the Zion Sheng Company and the Diamond Manor developer. Jai Muhua picked up the card again and said to use this card as a reward for his work. They will also ensure the safety of him and his family. He asked a question. Does he mind? Lu Chen handed the card back and said okay. He asked if they could answer him one question. He asked, it's just a game. Why don't they spend so much effort on it? Jai Muhua finished the contents of the glass. He replied that 9 Heavens was not just a game. He explained that for governments and militaries around the world to play this game, they don't know who is really hiding there. Lu Chen began to roll the stroller with one hand, turning it around, and said that they should go to the forest of poisonous fog at 7 o'clock or 8:30. He said that he would come and help him. Manhua sharply put his hand forward and asked a question in a stunned way. That is, he is why Wodu Kwang? He asked. Then why was he silent? Lu Chen clenched his fist as he turned around in the stroller and said, he was waiting for the time to come. Lu Chen thought that a 30% discount card was great. He said that it was much more important to protect the lives of his sister and him. He thought it was really worth the cooperation. Sometime later, at exactly 7 o'clock, many people stood in the middle of the misty forest. The man asked a question, is he sure they can handle it? He replied that their equipment was too poor. Manhua put the bat on his shoulders and confirmed this, saying that now they wouldn't even be able to buy better equipment. The men behind him asked the question, who said that? He exclaimed that the poisonous mist forest equipment set was too rare and also highly sought after. Manhua had the name in the game, the Zuwai Guo. The Zuwai Guo put his bat forward and shouted for them to stop chatting and all run after him. He commanded that they kill everyone they could. The people behind him began to quickly run after him, raising a thick layer of dust. The Zuwai Guo angrily added that this Lu Chen had expressed himself a little incorrectly. Suddenly he braked sharply, digging his heel into the ground. Small stones began to fly in all directions. The Zuwai Guo asked the question, what? He asked what was going on. Some other people asked what happened. Someone shouted in disbelief that he was too strong. In front of them stood Lu Chen, squeezing the muscle on his shoulders with his other hand, as if testing it for strength and power. A group of the Zuwai Guo players stood in a foggy wasteland that was covered in bluish smoke. They looked in shock at the many wolf corpses lying on the ground. The dark-haired guy in the beige raincoat said in shock that he killed everyone. The Zuwai Guo asked in disbelief, did he kill an entire flock alone? This guy is too strong. Incredible. The members of his team stood behind him, looked and could not believe their eyes. Wodu Quan stood leaning on the snake's tail, holding a bat on his shoulder and looking at his defeated opponents. Through the smoke one could see the heads of his Jackal assistants. In front of him lay the defeated Even Hill, from whom a magical glow still emanated. Wodu Kwang thought that if it weren't for his team, it would be very difficult to kill them. 30 minutes later, the Zuwai Guo and his team looked at the killed Even Hill snake through the fog with interest and surprise. He said with delight that Wodu Quan even killed the boss of Even Hill. This is great. He asked with interest, this forest of poisonous fog has killed many teams. How strong is this guy? 2 days later, Mountain of Beasts. Wodu Kwang furiously swung his bat in different directions and dealt crushing blows to the wolves. He said excitedly, 47 spiked maces, 53 wolf skin greaves, and the entire team has reached level 14. Great! In front of him, a defeated snake girl with long purple hair lay on the ground. On her head, shoulders, and chest were metallic, iridescent armor. At the top, her name was written in black letters, a monster of a 3-petaled flower. A bright pink ball glowed in the air nearby. Wodu Quan looked at this with interest and asked the question, what kind of equipment is this? He said excitedly that he had never seen anything like this before. The screen showed a light lilac skirt. Below this image is written information about this attribute. 3-petaled flower monster skirt, level 10. Unusual equipment, suitable only for female characters. The long skirt made of a 3-petal flower has a beautiful appearance and a light floral train. Increases movement speed by 5%. There is a chance of confusing the enemy. A special skill, Confusion, disrupts the consciousness of a target whose level is lower than the owner of the equipment, as a result of which the owner can gain control over the target for 30 seconds. Wodu Quan tried on the skirt and asked in surprise, is it unusual? He said it was an interesting thing. Wodu Quan noticed that this attribute appeared for the first time after 2 days of continuous play. This means that the dropout percentage is too small. He asked with interest how much this skirt costs. Wodu Quan decided that it didn't matter. He will put it up for auction with a starting price of 1,000 yuan. If they don't buy it in 20 minutes, he will remove it from the auction. Lu Chen opened the auction and put up a new item, the 3-petaled flower monster skirt, level 10. Unusual costume, suitable only for female characters. Starting price is 1,000 yuan. He resolutely said that he would sell as much as he wanted. At this time, Ling Zhaijai said, Shanshan and the others will rush into the poisonous mist forest in about an hour. Her team needs to see if there is any good equipment they can buy. She looked at the screen with interest and exclaimed enthusiastically, Wow. Why Wodu Quan has put something up for sale again? After reviewing the information about the equipment, she asked again, Is it unusual equipment? This is not in the column with regular equipment, and it is also only available to female characters. The screen showed the skirt of a level 10 3-petaled flower monster. The price is 3,500 yuan. Ling Zhaijai said, This increases movement speed by 5% and has the potential to confuse the enemy. Great, she'll try to buy it. Ling Zhaijai put on a skirt, looked at herself enthusiastically, and said how beautiful. It gives off a light floral aroma and smells very nice. She spun around and happily said that she really liked it. She will definitely buy it. The system notified that she had placed a bid on the 3-petal flower monster skirt. The bid was 3,500 yuan, with less than 15 minutes left before the end of the auction. Her bid has been exceeded. The current bid is 3,600 yuan, and there are less than 15 minutes left before the end of the auction. Ling Zhaijai offered a price of 3,700, but her bid was exceeded again. The new price was 3,800 yuan. There are 14 minutes 21 seconds left until the end of the auction. Ling Zhaijai pressed her fists to her chest and said with excitement that many people wanted the skirt. Expensive. At this time, a fair-haired, slender girl hugged the shoulders of a dark-haired man, who importantly adjusted his square glasses on the bridge of his nose with his index finger. She pleadingly said that this was the first unusual equipment. Let her take it, the man said with a smile. Okay, he will help her. At the same time, 2 players wearing gaming helmets were watching the auction. A girl with long pink hair with a pink game helmet on her head said with joyful excitement, A very beautiful skirt. Let Lun help her take it. The guy with a blue helmet on his head named Lung replied, Don't let her worry, he's making a bet. Ling Zhaijai watched the auction with concern. She clenched her fist excitedly and said, Last 5 seconds. Ling Zhaijai was very worried. She said calmly, The price has reached 65,300 yuan. The last seconds are very important. The countdown began on the screen. The numbers from 4 to 1 slowly replaced each other. When the number 1 appeared on the screen, Lin Zhaijai, losing her composure, shouted out with excitement, Come on! How many people are placing bets at this second? A message appeared on the screen. The time-limited auction for the 3-petal flower monster skirt item had ended. Player Chun Lu Shanwu bought this item for 98,700 yuan. 830 yuan was transferred to the bank card, minus a 10% processing fee. Lu Chen clenched his fists in delight and shouted, This is even more than 80,000. So many. He sold it for almost 2,000. What kind of crazy person bought this equipment for such huge money? Not bad. He has about 650,000 yuan, plus a 30% house discount card. Very soon, he will be able to buy a house for 1 million. Wai Wodu Quan, a wolf with a lion's mane and a snake's tail, spread his arms to the sides and decided that he would take the blood of the 3-petaled flower monster. Everything around him lit up and shone in different colors, like the northern lights. An alert appeared on the screen. The talent is the lowest bloodline of the 3-petaled flower monster, the 4th level. This monster is integrated with nature, and its field of vision is expanded by 400 meters. Immune to low-level brain fog effects. Wai Wodu Kwang looked up in surprise and looked at the green plant that had grown on his head. The plant glowed with a golden magical glow. Wai Wodu Kwang looked around and said in shock, Wow, does he really have such a wide field of vision now? He saw in front of him a green clearing with tall trees. Behind this, small mountain peaks covered with vegetation and distant, high dark blue mountains towering above the white clouds. Between 2 mountain peaks, a portal glowed with a blue glow. Wai Wodu Kwang said, if it weren't for the skills of that flower monster, he wouldn't have known that there was actually a hidden area there. As he got closer, he found himself in the middle of a thick white fog. Wai Wodu Kwang this one said that the fog has a low-level mind fogging effect, and it cannot be seen until the fog merges with the blood of the 3-petaled flower monster. Through the fog, something shiny could be seen. Wai Wodu Kwang said he thinks there is something else there. He walked further through the white fog and saw a granite slab on which was written in black letters, "The Lost Garden of Eden, where monsters roam and roads are lost." Why Wodu Kwan asked in surprise, "Are the roads lost?" "Looks like a dangerous place." A black rectangle with 2 bright exclamation marks appeared. The game system notified, server-wide announcement. Player Y Wodu Kwan enters the Lost Garden of Eden and the server-wide mission begins. Resistance to invasion. Hearing and seeing this notification, other players got scared and worried. One of them, a guy with dark hair, asked, "Are the roads lost?" He said it looks like a dangerous place. The brown-haired guy looked up with alarm and asked, "What?" "Server-wide mission." "What is he doing?" The dark-haired guy said, "Why Wodu Kwan is a good player." The brown-haired guy repeated excitedly, "Resistance to the invasion. He has a bad feeling." Invasion resistance mission. All server mission level 20. Mission description. An unknown fog has appeared on the eastern side of the main city. This spreads quickly. Fog causes great harm. This can increase the strength of wild monsters, weaken human attack capabilities and skill effects, and permanently corrode equipment beyond repair. The fog can slow down your mana regeneration rate. The content of the mission is to destroy the Bafang Eye of Creation, located in the Lost Garden of Eden, as soon as possible. Reward. Those who destroy the eye will receive special rewards. After successfully completing the mission, the entire server will receive the effect of double experience for 10 hours. The group of players stared at the message in shock. The dark-haired guy, whose hair was gathered at the back of his head, asked in disbelief, "Is the mission level 20? Why Wodu Kwan level 20? This can't be true." His partner looked at him nervously and said, "Impossible." Maybe it's because he engaged in a server-wide mission that his level increased. A guy with black hair gathered at the back of his head asked a question. "Does anyone know where the Lost Garden of Eden is?" His partner excitedly said that he had to hurry up and find it. A new notification appeared in the black square, where it was written in bright orange letters that, due to the activation of a server-wide mission, all major cities of level 10, the Mountain of Beasts, will be temporarily combined into one zone. All players will be disconnected from the network after 2 minutes. The zone merger will last 15 minutes. Let everyone wait. Shanshan and her group members looked at each other in disbelief. They were in shock from what they heard. Shanshan said that this cannot be. There are 24 cities on one server. There are a lot of people here. A blonde girl with big blue eyes, whose hair was tied back at the back of her head with a red bow, said with excitement, "The unification of the entire server. Surely this mission is very exciting." 2 guys stood in front of them, sharing their thoughts. One of them said that the rewards would be very cool. Everyone needs to get ready in 15 minutes. At the same time, Ling Zai Jai and her 2 assistants approached the group of guys. She inquired, asking if she could join them. Ling Zai Jai suggested that they complete this mission together. One of the guys looked at them enthusiastically and said, "Okay." Otherwise, he is afraid that their union will not be able to cope with this task alone. His partner, a dark-haired guy, replied that if their alliance unites with the beautiful Ling Zai Jai, then they will have a chance. At the same time, Why Wodu Kwan said in shock, "Wow, this is what he caused the noise." Server-wide announcement. Thanks to the talent of the flower monster, he can see everything perfectly at a distance of 400 meters. He added, "It's amazing that monsters can see so well through mutation." Why Wodu Kwan stood among the thick fog and looked into the distance through it. In front of him, in the fog, dark silhouettes of werewolves with glowing eyes were visible. These were saber-toothed jackals with lions' manes. Their eyes glowed white. Above them is an inscription in black letters, "Mutation." Lu Chen, with a blue gaming helmet on his head, looked at the screen with excitement and said, "There are so many monsters with mutation. He is afraid that they will be difficult to deal with." Suddenly his face lit up, and with a joyful smile he asked the question, how could he forget? Lu Chen happily said that he was a wild monster who had also mutated. He asked cheerfully, then why couldn't he deal with them? A muscular jackal with a lion's mane appeared on the screen, its mouth open predatorily, showing sharp fangs. His long, sharp claws took up half the screen and sparkled menacingly. The name was written above it, Mutated Elite Jackal, 2 of them. Next came the image of a dead monster with iron horns on its head. Her shoulders, chest, and knees were protected by metal armor. The eyes glowed brightly with white light. She opened her toothy mouth predatorily and looked ahead defiantly. The name is written at the top, Mutated Elite Banshee Sticks, 1 piece. Why Wodu Kwang said happily, his attributes doubled, damage over 400, armor 130, health over 10,000. He looked powerful and intimidating on screen. His magical aura glowed brightly with a blue-white color. Why Wodu Kwan, a lion-maned jackal snake monster whose body was protected by metal armor. He laughed joyfully and added that this is the advantage of a wild monster, stability. 15 minutes later, Lu Chen began to put the helmet on his head again and thought that there were so many players in the unified zone. He must be doing very well in a 10th level city. He will decide that he will go to the live broadcast of Fengling Zai and watch what is happening. Through the system panel, he saw a 10th level city called Storm City. In the middle of the city stood a huge castle, reminiscent of a church in its columns and towers. There was a noticeable fog everywhere near this building, through which it was impossible to see the huge crowd of people. Someone's voice announced, inviting everyone to watch the game. He added that they should take a look at the Storm City after everyone merges. Meanwhile, people were walking in a huge crowd along the streets of the city. Their loud footsteps could even be heard through the screen. It was the same voice that said that the current main city had become even larger than the newcomer village. Ling Zai Jai walked among the crowd of people with her hand on her chest and said, in addition, for players higher than level 10, the protection was removed. She added that now everyone is looking for the lost Garden of Eden, and for this reason there were no team battles. Ling Zai Jai explained that she had been transferred. She was without a baby, and she was very scared. The men next to her twisted their mouths angrily, looking forward. Lu Chen, meanwhile, brought his finger with a long claw closer to the screen and said that everyone should quickly follow him. He thought, as he stood up threateningly in a fighting pose, that being a player was not easy. He immediately mentally added how good it is that he is a wild monster. He assumed that it would take players some time to find the entrance to the lost Garden of Eden. He began to think further that they should take this opportunity and hunt new monsters. Lu Chen thoughtfully thought that he had better hide this thing that was on his head. He will decide that this affects his image as a boss too much. There was a flower on his head. After some time, the system panel reported that the Silver Wolf U Elite level 15 mutations had been killed. 1,250 experience points were obtained, 3 level 4 talent fragments were obtained, and 3 level 4 attribute fragments were obtained. Lu Chen's mercenaries, meanwhile, fought the wolves, confidently striking. Another system panel reported that the Silver Wolf U and the 15th level mutation had been killed again. 1,250 experience points were obtained, 3 level 4 talent fragments were obtained, and 3 level 4 attribute fragments were obtained. Lu Chen quickly moved forward, crawling along the ground with his long snake tail. The system panel reported again that once again the U Silver Wolf level 15 elite mutations had been killed. He gained 1,250 experience points, received 3 level 4 talent fragments, and obtained 3 level 4 attribute fragments. Another system panel reported that he had received a white spiked mace item of level 10. He also received a level 10 white wolf skin shoulder pad item. The next item I received was white wolf skin shoulder pads, level 10. The last item he was rewarded with was a level 10 white spiked mace. Lu Chen mentally cursed and exclaimed that the fused mutations dropped cool equipment. He added that this is a lot and very quickly. He bared his teeth menacingly, standing in front of the boss, who had an eye in his forehead, and thought, this is a real treasure. He wondered what kind of things the boss dropped. The next system panel announced that the boss of the Silver Wolves, U, a level 17 elite mutation, was killed. He gained 2,750 points, received 3 level 5 talent fragments, and obtained 3 level 5 attribute fragments. Lu Chen placed the spiked bat on the boss's dead body, examining it carefully. The system panel reported that a level 15 green Silver Wolf boss claw item had been received. It was also written that the item received was an iron ring of the underworld of green color of the 15th level. In the next one, it was written that a level 10 white wolf skin shoulder pad item was obtained. The system panels reappeared with the frame of someone's clawed hand. Underneath it was written that this was a level 15 green silver wolf boss claw. This had damage ranging from 22 to 38. Its strength was 16, agility 21, and constitution 19. Increased critical strike chance by 3% and critical strike damage by 10%. The next frame in the system panel, similar to a ring, was labeled as the Iron Ring of the Underworld. It was green in color and was level 15. The level of this was from 13 to 18 points. Increased the chance of a critical hit by 4%. Lu Chen exclaimed smugly that the weapon with high damage and the ring that added critical hits were very cool. He clenched his fists confidently and decided that he would put it on. He again decisively added that he was putting it on. Lu Chen threw something up, breaking this one in half, and thought that 30% critical hit, 10% increase in damage was equipment that could be put away and removed whenever he wanted. He added that it was very good. He began to think further that the large mace that he had been using all this time could be sold to him. Some time later, Lu Chen opened the system panel, looking at this, and asked the question, why did the prices of equipment increase so much? He suggested that because of this shared service association, everyone needed more equipment. He grinned, pressing something on the system panel, and exclaimed, "More money is working." His mercenaries, meanwhile, quickly ran after him again. Lu Chen shouted to them that they made 15,000 in 5 minutes. He added that they can improve and earn money. He asked them to help him clear out the monsters. Meanwhile, on the Mountain of Animals. The mountain was so long that the end of it was completely enveloped by clouds. Someone's dissatisfied voice came from the forest next to the mountains that this Wai Wo Du Quan had just sold the equipment that was dropped by the Yu Silver Wolf. The same voice added that most of the entrances to the Lost Garden of Eden are located here. The guy with long hair confirmed this and told everyone to watch carefully. People began to look around tensely. Suddenly, a bare-chested man pointed his finger to the side at the thicket of trees that were in white thyme, and shouted that it was fog. Another person who had fur on his shoulders suggested that this was the way to go. The system panel reported that Wai Wo's player Du Quan was entering the southeast eye of the formation, so the fog's advance was accelerating. The fog began to spread abundantly through the air, illuminating people with bright colors. One of the people cursed angrily and shouted that Wai Wo Du Quan had found it. Someone else pumped very loudly so that they would not worry, because the fact that he found it did not mean that he had escaped. A bare-chested man raised a wooden bat up and invited all the people to go towards the fog. He suggested that there must have been a lost Garden of Eden there. The guy behind him with fur on his neck agreed and shouted that they were now heading towards the fog. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a huge stone, illuminated in different colors, stood in the middle of the fog. Someone's voice suggested that this was the Southeast Eye Formation. Lu Chen stood in front of it and asked the question, "How?" He asked, "Does he need to destroy this stone pillar?" He turned to the mercenaries behind him and said that now they would try to attack. The Banshee stood behind him, her arms outstretched threateningly. She quickly began to run forward towards a pillar shining brightly in different colors. Meanwhile, the soul of the 20th level evil wolf Hatchai appeared next to her. The Banshee grinned in anger. Hatchai struck her with a bat, causing damage of 14, and later 1,255 and 1,286. The Banshee tried to push away from his bat. Lu Chen, meanwhile, looked at it all in shock and, cursing, shouted that one wave had destroyed half of his health. He bent his whole body and said how strong he was. He added that he would strike first, and his mercenaries would retreat. Behind him stood all his mercenaries, adopting a fighting pose. Hatchai continued to swing the bat, causing only 1 damage. Meanwhile, he began to reduce his energy, first by 300, then again by 300. Lu Chen cursed and mentally asked a question. Did his 500th attack not break through his armor? He concluded that this monster had 100,000 health. Lu Chen dodged his attack, striking him again with 1,089 and 1 in 122. Lu Chen mentally concluded that judging by his attack, his magic defense was 0. He continued to think further, if he is attacked, then only with the use of mana to kill him. Lu Chen again stood in a fighting pose and began to reason further that this time they would have a really tough battle. First he arms his team, then together they beat him to death. His mercenaries, meanwhile, stood expectantly behind him, bats lowered. Lu Chen turned to them and shouted at them to hurry up, because they were attacking. Suddenly, a web began to emerge from his torso with a loud sound. He began to entwine Hattie, who was waving his hands clenched into fists with incomprehension. His mercenaries, meanwhile, were approaching him, trying to strike with bats. Lu Chen turned to the mercenaries and pumped them up to take a potion to restore health. He continued to release a white web from his torso, binding Hatchai. Suddenly the monster broke free, hitting one of the mercenaries who was approaching him with his bat. The binding web broke into many pieces, bursting due to his strength. Lu Chen approached him from behind, trying to strike. 1 hour later, Hattie's vital energy has almost come to an end. Lu Chen stabbed him with his long claws again and shouted to the mercenaries to attack carefully and try not to make mistakes. The Banshee, meanwhile, released the skull, which burned with a violet-blue flame. Behind Hatchai were the Jackal mercenaries, who beat him on the back with bats. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the Zuwai Guo put his hand to his mouth and shouted for everyone to pay attention, because the entrance should be in front of them. Another person swung a bat at the wolf and shouted that these silver wolves were much stronger than ordinary wild monsters. Another shirtless man agreed with this and said that the attacks on the equipment were rapidly decreasing. He added that the most important thing was that their damage was weakened quite a lot. Ling Zaijai, meanwhile, lowered the bat down and said, looking around intently, so that the wolves would mutate and become more powerful. Shanshin turned to the side in surprise, wiping her sweat with her hand, and said that the poisonous fog not only made the monsters stronger, but also weakened them. Ling Zaijai meanwhile struck one of the wolves. A guy with a naked torso asked the question, what will happen if this fog spreads to the main city? He shouted for everyone to stop thinking and find a way out first. Meanwhile, a system panel appeared next to them, reporting that Wo Du Quan had destroyed the southeastern eye of the formation. This deserved the title of Best Player. The people looked up in shock and shouted that Wo Du Quan had already destroyed the eye of the formation. Everyone opened their mouths in shock, being in the middle of the fog. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the system panel congratulated on the destruction of the southeastern eye of pharmacy. This began to describe his reward. Lu Chen exhaled tiredly and said that they had finally destroyed. Otherwise, he was completely tired. The mercenaries next to him tiredly leaned their backs on the pillar. The banshees generally lay down on the ground, putting their arms out in an unnatural position. Lu Chen playfully glanced to the side and exclaimed that after so much effort, the reward should be more than generous. The system panel reported that he had defeated the evil wolf and could choose a reward from the following options. The first option was that he could choose Hatchai's wolf shard. This allowed him to summon this wolf. He will fight for him, and the duration of the battle and combat skills will increase as his level increases. The second reward was a baby Hattie. This allowed him to summon the wolf cub Hattie. He was weaker than the other cubs, but could easily distract his enemies from attacking. The system panel said that when he grew up, it would give him a huge surprise. Lu Chen thoughtfully put his hands to his chin and said that now he has his own territory. He thought that he would be better off choosing a Hattie cub to house and raise rather than summoning a full-fledged wolf for a limited time. Lu Chen clearly said that she was choosing the second option. The system panel informed him that he had chosen the second reward and received the Hattie wolf cub. The Hattie cub dropped the pacifier from his mouth and began to howl desperately. Lu Chen picked him up, slightly lifting him up, and said that he needed to look at the properties. The system panel reported that this is the character Hatchai. This level was 0. The top one in front of the baby's level was the 10th. The height was 0 out of 100,000 mana and 0 out of 100,000 evil wolf cub. The physical attributes were Strength 1, Agility 1, and Constitution 1. Hattie had 1 damage and 0 armor. His health was 100%, but his talent was unknown. It was supposed to be a seal. Lu Chen put him on his shoulder, gently patted him on the back, and assumed that the cub with damage alone was quite weak. He added that it takes a lot of mana to grow. He exclaimed that now they will not rush. Lu Chen waved his hand and addressed the mercenaries, assuming that they had disappeared somewhere. He thought they were killing monsters, improving themselves to move to the next level. The mercenaries behind him were angrily swinging their bats, looking around. Some time later, the man raised his bat and addressed team number 7. He shouted at them to continue fighting. The man then addressed team 3, telling them they were retreating to resupply. He added to them that they would be back soon. People, meanwhile, in the midst of the huge rising dust, were still fighting with the silver wolves. The guy looked at another guy with long hair standing in front of him and shouted that the spellmaster was casting an amplifier, so they needed to be careful. Meanwhile, the magician said that there weren't many UU silver wolves left. A diagram appeared above his hand, which had many branches. The system panel appeared at the top again and told them that Wo's player Du Quan had walked to the southern area of the pharmacy eye, so the fog was accelerating. One of the people swore angrily and asked a question, "Has he already found the second formation?" Another person shouted that they didn't have much time left, so they had to hurry. Another guy, swinging a bat, also swore and shouted that there weren't many of them, so they couldn't catch anyone. Half an hour later, a huge portal appeared next to the people. Inside him, the blue aura gradually branched out, turning it into a whirlpool. Some people asked a question, did he teleport after entering? The same voice added that they now need to disperse. Someone else asked the question, how can they get together? Another person agreed unhappily and exclaimed that their plan would not work. Meanwhile, Huang Keo is in the Union. Feng Tian put the bat on his shoulder. The boss at Huang Keo asked him a question, how is the training camp going? Feng Tian replied that they were returning, because about 70 people had arrived. The boss in Huang Keo said that it was good. He asked a question, what about monitoring the movements of other people? The assistant boss at Huang Keo spoke, explaining that about 70 people from Zhang AI and Hang Xiao Qianzia's teams had arrived. He explained that they kill monsters. The boss in Huang Keo looked at him sideways, pointed his thumb at himself, and told him not to worry about the monsters. He added that the fog was spreading, so it wasn't all bad. He explained that if one of them died, it would not be difficult to return. He said that they were now moving on to searching for the formation. The system panel reappeared above them and announced that the player Wo Du Quan had destroyed the southern eye of pharmacy. There were only 6 left. The boss in Huang Keo swore in shock. He raised the bat up, starting to quickly run forward, shouting that he had destroyed another one. He shouted that there were 6 formation eyes left, so he needed to be faster. Meanwhile, elsewhere, someone's voice said that he had chosen reward number 2. Lu Chen, meanwhile, raised his hand up, inviting the bird flying past him to sit down. He thought that he had another mythical beast, the vulture Vidfornir. Lu Chen continued to hold Hatcheye on his shoulder. He thought that he could raise 1, which means he could raise 2. He began to think further. If he can raise them, then even more so a 3rd. He mentally decided that he would move on to the next eye of the formation. He looked smugly at the system panel and thought that he had collected a lot of equipment. There was little left for healing potions. He knew that without them, he could not kill the boss. Lu Chen was upset that this couldn't be bought anywhere. Suddenly, a voice from the fog asked the question, what are the jackals doing here? Lu Chen looked back and concluded that it was the other players who had come. Some of the people said who knew this place and how strange it was. Another person added that they need to be careful not to attract the attention of monsters. Another man, who came a little further forward, shouted that visibility was too low, so they needed to stay in formation. He decided that they needed to observe first and then take action. Lu Chen about the task well turned in their direction. Suddenly, one of the people noticed his outline and asked the question, what kind of boss is this? He exclaimed that his name was so long. Another person looked ahead in shock and asked the question, is this a super mutation? He exclaimed that this is a huge name. The magician, meanwhile, pointed his finger forward and said, he doesn't see clearly, but he feels that he is very strong. Lu Chen, meanwhile, grinned and said that Zhengzhu did not have any healing potions. He immediately said that now they would fight. He turned to his mercenaries and shouted for them to move forward. Banshees and jackals began to attack people. A bright purple aura appeared everywhere, making it impossible to see anything properly. The man froze before the banshee's attack and, cursing, asked the question, "Who did this?" He exclaimed, "What kind of damage is this?" He added that it takes a lot of damage. Another guy with a naked torso slightly bent his body and, refusing, shouted that their team would destroy them. He shouted that Zhu Xiang's people would come and kill him no matter what. Suddenly, he began to fall back from a strong blow to his back. The man standing next to him, wearing a brown jacket, swore and shouted that their leader had been killed. Another one of the people, falling down, shouted that this boss was too scary. Many people began to fall down, dissolving into the atmosphere. Someone's voice shouted that this was the end, and they would be killed. 5 minutes later, Lu Chen looked to the side and thought that he had returned the equipment. He immediately remembered that those whose level was more than 10 were not counted as beginners. Behind him walked his mercenaries. Lu Chen thought what an unexpected surprise this was. He suggested that, as a wild monster, he needed to improve more. He looked to the side and addressed the mercenaries, telling them to put on their equipment. Lu Chen looked forward at the flying Vidfornir and decided that they would quickly kill them. He began to think further that this was the closest entrance to the southwest eye of the formation, so he would use the Son of the Sacred Fire. Meanwhile, in the southwestern eye, pharmacy, a huge scorpion attacked people, aiming its sting at them. People began to desperately fly away. Lu Chen watched all this and whispered that there were about 300 of them. He decided that they were well trained in combat, and their boss had found a way to get here. He realized that they were not bad. He concluded that they shouldn't worry, because they would probably fight for a few more hours and lose. Lu Chen began to say in the same quiet voice, looking at the system panel that appeared in front of him, that he would watch the official live broadcast, where Feng Lingzai explained the situation with the Lost Garden of Eden. Lingzai Jai, meanwhile, stood in the system panel among the monsters and explained that she was now in the Western Formation. She said that judging by the current situation, the murder of this boss took a long time. She added that she would now look at other improvements. One of the people struck the scorpion directly on the head and shouted that after the Southwest Formation he would die the fastest and most likely the first to die. Another person who was standing below the boss said that the Northwest Formation post would then be defeated. In that formation, there was a huge goblin with 4 arms. Ling Zaijai, meanwhile, added that the boss of the Western Formation would finally be defeated. It was a monster with horns like a bull. Lu Chen thought it was great because he had received official information. He decided that he would kill everyone in that order. Half an hour later, Lu Chen turned to the mercenaries behind him and told them to rest for a while. He adjusted his shoulder pads and said that they would go compete with other players. Hachai was still sitting on his shoulder with a pacifier in his teeth. Wai Wodu Quan put his hand forward and, opening his toothy mouth predatorily, shouted, "Let him get entangled in the web." 4 streams of white cobwebs appeared from the golden buckle at his waist. A small dog, Hachai, sat on Wai Wodu Quan's shoulder, looking ahead in fear and sucking on a pacifier. The dark-haired guy screamed in fear, "Web!" He, a girl with long blonde hair, and another guy were tightly bound by a white, strong web. A guy with chocolate-colored hair asked a question in fear, "Are there other monsters?" The bald man who was standing next to him shouted in fear to let him go and asked the question, "What else is this?" Wai Wodu Quan was approaching them, raising his hand with long, sharp claws. The guy with chocolate hair noticed in shock that he had a very long name. Wai Wodu Quan and his subordinates fought fearlessly and furiously with a group of guys, striking them with strong blows and scattering them in different directions. One of them, flying to the side from a strong blow, shouted irritably, "Why is there another boss here?" Another guy with long black hair tied at the back of his head shouted in panic that they were about to be destroyed. The bald man shouted in fear that this boss could summon other monsters. 8 minutes later, Wai Wodu Quan resolutely rushed into battle, holding sharp blades protruding from his fist in front of him. A huge monster with a shark's mouth and crab claws came out to meet him. Flashes of lightning flashed brightly in the air. 5 minutes later, the system notified that Wai Wo player Du Quan had destroyed the southwestern eye of the formation. Wai Wodu Quan smiled happily and said that there were 2 left to kill. He laughed and thought that was good. He can kill, use heals, and can also grab the boss. He uses all the possibilities at the same time. He'll take the next one. The western eye of the formation appeared on the screen, a huge red monster with a huge fanged mouth and a long tongue. Golden rings rotated and glowed around him. The monster was fought by a group of men who tried to hit it with bats. One of the men ordered them to attack harder. The bald man shouted a warning to be careful with his skills. He can drain mana. Wodu Kwan approached them with great speed on a snake tail, scattering rivals from another alliance on both sides. He looked at the monster carefully and thought that this boss could absorb mana and turn it into health, one more terrible than the other. An hour later, Wodu Kwan looked with emotion at the small red dog with a lion's mane, who sat calmly in his palm. In addition, Hachai and two small beasts, a gray wolf and a purple scorpion, sat on his shoulders. The game system notified that player boss Huang Ko destroyed the western eye of the formation. The vulture Vidfornir flew past and looked down at the tiny lion with interest. Wodu Kwan thought that the 5 had already been captured. Finally, only one more eye of the formation remained to be ruined. The game system congratulated you on collecting all 4 cubs of ancient beasts, Hathai, Vitaphonir, Hellhound, Chimera, as well as on the launch of the secret mission Fierce Beast. Wodu Kwan looked up and read the information that the Lost Garden of Eden mission, a ferocious beast, was unique and limited in time. Mission description: you need to catch any combination of 4 ancient beasts to start the mission. In a mission, after killing 4 higher beasts, he can receive a summoning stone or a cub of one of the 4 higher beasts. The duration of the mission is limited to 24 hours. Next was a list of 4 items that listed ancient beasts: Wolf Dragon Fernir, Black Dragon Nidhogg, Serpent Hormigand, Kraken of the North Sea. If he agrees to complete the mission, then let him choose one of the following 4 strongest beasts. Wodu Kwan said that he wanted to choose someone strong. He will choose it. Wodu Kwan pressed his gray-clawed finger on the beast called the Black Dragon Nidhogg. The game system notified that he had chosen a beast. The ferocious beast mission had begun. You need to place the summoning stones of the 4 ancient ferocious beasts or their cubs on the stone pillars in the appropriate order. Wodu Kwan and his team, consisting of 3 werewolf jackals and 2 undead monsters, stood in the open area and looked at the gray stone pillars floating in the air. There were 4 small animals sitting on the tops. Wodu Kwan asked with excitement, "This is not the prayer of the secret kingdom. Once he places them on the pillars, they will not return to him." Yes. A luminous magical whirlwind was spinning in the air between the stone pillars. Little Hachai howled as he stood on top of the pillar. A white magical glow appeared around him. Suddenly, 2 huge spirits of ferocious wolves appeared from a luminous whirlwind, who howled terribly in response to Hattie's call. They towered majestically in the skies. Wodu Kwan opened his mouth in surprise and cursed. He looked around at the other doors that were on top of the pillars. The little cubs turned into adult and powerful animals. Wodu Kwan looked at them in shock and said that he didn't want to kill all 4 of them. Suddenly, the sky opposite him turned red-orange. A huge monster's face emerged from the flames. His eyes glowed brightly with fire. Wodu Kwan looked at this and anxiously asked the question, how can he defeat this thing? Looking around, he was surprised to see 4 powerful, adult animals that slowly approached him and stood next to him. Wodu Kwan thought uncertainly, perhaps these 4 would help him. Wolf Hattie is good in combos, Vidfornir can split, and Hellhound can absorb mana. Combined with Chimera skills, this can be useful. Wodu Kwan looked up and thought. He shouted, "Okay, let them give him a chance." Surrounded by 3 powerful beasts, he rushed into battle. The vulture Vidfornir flew above them, claws thrust forward predatorily. Lightning flashed brightly in the air, and multicolored magical whirlwinds swirled. In front of them, a monster dragon stood on its hind legs, spreading its wings menacingly. He opened his fanged mouth and looked with a fierce gaze at the opponents in front of him. His torso and wings glowed with a fiery aura. As Wodu Kwan and his beasts approached, the monster flapped its wings and released a stream of fire from its mouth. The fire fell in an endless stream from top to bottom onto the ground, causing enormous damage -2,000 to the ferocious beasts. Why Wodu Quan shouted in fear that this was a magic attack. 2,000 damage in one hit. If it weren't for the 4 fierce beasts, they would definitely die. Why Wodu Quan spread his arms to the sides and ordered his subordinates to step aside and retreat to a safe place. He released 2 white streams of strong white web and entangled the powerful legs of the monster with it. Why Wodu Quan thought, in fact, the web could wrap around in a second. At first he assumed that it was useless, but he did not expect this. It's magic. Why Wodu Quang commanded the Hellhound to suck out mana. Let the Chimera conjure dizziness. He hurried them excitedly. The Hellhound jumped onto the fiery wing of the monster and dealt -1 damage to it. The monster was enchanted with dizziness and spun in a circle. Information appeared on the screen that the damage from the poison was -300 times. Why Wodu Quang shouted out excitedly that the monster had 500,000 health. They will fight him for a long time. An hour later, the northeast eye of the formation. Huang Keo's team fought furiously against the huge griffin monster. They hit him with powerful blows. A slender girl with blue hair from the Zhan Sheng's Yu Wu team looked forward with dissatisfaction and, turning to Huang Sha, said that something is wrong with Huang Keo's people. They are deliberately trying to separate the Shiju from them. She is afraid that boss Huang Keo wants to break the contract. Huang Sha replied that they agreed to work together, side by side. He angrily asked, does he want to deal with everything himself? A dark-haired guy with a bare torso raised his bat and shouted, if everyone comes closer to the pillar, then the people from Huang Keo will play a cruel joke. The guys who followed him stopped in fear and looked in that direction. The boss in Huang Keo looked at them predatorily and said that everyone was on Zhan Shan's side. But this evil beast belongs to their team. Feng Tian laughed mockingly and told the boss not to worry. The boss added that Zhan Shang is helping the idiot. He ordered his team to hurry up. After some time, the system notified that the player boss Huang Keo had destroyed the eastern eye of the formation. He raised his hand triumphantly and joyfully said that there were 2 more left. A message appeared in a blue rectangle with blue letters that the server-wide mission was completed. Thanks to our joint efforts, the fog was repelled. Since the hidden mission has not yet ended, let everyone wait. The time for receiving double experience and rewards will be announced after the end of the mission. Huang Sha gritted his teeth angrily and frowned. He said they are no longer with them. The blue-haired girl with a furious expression on her face said that she needed to find the beast. Huang Sha added angrily that they would kill them. They both had bats in their hands at the ready. The screen lit up bright blue. The system notified that the transmission had begun. Many players stood waiting with their hands down. The entire Zhan Shan team was awaiting the announcement of the results of this mission. The blonde girl said with relief, finally. The bald guy fell to his knees in despair and said, unfortunately, not a single ferocious beast could be caught. A guy with dark hair and a blue t-shirt, wiping away tears of resentment, said that Wai Wodu Quan got 5 grand. One of the group members demanded to see the status. He asked a question. Wild monsters won't jump out at them, will they? The angry players, holding bats in front of them, rushed towards the members of Huang Keo's group. One of them angrily shouted for the freak from Huang Keo to return his pet. He is a scoundrel. They agreed to give them the second reward, but Peng secretly stole it. The brown-haired man with short hair quickly ran forward and commanded Zhan Sheng's men to attack. Boss Huang Keo thought in fear that the status could not be turned off. The pet would explode. He wondered, who makes the hidden dungeons? Why haven't they come out yet? Behind him, a fierce battle was going on between the players. At this time, there was a battle between the fire dragon and Wai Wodu Quang. The Hellhound stood on a fiery wing and growled predatorily. Wai Wodu Quang said happily, great, he can finally kill him. The 2-horned dragon monster glared angrily with a fiery gaze. Wai Wodu Quan and his subordinate werewolves dealt powerful blows to the monster's wing. At the entrance to the lost Garden of Eden, people fought against each other, hitting each other with bats. Those who received blows began to cough up blood and fell down. A strong explosion occurred near them, causing a huge wave of fire to rise upward. A guy with severe shortness of breath asked another question. What happened? Why is he taking risks? Another guy asked him a question. Doesn't he know? He explained that the guys from Huang Ko robbed Zhan Sheng Ziwu. The guy in the sleeveless jacket asked him a question. Is he so ignorant of combat ethics? Meanwhile, the man turned back, where another strong explosion occurred, and asked the question, why is there a fight? Meanwhile, people began to fly away due to a strong blast wave. The girl replied that they would strengthen Shen Xiu's team. Another guy with a bare torso and a spiked iron bat shouted at them to stop talking because they needed help. Another man quickly began to run forward, swung his cleaver and shouted for them to be faster. He asked a question. The system is silent, continues to post advertisements, so that they don't know who they are robbing. The guy with the red bandage around his neck agreed and shouted that they needed to move faster. Meanwhile, more explosions were heard from behind, from which people tried to escape as quickly as possible. The guy with the cleaver exclaimed that this was right. He added that they would have to do it faster. He again began waving his weapon invitingly and shouted that they were only interceding for the sake of Sheng Xiu's team. All the people continued to angrily fight off the other people attacking them with their feet and hands. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Lu Chen looked at the system panel while his pet was sitting on his arm and said that this was not bad, because he had another baby. The system panel reported that he had successfully completed the mission called Ultimate Beast, revealing another secret mission called Blood Demon. It was drawn in a frame that looked like a dragon's head encircling the letters inside it. The system panel reported that the mission was a bloody demon. The system panel told him to complete the mission about the beasts and clear the 3 hidden dungeons of the Twilight of the Gods, the Temple of Demons, and the Valley of Ghosts. Further, it was written that he should gather 4 cubs of animals: the wolf dragon Fenrir, the black dragon Nidhogg, the serpent Jormungand, and the kraken of the Northern Sea. The execution process was one of 4. Another system panel told him to collect the most terrible cubs of these animals. The first was Typhon, the second was a 3-headed hellhound, the third was a jellyfish, and the fourth was a 100-headed titanosaur. The mission progress was 0 out of 4. Another system panel reported that the copy of Twilight of the Gods was unfinished. The replica of the Demon Temple was also unfinished. The Valley of Ghosts also had an unfinished status. The reward for the mission was 1 divine blood unit and 1 demon seed. Lu Chen opened his mouth in shock and cursed, exclaiming that this was impossible. He added that this is a difficult mission. The next panel appeared above him again, and this one said that the mission called the Lost Garden of Eden was completed, so he would be teleported to the entrance of the garden. Lu Chen began to look around in surprise, noticing some patterns in the game program. Lu Chen appeared in the forest, where people continued to fight among themselves. They furiously struck each other with bats and fists. Lu Chen opened his eyes in surprise and cursed in a whisper. He exclaimed that 1,000 people were fighting. He asked the question, what happened? Suddenly, one of the men looked at Lu Chen standing in front of him and shouted that they still have a boss. He asked the question, did you manage to take something from the Lost Garden of Eden? Another guy next to him with a taped hand shouted that his name was such a long one. Suddenly, Lu Chen quickly began to move away from them, leaving behind only a dark essence. People looked at him in surprise, starting to panic. Lu Chen, meanwhile, quickly began to run forward and said that it was a terrible feeling to be beaten by so many people. He decided that he needed to get away from here faster. He added that it was not far from his territory. Lu Chen decided that he would run even faster. Sometime later, Lu Chen turned to the mercenaries standing in front of him and, waving them off, said that they should go home as quickly as possible. Suddenly, someone shouted to Boss Huang Ko that he couldn't escape. The same voice added that the 2 of them had gone crazy. Lu Chen turned back in surprise. He mentally asked the question, what happened? Have they caught up? Meanwhile, in the middle of the forest, Boss Huang Ko was fighting against another guy. They skillfully hit each other with bats. Ling Zai, meanwhile, stood between the trees, carefully watching their battle. Lu Chen chuckled and said quietly that they had chosen a good place. He assumed they didn't even know it was his territory. He added that it would be a shame if he did not deal with them. Boss Huang Ko swung his bat at the guy and shouted at him not to even think that he would leave here alive. The guy angrily shouted that he was lying and needed to die. Ling Zai, meanwhile, ran out from behind the trees and also began swinging her bat directly at the boss. At the same time, Jackals began to quickly run out of the bushes towards the people. The jackal hit Lin Zai with all his strength, and she began to desperately fall down. Meanwhile, the jackals began to strike the guy directly in the legs and neck. The banshees began to strangle the boss with an angry expression on their faces. An aura began to emanate from their bodies in all directions. Some time later, someone was holding a ball in their hands, in which a girl with red horns and red wings was placed. The boss at this time was lying on the ground in a disabled state. Lu Chen picked up another orange ball in which he placed the animal and looked at it carefully. He thought it was no wonder that the system had to announce every time who destroyed the eye of the formation. He said that it happened to be taken from someone. He immediately added that 100% someone would understand this. Lu Chen grinned contentedly and said that everyone should go, because they might be able to take something from them. He began to rapidly move forward and look around. He exclaimed, it was unexpected that the last one was not taken away. He exclaimed that this was great. Ling Zai, meanwhile, was fighting with the girl and shouted at them to do it faster, because he had some health left. Another guy started swinging a bat and shouted what they needed to do quickly so they wouldn't let him escape. The girl with green hair agreed and shouted that they would kill him. Meanwhile, one of the people began to fly to the side due to a strong explosive attack and screamed desperately. Lu Chen quickly advanced directly towards the green-haired guys and Ling Zai standing in front. Ling Zai meanwhile shouted that where did this strong boss come from? Another man screamed desperately and asked the question, what kind of situation is this? He shouted at them to stop. Some time later, Lu Chen held another ball with snakes inside in his hands and said with satisfaction that he had collected everything. Meanwhile, in all countries, people were lying unconscious among the rising dust and smoke. The system panel congratulated him on collecting all the baby beasts and completing the secret mission of the ultimate beast. The next system panel said the mission would end in 5 minutes, so he should have completed everything by then. The Absolute Beast mission, a secret mission in the Forest of Mist, was limited in time because it is the one and only. The content of this was to choose one of the 4 cubs of the beasts and send him to the formation of the beasts so that he would kill the remaining ones. It said there were only 24 hours left. The reward was an egg from one of the 4 beasts. Lu Chen began to press something with his finger on the system panel and said that this time everything should have been much simpler. 2 hours later, Lu Chen happily closed his eyes and exhaled tiredly, saying that he had laid out all the equipment on the trading floor, left the game and went to bed. Meanwhile, in reality, Lu Chen took off his helmet and, holding the phone in his hands, turned to the side in surprise. He said that the equipment was sold out and he currently had about $1 million in savings. He exclaimed that he needed to surprise his sister. Lu Chen looked at the notification on his phone from the missed call and said that there were 16 missed calls. He asked a question, maybe something happened to Lao Lu. He dialed the phone and turned to Lao Lu, saying that he had slept and had just woken up. He asked her a question, what happened there? The voice said that this was not just a game. The same voice added through the phone that their team had become a target for people from Huangkeo. Then the same voice began to explain that every time they go into the forest, they catch them and then attack them, and this was very annoying. Half an hour later, Lao Lu held the phone in her hands and turned to Lu Chen and thanked him. She said that she felt better when she talked to him. Lu Chen said sadly, it's a pity that she doesn't play, because they could have stuck together. Lao Lu waved him off with a sad smile and said that they would have enough talking and let him go to bed early. Lu Chen told her to go to bed too and not to worry, because everything will be fine. He hung up the phone and looked ahead with a frown, thinking that the current situation was unusual. He was afraid that it would be useless for Lao Lu to confess. He mentally added that it was better not to tell her anything for now. Lu Chen held the phone in his hands and began to think further. If Huangkeo dared to offend his sister, he would make them all pay. 2 days later, Lu Chen stood on one leg in the middle of the room and held onto the wheelchair with his hand. He looked at his leg with delight and said that his right leg was almost restored. He will finally become a normal person. A blue gaming helmet lay next to him on the wheelchair seat. Lu Chen put on the helmet, smiled happily, and thought that he was now level 14. Based on this progress, he would be able to fully recover after about 3 levels. The game began loading, and blue rectangles appeared on the dark blue screen. Lu Chen asked in surprise, "What kind of game is Nine Heavens?" "It's magical, completely different from the game on Earth." Wai Wodu Quan and his team were in a sunlit clearing with bushes and trees growing around them. Small animals were running around them. He said that these 10 kids need to be improved. Jackal and Banshee Sticks each held one gray wolf cub in their arms. The rest of the kids ran around the clearing and frolicked. One of the jackals looked at one of them, puzzled, and began to think. Wai Wodu Quan said that 1 child per child, let them not die. He'll go for a walk. Wai Wodu Quan pressed something on the game panel with his clawed finger and said that the wild area is so vast that it is very difficult to find the people from Huangkeo. It's better to ask someone for help. He wrote a message in the chat asking if Huang could help him find union members. A player from the Iron Patriotism Alliance replied, "Okay, he will ask his people to pay attention to them. If anyone sees the Huangkeo guys, he will let him know." Wai Wodu Quan thanked him for this. A player from the Iron Patriotism Union wrote that he is very polite. If he has good equipment, let him tell them. They will buy at a good price. Wai Wodu Quan assured that he would do so. 5 minutes later, someone excitedly asked the question, "Is this the boss?" Wai Wodu Quan stabbed several guys with sharp blades protruding from his fist. They, bleeding, flew off in different directions. Some of them, shocked, asked the question, "Where did it come from?" One of them desperately shouted that this was terrible. His experience had doubled. After some time, the defeated opponents lay motionless on the sunny lawn. Wai Wodu Quan, holding the blue bottle in his hand, thought that if he wanted to help Lao Lu solve her problem, then he could only become a strong shoulder for her to rely on. To help her, he needs to get a human form. By the way, he remembers that the condition for obtaining a skin on the trading platform is to kill more than 1,000 monsters of the same type. Players are also kind of monsters. Wai Wodu Quan found information on the game screen that the progress in obtaining the human skin was 439 out of 1,000. Wai Wodu Quan joyfully raised his hands in front of him with his palms facing the sky and joyfully said, "Exactly. He'll just help his sister." After a while, Wai Wodu Quan furiously slashed his sharp blades at the players, who flew upward. His eyes burned with a determined fire. Over time, 10 hours later, Wai Wodu Quan looked around and saw many human corpses on the deserted ground. He said irritably that the skin was too difficult to tear. He cannot. These freaks want to piss him off. He added that he wanted to see how his sister was doing. Lu Chen held a white cell phone next to his ear and asked the question, "How is Lao Lu doing?" Her voice was heard from the phone. She said it was bad. They're after them again. Tired of it. Lu Chen smiled and told her not to be angry and tell him her nickname. He knows one specialist who will help her. Cunning lights flashed in his eyes. Lao Lu asked a question. How does he know him? Lu Chen sat in a wheelchair in front of a window through which he could see the city at night. He asked the question cheerfully. She doesn't believe her brother, right? He told her to calm down. This man is simply amazing. Lao Lu said in disbelief. He doesn't play games. How does he know? Lu Chen told her not to say anything stupid. Lao Lu gave up and said okay. She gave her nickname. He carefully told her to go to bed. Let him leave all the problems to him. The cell phone screen went dark. 2 days later, looking at the blue game screen, Lu Chen decided that he would add Lao Lu anonymously so that she would not know that he was Wai Wodu Quan. The system notified that a friend with the nickname her beloved brother has been added. Lu Chen smiled and said that this was indeed his sister. An anonymous user sent Lao Lu a message saying that he was her brother's friend. He heard they were having problems. She answered yes. The boss from Huangkeo and his men guarded the missionary boss in the neutral zone, preventing them from completing the mission. The anonymous user clarified by asking a question, are they being harmed and not benefiting themselves? Lao Lu replied, yes, they do not kill monsters, but only target them. Horror! Wai Wodu Quan thought, the neutral zone is full of people. If he goes there, it will cause huge problems. He wrote a message under the guise of an anonymous user so that she would not worry. Let him tell him the place. He will complete the task and arrive there within 10 minutes. Lao Lu, under the nickname her beloved brother, replied that they were in the main city, not far from the siren. An anonymous user asked a question. By the way, does she know where most of Huang Ko is now? Lao Lu replied that they were going to defeat the boss on the Mountain of Beasts. If she was not mistaken, the Spotted Leopard King. An anonymous user wrote, he understood. Coming soon. Lao Lu wrote, okay. She will record a video for him later so that he is not mistaken. Wai Wodu Kwang rushed forward, thinking he didn't even hope that the last few dozen people would be right next to him. He remembered that the leopard was not far from there. The boss in Huang Ko swung his bat and commanded, attention to the position, he will die soon. A group of guys surrounded the green monster and hit it hard with bats. Boss B Huang Ko shouted that 2 of the 3 teams were on guard. If any of the players dares to come close, he will kill him. The 2 boys looked back and were horrified to see Wai Wo Du Quan approaching them. One of them said in fear that this was the boss from the Lost Garden of Eden. Wai Wo Du Quan easily dealt powerful blows to the players and scattered them in different directions. The bald man asked a question, is he offended by them? The members of Huang Ko's group flew helplessly in different directions. One of them shouted that he was elusive. Wai Wo Du Quan caught up with the boss in Huang Ko and knocked him to the ground. Crossing the sharp blades protruding from both hands on his chest, he towered menacingly above him. The boss in Huang Ko, shedding tears and snot, looked up in fear and said something inaudible. He thought that this boss had poison. After a while, the boss in Huang Ko lay defeated on the green grass. Wai Wo Du Quan looked at him and thought regretfully, it's a pity that only a healing potion and no equipment dropped out. A white envelope appeared on the screen, next to which the number 1 was written in a red circle. The system notified, attention, he has a new message. Wai Wo Du Quan pressed his gray finger on the system panel and said that this video was published. He asked a question, I wonder what his sister looks like in the game. He is very curious. A blonde-haired girl in a bright red dress with golden armlets and shoulder pads appeared on the screen. She was holding a bat in her hands. Lao Lu said that it seems they have left. If this is truly the case, then they will be able to complete the mission without bothering him anymore. Suddenly, someone tied her arms and legs with black ropes and tangled her bat. She cried out with excitement that no, it was a trap. A dark-haired, bare-chested man standing nearby laughed merrily. A girl with long purple hair, dressed in a bright purple suit, approached Lao Lu. She held a whip in her hand and, laughing mockingly, asked a question. She wants to complete the mission, right? Let him kneel and beg, and she will think. The bound Lao Lu desperately tried to free herself. The purple-haired girl mockingly asked if she didn't love her brother more than anyone in the world. Why doesn't he rush to her aid? She hit Lao Lu on the back with a whip with sadistic pleasure and added that she would beat her to death. Wai Wo Du Quan turned black with rage. His aura flared up with a hot flame. He commanded, human skin. And in my mind I thought, let them wait for him in Huang Ko. Someone's loud voice was heard among the forest, which shouted that transformation. Small squares began to appear in the atmosphere, signaling some new transformation in the game. Lu Chen gradually began to transform from a huge jackal into a human. This was the generation of the appearance. Lu Chen suddenly laughed contentedly and exclaimed that he was even more handsome. He began to look at his hands and exclaimed that he had finally become normal. He was a man. Lu Chen opened the system panel and said, if he hides his name and is innocent with dangerous abilities. Meanwhile, he received a notification from Lao Lu, where she said that she was in a bad mood, so she would log out first. Lu Chen angrily asked, is she crazy? He immediately shrugged it off and decided to let her calm down. He added that in any case, for now, he will go to the main city of level 10 and look at what is happening. He immediately decided that he still needed to change his equipment so as not to attract attention. Meanwhile, in reality, Lao Lu held the helmet in her hands and angrily turned her head to the side, shrinking her whole body on the chair. She shouted angrily that she was very angry. The purple-haired girl next to her told her not to worry because the bosses and everyone else had gone out to eat. She added, with a slight chuckle, that they would return soon and all of them together would help her take revenge. Lao Lu asked her a question with hope. Did the boss really say that? The purple-haired girl crossed her legs while sitting on the chair and replied that of course. Lao Lu sadly lowered her gaze and said that this was her personal dislike for Xiao. He added that if they join, it will be a team feud. Lao Lu stroked the helmet and asked a question, won't this all affect them? The girl with purple hair thoughtfully straightened her hair and said that she shouldn't, because the Imperial Guild is great. She asked the question, would they be so shameless? She immediately looked away sadly and hoped not. Meanwhile in the game, Lu Chen looked to the side, holding a bat, and noticed an 11th level ghostly beauty running towards him. As the monster ran, dust rose in all directions. Lu Chen, meanwhile, said in a whisper that with the 11th level, the monster looks quite original. He resolutely exclaimed that he would kill him for the blow. Meanwhile, several girls and one guy fled the country. They were all armed. A girl with short pink hair swung a bat and asked the question, is he alone? She shouted at him not to be afraid, because they would save him. The girl in the blue suit skillfully dealt damage to the monster of ghostly beauty. At that time, the guy swung his cleaver right at the monster's back. Lu Chen remembered this girl and thought, this is the beautiful girl who helped him that day. He said in a whisper that she was still playing Empyrean. He exclaimed that her name was Julio Jixian. The girl in the blue suit was holding what looked like a shoulder pad in a transparent casing and said that the shoulder pads had fallen out of it, so she would sell it and they would split the money. Julio Jixian straightened her hair awkwardly and told her that it was good. The girl in the blue suit turned to Lu Chen and asked him a question. Why is he walking through the forest alone? She asked if he had lost his guild. Lu Chen put the bat on his shoulders and admitted that he was lonely. He said that he does not have a guild. Lu Chen added after a while, others kill one person 10 steps below. Kneel in front of one person 10 steps. He wondered if they were being too hard on themselves. Julio Jixian laughed awkwardly and covered her mouth with her hand. The guy, meanwhile, made a strange sound with incomprehension, not knowing what to answer. The girl in the blue suit laughed and said that he wanted others to kneel before him, but in reality it was the other way around. At this time, the guy awkwardly rubbed his head and said that they didn't need to talk about this mistake. Lu Chen meanwhile asked a question, what guild are they from? He asked how they got through the forest of poisonous mists. It seemed to him that their equipment was difficult to obtain. The girl in the blue suit replied that they did not have a guild. She explained that they paid someone to guide them through this forest. She asked him a question, isn't it the same with him? Meanwhile, with a huge crowd, they were approaching the castle standing in the middle of the rock. Lu Chen, meanwhile, confirmed this in confusion. 10 minutes later, Lu Chen looked forward in surprise and exclaimed that there were so many people in the main city. Julio Jixian replied that this is normal. She said that he had just arrived, so he did not see how the server department was here. She explained that there were many people everywhere in the main city. There was more to it than the rookie zone. Meanwhile, they approached a high arch through which a huge crowd of people was passing. They all walked towards the long and beautifully architectural buildings. Lu Chen looked up and said in surprise what it was. The guy turned to him and said that this was the rating of the Twin Towers. He cursed and said that it had not changed for so long. He exclaimed that the strongest are here because of the strongest. He added that everyone who entered or left the city admired it. He was so jealous. The system panel reported that this was the City of Storms, number 122. Twin Towers rating. In the system panel, it was written that the individual landmark of the tower was divine punishment. The rating must be maintained for 24 hours to take effect. The first place of this was King Yi Tauj. His results were the Immortal Tower 4th floor in 13 seconds. Further, it was written that the reward for the daily task was the Jeweling Pill, which was given out in 3 pieces. The second place of this was the Yuming Valley Master. The results he had were an Immortal Tower. Before this, you had to get to the 3rd stage and hold out for 2 minutes and 48 seconds. The reward for this was the Jeweling Pill, which was given in 2 pieces. 3rd place was taken by Long Teng Jiantian. The result was an Immortal Tower. He was on the 3rd floor, where he lasted 2 minutes and 6 seconds. The daily reward was a Jeweling Pill, which was given only 1 piece. The next system panel said that the Guild Demon Conqueror rating must be maintained for 24 hours to take effect. The first place was occupied by King Iwashwin. The results of this were the Demon Ceiling Tower, which was located on the second floor, which lasted 2 minutes and 13 seconds. The daily reward for this was a Lingyuan fragment, which was given out in 2 pieces. Second place went to Long Teng Seng. The results of this were the second floor Demon Ceiling Tower, in which he held out for another 2 minutes. The daily reward was a Lingyuan fragment, which was given out in 1 piece. Yongding Guanhai took third place. The result he had was a Demon Ceiling Tower on the second floor. Daily reward fragment of the heart method for entering the profession. Hulio Jixian said at this time, she heard that with the first place, King Itauj was a professional fighter with incredible reaction speed. The guy next to her in a burgundy sweater said, "It's not surprising that he's the first." He asked the question, what was about the others? The girl in the blue suit said that the level, equipment, reaction, game controls, and all this had a very good effect, so the rating will definitely change. Lu Chen looked down thoughtfully and thought that the server was talking about how the top guild creators were competing to be on this list. He thought that he could now enter the main city. The guy in the burgundy sweater told him not to think about him. He added that they could only dream about it if he was not such a person. Lu Chen looked at him in surprise and asked a question, who will help them? The guy in the burgundy sweater asked him, who is he? He exclaimed that of course he was. He said he wished it was so. The guy added that then he should just enjoy the situation. Lu Chen looked at him with an excited smile. Hulio Jixian, meanwhile, came close to his ear and said that he had hidden his data. She asked the question, is he really who he says he is? Lu Chen began to stutter nervously and said something that he did not hide. Hulio Jixian explained with a sly smile that she understood this from his equipment. The girl in the blue suit told them to stop talking. She added that they needed to go buy some medicine. Hulio Jixian waved her hand in confusion and exclaimed that they were already coming. The girl in the blue suit crossed her arms over her chest and asked her a question. What does she think? Should they create their own guild? Hulio Jixian put her hand on her shoulder and asked a question. Is she quitting acting and wants to create a guild in the game? She asked if she had become addicted to the game. The guy in the burgundy sweater didn't think it was bad. He explained that Lengnuo didn't like those producers anyway. Lu Chen looked at them carefully and said he didn't expect her to become an actress. It was not surprising to him because she is very beautiful. Meanwhile, at the market, many people walked in a huge crowd among the shops, buying and selling something. Lu Chen looked at the towers and asked a question, are these the twin towers? He stood among a crowd of people. He said quietly that the guild's single trials. He knew that he didn't have a guild, so they would start with single towers and divine punishment first. Suddenly, a heavily muscled man pushed Lu Chen and shouted at him to watch where he was going. He added that good yard guys should not interfere with the passage. Next to him, another guy with long hair tied in a ponytail shouted that how dare he interfere under the feet of Boss Kingy. He angrily asked him a question. Did he not know that their boss was the king of the City of Storms? The same guy turned to him, showing an indecent gesture, and said that he had come to the main city. So let him remember that when he sees them, let him bypass them. Lu Chen looked at them confusedly, without answering. Some time later, Lu Chen said that the 3 masters were going to challenge the Tower of Divine Punishment again. The guy with blue hair turned to King Tao Ji and said that the master of the valley was Yu Ming and Long Tengjian. He asked the question, have they already been in the top players at number 3 for a long time? King Tao Ji confirmed this and exclaimed that these were the true top 3 of the Divine Punishment Tower. The guy asked the question again, will they be able to go to the 4th floor? He exclaimed that they had already done it on a foreign server. Lu Chen looked to the side thoughtfully and thought that Lao Lu still had not entered the game. He decided that he would play and see how far he could go. Meanwhile, one of the guys asked a question, who is this guy? Does he also want to challenge the Tower of Divine Punishment? The same guy asked the question again, did he just come to the main city? Another told him it was like that. He asked the question, why is he going with Tauj and others? He added to look at his poor equipment. Lu Chen, meanwhile, approached the entrance of the building. The maid bowed before him. Someone else from the crowd of people shouted that the results of 4 rooms would be displayed simultaneously on the common screen. The same voice asked the question, isn't he afraid that everyone will laugh at him? The other man, grabbing his partner's neck with his hand, suggested that Lu Chen was scared. He asked if they saw that he hid his data. Another man with golden shoulder pads bet he couldn't last 20 seconds. Lu Chen looked ahead with a frown. He immediately said, entering the building, that he was throwing divine punishment at the tower. The maid said that he was brave and would do whatever he wanted. After some time, a portal appeared in front of Lu Chen. One of the guys in the crowd shouted that this guy was going into the portal. Another guy in a white sweater exclaimed that they should not pay attention to this idiot. They will see if the top 3 can improve their results. Another guy in a turquoise shirt shouted that Feng Yun was in 4th place, but did not dare to ask for a challenge to the top 3. He added that this one was so brave. Lang Nuo crossed her arms and did not exclaim that he really went. The guy in the burgundy shirt said that he accidentally saw some guy enter there. Julio Jixian covered her mouth with her hand and assumed that he came here for the first time and she knew nothing about it. Lang Nuo said if he wanted to challenge, then he should have asked first. The guy in the burgundy shirt laughed in confusion and said that his data needed to be displayed on the same screen as the results of the 3 strongest. He exclaimed that everyone would start laughing very hard. Lang Nuo told him to stop talking because everything was starting. Qin Taoji appeared on the screens with 1 second, Yuming Guju also with 1 second, and Long Tengzhantian with 1 second. The next 4th window was black. Julio Jixian exclaimed that they didn't publish a stranger. The guy in the burgundy sweater desperately asked the question, why are they publishing these footage? He asked if they found it awkward. Lang Nuo told them to just concentrate on watching the video and learning the techniques of the 3 leaders. Qin Taoji, meanwhile, dealt a strong blow to the monster, which began to attack him. He frowned angrily and thought that this time he would definitely break the record. The guy in the burgundy shirt shouted that the unfamiliar guy lasted 15 seconds. That was a good result. Julio Jixian pressed her hand to her chest and replied that she didn't know. She added that he was dressed strangely and had some skills. She asked a question, suggesting maybe they could find him. She decided that together they would form a team. Lang Nuo, meanwhile, thought about it and said that it seemed she was right. 2 minutes later, the guy in the blue kimono swore and shouted that the newcomer lasted 2 minutes. Another guy next to him exclaimed that this was strange. He asked the question, how did he do it? Another man with an iron curved thing on his neck suggested that he was exploring Ju Zion Tower. The other guy retorted angrily, crossing his arms and shouting what a study. He added that this is only possible at a level of at least 10,000. He added that it is impossible to rely on research alone. Another guy with blonde hair shouted, waving his arms angrily, that they needed to find the bug. Lang Nuo opened her mouth in shock and said that in 3 minutes the first level should be completed. She asked the question, why is this stranger's time still increasing? The system panel, meanwhile, informed everyone that the anonymous player lasted 3 minutes and 11 seconds. Qin Taoji began to press something on the system panel and mentally exclaimed that he had already been chosen. He asked the question, what's going on? Why doesn't he move on to the next level? Lu Chen, meanwhile, skillfully waved and dodged the blows of the monster, whose eyes sparkled brightly red. The system panel reported that Yu's level 10 silver wolf had been killed. He received 100 bronze coins. The next inscription on this said that the 10th level silver wolf Yu had been killed. 100 bronze coins were received. The 10th level silver wolf Yu was killed and 100 bronze coins were obtained. Lu Chen grinned and thought that he got 100 for each. He added that he didn't have any money in his pocket, but it was a good opportunity to make money. He delivered a final blow to the wolf with his bat, getting into a more comfortable fighting position. The system panel said that if he stayed on the first floor of the Divine Punishment Tower for more than 4 minutes, he would be forced to go up to the next second floor. After some time on the second floor, Lu Chen frowned as he looked ahead. Behind him stood a level 11 shadow cat. Lu Chen asked the question, what is this? He thought that he would not let him play this game. With a sharp movement, he struck the monster, completely defeating it. The system panel reported that the 11th shadow cat had been killed. He received 200 silver coins for this. Lu Chen chuckled and thought that this was not bad. He decided that he would continue this way. 4 minutes later, The system panel said that if he stayed on the second floor of the Divine Punishment Tower for more than 4 minutes, he would be forced to go up to the next third floor. Lu Chen, meanwhile, struck the next monster with a confident blow with his bat, jumping high. After some time, he found himself on the third floor. Lu Chen saw the monster's tail and mentally chuckled, thinking that he had collected almost 40 silver coins. He mentally added that this was a paradise for raising money. He aimed the bat and began to quickly run towards the wolf approaching him. Meanwhile, people on the street shouted angrily, "What kind of nonsense is this?" Someone asked the question, "Was this guy already on the third floor?" They asked who he was. Someone else suddenly picked it up and asked again, "Third floor?" The same voice exclaimed that this is impossible. Another man put his hands to his mouth to scream louder and asked the question, "Isn't he a newbie?" He asked how he did it. The guy in the burgundy shirt asked a question, "Is this the stranger who entered the portal?" He asked, "Did he understand everything correctly?" Manhua exclaimed that of course it was him. She added that he is too strong. Julio Jixian exclaimed in surprise that this was incredible. She wondered how long he could hold out on the third floor. The system panel reported that he had been there for 2 minutes and 33 seconds. Lu Chen, meanwhile, was already fighting with Long Tang Tian, hitting him in the face with all his might. He began to jump back from the strong luck of the blow. Another system panel reported that he lasted 2 minutes and 38 seconds. Lu Chen struck the next opponent, Yuming Guju, who at the same second began to fly down. The system panel again reported that he lasted 3 minutes. Qin Taoji looked at the system panel in surprise and asked the question, "What's wrong with the system today?" He waved it off with excitement and said that everything was fine. He added that he needed to rest, otherwise he would not be able to reach the fourth floor. Some time later, Qin Taoji stood among the corpses of the silver wolves. The system panel said that if he stayed on the third floor of the Divine Punishment Tower for more than 4 minutes, he would be forced to go up to the next fourth floor. After some time, the system panel reported that Lu Chen was already on the fourth floor and had been there for 38 seconds. Qin Taoji began to fight off the seaweed that was rapidly approaching him, trying to entwine him. He mentally assumed that he would not be able to hold out here for that long. He exclaimed that this was still quite the best result. Some time later, Qin Taoji found himself outside and crossed his arms. He said that he spent 48 seconds on the fourth floor and it was really difficult. One of the guys in a brown coat shouted that he was amazing. He added that he deserves to be the strongest. Someone else confirmed this and shouted that he was now his idol. Another guy who was standing behind Qin Taoji turned to him and said that he was the first one who was able to climb to the fourth floor. Qin Taoji, meanwhile, whispered the question, "Why did Yuming Guju and Long Tang Tian still not say a word?" He thought it was strange. He immediately began looking around at the people behind him and asked in a whisper what was going on. He asked what they were looking at there. Meanwhile, the man with the red cape on his shoulders exclaimed that he was amazing. Some of the people also enthusiastically confirmed and shouted that time was still ticking. Someone picked up his statement and said that this is incredible. Someone else shouted that it was cool. Qin Taoji looked at the system panel, which said that the anonymous player had been there for 56 seconds on the fourth floor. Qin Taoji thought in surprise that there were still people there. The system announces the record holder, who is an anonymous player. His result is 1 minute 2 seconds on the fourth floor. Lu Chen, standing among the defeated monsters, grins and exclaims contentedly, 400, that's cool. Then looking around he realizes 63 silver coins, that's great. He already has 150 in total. The system notifies that if he can stay on the first floor of the Tower of Divine Punishment for more than 4 minutes, he can go up to the next floor. Chen immediately understands readily. He moves on. The brown-haired man, watching what is happening on the screen, notes in surprise that this stranger is too strong. Julio Jixian, looking at Manhua, also asks in bewilderment, how could he do this? She crosses her arms and notes that they were worried that this guy would be killed by Yu's level 11 silver wolf. But it seems that the people at the city gate have gone crazy. The crowd is really indignant, and standing near the screen attached above the gate, the residents shout, "It can't be the 5th floor. The 5th floor is full of monsters. They need the battle to be shown on screen. Who is this guy anyway? He's not that strong. He's just a newbie." One of the players in metal armor notes that Wai Wo Du Quan is not a newcomer. It's just that no one has ever seen him. However, the blonde man in the red cape, who is staring intently at the system window right in front of him, asks him not to say anything stupid. Wai Wo Du Quan was on stream. Lin Zai Jai also starts the live broadcast and greets him first. She is very happy for him. The rest of the players also start writing comments. Was it him? According to the ID, it really was Wai. Why shouldn't he challenge Yu Zion Tower? He will reach above the 5th floor. Wai Wo Du Quan is the best. Lu Chen also joins the broadcast, answering them, it can't be. Someone actually managed to climb to the 5th floor. He should also look at it. At the same time, while typing the answer in the system window, he notes out loud, so no one should guess that he is Wai, and does not want to reveal his identity. After that, he also thinks he won't be able to overcome many floors. Probably 5 will be enough for him. As a result, his time on the 5th floor is 2 minutes 19 seconds, and Chen rather calmly states, well, he has 200 silver coins. Returning back to the city street and finding himself surrounded by a surprised crowd, he notes how many people there are. A brown-haired man in a red jacket, whom he had seen before, immediately approaches him and says in admiration, stranger, he reached the 5th floor of the tower. It is amazing. Lu Chen turns to him and asks again, right? To the 5th floor? Bending over, the guy asks, how did he do it? He begs to teach him. But Chen, confused, replies that he should just run. He should keep running. The next moment, King Taoji's dissatisfied cry is heard nearby. It can't be. The player cannot go to the next floor simply by running. His equipment is not very good. How did the guy do it? Should he reveal who he really is? Maybe this is a mistake. A bald man in a burgundy robe, who stood a little behind, added that he thought the stranger was a deceiver. This is their territory. He must quickly tell everything. However, Lu Chen, far from being frightened by their threats, on the contrary, put one hand on his belt and threw the bat over his shoulder, saying that he was not obliged to answer their questions. But he will still tell them something. Passing by Taoj, he made him nervous by ordering him not to shout. From now on, this is no longer their territory. Chen continued walking past the people who were extremely shocked by this statement, and King Taoji immediately wondered, this guy. Their main city, range of services. No, it seems that he is the only player in the world who has been to the 5th floor of the tower. The personality of such a person is by no means simple. As Lu Chen leaves, he is watched by the guys who loudly protest. One of them, with blonde hair laid back and a blue robe, exclaims displeasedly, how can this be? How dare he talk to them like that? His friend in armor and a brown scarf tied around his neck asks if he is not Wai Wo Du Quan. The third short brunette adds, he went to the forum and asked for at least some information. The game in armor suddenly announces, this newcomer is about to challenge. At the same time, on Chen's way, he meets a blue-haired girl dressed as a maid. She, smiling sweetly, asks him to register her team. Hearing this, he stops and asks in bewilderment, team? He doesn't want to register it. He wants to get a reward challenge at the Demon Slayer Tower. This reward increases regeneration by 1 and 2 units per second. What if he creates his own team? But for this, he needs at least 4 people. Looking at Manhua, Julio Jixian, and the guy who was sticking with them, Lu Chen suddenly remembered that on the way they were talking about how they wanted to create a team. Then, approaching them, he announced that he wanted to create a team in order to receive a reward. Could they do him a favor? If in the future they want to move to another team, they can do so at any time. Langnua was confused and was the first to answer something, but she was interrupted by Jixian, who clarified, Demon Subduer Tower. No, she's sorry, but they can't help him. Then Chen tried to explain that he could go alone, but he wanted to help them. Whoever is bullying them will help them get out. By the way, he can help them purchase a few more pieces of equipment. Langnuo shook her head and suddenly said that they could help him with his request, but they didn't need any equipment from him. They need to go. The team registration office is over there. They'd better register. Soon they actually approach the registration place, and a girl in a green dress standing at the table announces that they need 50 silver coins to register. Julio Jixian, hearing such a sum, covers his mouth with his hand in shock and exclaims, "Why so much? They just passed through the forest of poisonous fog. Where will they get so much money? Lu Chen calms her down. They say that he has money. He will pay. She also adds with delight, it can't be. She's relying on a stranger. He's so rich. 5 minutes later, as the sky turns pink from the sunset, Chen thanks the three of them as the Wild Wave team has been officially created. Jixian notes that they can now go to the Demon Subduer Tower. They will go with him. Although they are weaker than the stranger himself, they will help him in some way. Lu Chen thanked them, but noted that he did not need it. After that, he headed to the departure point for the tower, and, looking around the crowd still standing there, he thought there were so many spectators. Do they really have nothing to do? When he goes to the tower, the players are very surprised by this and loudly discuss it. What? Did he enter one? Fumo Yu is the team. Is not it so? They can't be wrong. This is madness. This time they are right. The system screen appears, indicating that the Wild Waves team is now in the tower, the result of which is 0 minutes 11 seconds on the first floor. Julio Jixian stands aside with the rest of the team and notes that there is a boss in Fumo Yu Tower. Can a stranger climb to the second floor? The guy says that judging by his behavior, he will definitely deal with the boss. Langnuo agrees with him. He can definitely handle it. She believes in the stranger. 4 minutes later, more news starts to be heard among the crowd. This guy is already on the second floor. Cool. He went there alone. How did he do it? But this is outrageous. Lao Lu is pouring a glass of water from the cooler when a surprised female voice is heard nearby. It's incredible. Someone was able to break Qin Taoji's record. Turning to a colleague who was sitting on a chair wearing a gaming helmet, she noted no. This situation is beyond the scope. Was it really Wai Wodu Quan? However, her colleague, who was wearing a gaming helmet, explained, no, this is an anonymous player. Having removed the device, she added, maybe this anonymous person is Wai. However, Lu suggested that this was most likely not the case. This can't be. When the anonymous player conquered Ju Zion Tower, Wai Wodu Quan was on the live broadcast. Who could it be? Suddenly, the office door swings open and a tall blonde man in a strict dark blue suit appears in the passage. He, with his hands in his pockets, walks inside, inviting Lao Lu to play. They helped her complete the mission. Zio Lu is too suspicious. Following him, 3 more people walk inside, who are also angry. Yes, this guy made a mess. Let him disentangle it. They will take care of him. They need to go and see everything behind the scenes. The girl with the purple bob stood up and applauded them, saying that she was very grateful to her comrades. At this time, in the Fumo Yu Tower, Lu Chen skillfully swings his bat and somersaults in the air, easily cutting all the monsters and attacking enemies. Enjoying this activity, he notes to himself that the 3rd floor is not so difficult. Now he will receive even more rewards. A guy from his team, watching what is happening through the screen, says loudly, the stranger is too cool. He is already on the 3rd floor and received the 1st category. He also leads the team. This guy is his idol. Julio Jixian, pressing his hands to his chest, enthusiastically notes that their Wild Waves team is the strongest. Langnuo, who looks just as confused, agrees with her, which is true. When Chen returns back to the city, exclamations of admiration are heard everywhere. He's out? The Wild Waves team is cool. The stranger is even cooler. Yes. Langnuo rushes to him, wondering if he will go to the team station to take a look. Lu Chen, turning to her over his shoulder, replies that he won't go. He doesn't want to really join the team. He doesn't have the strength for it. Then Jixian hopefully suggests, will he come again? They could level up together. But he rather indifferently waves his hand at her goodbye and notes that if fate decides so, then so be it. The rest of the players who witnessed his battle began to animatedly discuss this, the 3rd floor in 2 minutes and 4 seconds. The team is too cool. It seems like something is about to change. Yes, the Wild Waves will definitely become the #1 team. The brown-haired man from their team laughed loudly and proudly noted that he was now a member of the strongest team. Then Nuo is the deputy of the strongest team. She turned to him and still said that everything that was happening seemed so unreal. There were only 4 people on the team. But Julio Jixian tried to convince her. This is a great opportunity for them. Langnuo returned to her and asked in bewilderment, what is the possibility? She explained that the team captain didn't want to take care of it, but they would. That is, their team name is displayed on a large screen at the city gates. Does she really think they can't become more famous? Nuo still asked in disbelief, does she think this is appropriate? Jixian, inspired by the thought of their success, replied, why not? They didn't harm anyone. Anyone can join them. In the end, they will level up and complete tasks together. Isn't that great? Langnuo finally agreed, okay. Then she turned to the brown-haired man, asking if he could ask the stranger if she would mind. He immediately exclaimed readily, good. After another couple of minutes, the guy catches up with Lu Chen and, trying to stop him, shouts, stranger. He, having managed to reach the street food stalls during this time, walks past, deep in thought. He just remembered that now his skin is his real appearance and Lu can recognize him. He needs to buy a mask. The brunette, approaching him, announces with a smile that he wants to discuss something with him. They want to develop the team themselves. Chen, looking at the black and red mask in his hand, indifferently replies, okay, they can do it. He doesn't mind. The guy reacts to this very joyfully and, jumping on the spot, shouted, hooray! Lu Chen, smiling at this behavior, turns his attention back to the mask, wondering, I wonder what Lao Lu is doing. At this time, she had already managed to enter the game along with the boss and his assistants. They were in a rocky area when suddenly a girl with a long whip appeared in front of them. The blonde, grabbing the hilt of his sword, hastened to announce that they just needed to understand the enemy before finishing him off. She needs to get out of the way. They don't want conflict. But she, running her hand through her long, thick purple hair, asked again, do they not want to quarrel? What are they? The man clenched his teeth and shouted angrily, she shouldn't deceive people. Their people did not provoke her into conflict at all. It was all her fault. Then the girl, smiling evilly, said, that's how. She was very upset when she saw her appearance and name. So she wanted to beat her up, and he bit her. The blonde couldn't stand it, pointed the blade of the weapon at her, and ordered the others to attack. She's crazy. But in this case, she also hurried to shout, the boss wants to offend her. Then Huang Kao came out to meet them, followed by a crowd of his subordinates. He smiled smugly and asked, who is Timo? A daredevil who dared to mock his woman? Lao Lu ran up to the boss and screamed, the boss has come. What should they do? The blonde ordered them not to panic. They should leave it to him. Then, coming a little forward, he stated that his name is Zhang Tian. He is the captain of the team of the same name. Misunderstandings always arise during the game. He believes that there is no need to escalate the conflict, right? Ko clarified in response to this. He seemed to say that he was not pumping. Does he want to make him want to fight them? Zhan Tian's command is complete nonsense. That's what he can say. This angers Tian, so he furiously says that the guy has gone too far. Huan Ko, pointedly picking his ears, clarifies, right? He won't be able to handle it. Zhan Tian, without lowering his tone, asks what he wants from them. Ko turns to the girl behind him, tenderly asking what Wu Lan wants. She angrily replies that she wants them all to get down on their knees and apologize to her, calling her the mistress. Then she will spare them. But Tian, Lu and their entire team immediately declare in unison that they will not do this under any circumstances. Then, grinning, Huang Kao heads towards them, tightly squeezing the huge bat in his hand, and mysteriously says, the sky is high, and the earth is huge. He will let them know something about him. The next moment, he covers a long distance in one jump, and swings his weapon, trying to hit Zhan Tian, adding, he must learn a lesson. Lao Lu sees this and says in surprise how fast. A fierce battle begins between the two teams, and she, looking around the battlefield, notes that this guy is too strong. He can easily deal with their team. They need to leave quickly and leave them alone. But Tian does not agree with her at all and replies that they are one team. And if they decide to fight, then they will fight. After that, he finds himself drawn into battle, and Ko, hearing their conversation, began to mock. They are so united. How touching. Too bad they're just idiots. Having dealt with several players, he goes straight to Lao Lu and announces that he will give her only one chance if she kneels and asks Lan for mercy. Then he will let them go. But she immediately puts a sharp sword in front of her and answers displeasedly, he can only dream about it. Then Huan attacks her, saying that he won't wait. Very soon, their entire team is transported to the spawn site, where the players are trying to recover from defeat. Lu, approaching a girl with purple hair who is painfully rubbing her forehead, asks if Juju knows where the manager is. She said that the manager went to the head of their company, hoping that he would come up with something and sort it out. After Lao Lu opens the system window, noting that someone was looking for her, she needs to respond to the message. Earlier, Lu Chen, under the anonymous nickname, wrote to her, "She is online. He's finished here, so he'll be passing by her soon." Lu, who has the ID of my beloved brother, replies that he doesn't need to do that. Huang Keo's entire team and their boss are here. But he insists there's nothing wrong with it. It won't affect their mission in any way. Lu sends him 3 question marks in response, and asks out loud if she was unclear. She then adds that the main KO forces are here, their boss, who is guarding the NPC siren. Coming here means death. Chen remains adamant, writing that she shouldn't worry, no one will die. Lao Lu also wrote that their manager went to see the team leader, so now they are just waiting for him. Soon Zhang Tian returns to them, announcing that he is very sorry, but the team leader did not want to provoke Huang Keo. She, keeping a positive attitude, replies with a smile, okay, he shouldn't worry about her. She is also ashamed to cause them so much trouble. Juju, also approaching her, asks what's wrong with her mission. Lu replied that they needed to farm the monsters before she could take on the mission. She doesn't believe that they will stay with this NPC for the rest of their lives. Finally, she receives a message from Chen, who said that he has already arrived. Where is she? Lao Lu immediately goes to him, and waving goodbye to the rest of the team, repeats that they should worry about her. They should mind their own business, and she will go. Juju, looking after her, notes that she is so pathetic. Tian added that Wu Lan is also unpleasant. The 2 guys behind them who listened to the conversation hastened to add, their boss is even worse. It's a shame they can't beat them. Having reached the territory of Zhantian, Chen actually emerges from the thick gray fog with a red mask on his face. Tian, seeing him, scornfully asked where this idiot came from. He has to get out of here. He's not in the mood. Lu Chen, stopping a few steps away from him, directly asks, is he bullying his most beloved older brother? He, now turning completely towards him, clarifies that the guy wants to take revenge for this girl. The doe, who has been nearby all this time, with some surprise, asks if he is not the same brother whom she loves so much. Chen immediately admits, yes, it's him. But now it's too late to apologize. Wu Lan and the rest of the team laugh loudly at this statement. Apologize? Is he crazy? A tall man with his hair pulled back and armor on his naked body says loudly, the idiot made him laugh. Huang Keo, along with the others, laughed so hard that he even put his hand on the tense arm, saying, the guy really thinks he can overpower him. Just at this moment, Lao Lu runs up to Lu Chen, who is trying to prevent a fight and therefore says, she is fine. She should leave them alone. They need to go. But Chen, who had been silently listening to the attacks all this time, looks up at them with a stern look and, having prepared a bat for a fight, asks her not to worry. They are just a bunch of idiots, and he will take care of her. Huang Keo pointed his finger at him and said with a wide smile, is he against their team? Aka Y Wodu Quan, right? Even Wu Lan, hugging herself and doubled over with laughter, added, this is the first time she has seen such a self-confident person. Keo agreed with her, saying, the guy should have seen his face. The next moment, a guy with a voluminous hairstyle and a bat slung over his shoulder approached him. He said confidently that the boss could relax. He will kill him with 1 blow. Huang Keo noted that he should not let this Y die. It was too cruel. Lao Lu, hearing these threats against Lu Chen, got scared and grabbed him by the sleeve of his clothes and screamed, the anonymous person had better leave. They are the strongest of Huang Keo's team. However, he confidently said, no, he always brings things to an end. Suddenly a brunette jumped right at him, and, swinging his weapon, began to imitate him. From beginning to end, Chen didn't move, just swung his bat. But he did it so hard that he threw the guy aside, immediately reducing his health level to 0. The rest of the team, seeing this, stood in bewilderment for a while, before together with Lu they opened their mouths in surprise and exclaimed. The doe was finally the first to ask, what is this? What's the matter? KO confusedly suggested that perhaps this was a bug. But Lu Chen, extending the bat towards them, ordered them to apologize, otherwise he would kill everyone. In response to this, Huang Ko gave an order to the rest of the team. They don't need to pretend, many of them are afraid. Forward. Embittered players, armed with bats and sharp swords, immediately rushed to attack. Well, this time Chen only had to swing her powerful weapon once to reduce the health of the attackers to a minimum. When only 4 people remained from the entire team, one of the players, without hiding his fear, exclaimed, "It can't be." "What is this?" In one stroke, the doe, having also lost all her pomposity, panicked. What should they do? KO desperately replied that they needed to run. But Chen, successfully jumping up and landing on top of them, said, "Do they want to run away?" Late. KO barely returned in time, asking him to stop. Wu Lan ran after him, while Lu Chen attacked those who did not manage to escape. Shan Qian's team came to the loud sounds of fighting and remained on the side. One of them asked, "What? Isn't this Wu Ming? What kind of people are these? And not the blind?" Another brunette added, "It can't be. Are there really people who deal with the towers of divine punishment and demon subduer?" Their colleague noted that this guy took first place in the divine punishment tower and in the demon slaying tower. What kind of monster is this? Chen, having dealt with all the minor players by this point, approached Huang Ko, who had fallen to the ground, and, preparing the bat for a blow, said, "Well, now it's the boss's turn." He, fearfully putting one hand forward, shouted for the guy to spare him. He was wrong, but Lu Chen, without even finishing him off, hit KO on the head with all his might, leaving him unconscious. He then turned his attention to the doe sitting next to him, ordering her to apologize. Otherwise there will never be peace in the guild again. She did not resist, but obediently screamed, "Okay." After that, falling to her knees and touching her head to the ground, Wu Lan turned to Lao Lu. She is very sorry. She created unnecessary problems and asks for forgiveness for it. She was even confused by such an act, and noted completely without malice. But since she apologized. But Chen again threatened her with a bat and said, "They can't just leave it like that. He will still have to shed some blood." Then Lan immediately handed Lao Lu a weapon and added that she would grant her this battle as a sign of their sincerity. The players who came up, seeing this, were extremely surprised and even began to exclaim, with fragments, "Even if a person has money, he will not buy this bat. It is priceless. It is not on the market." They are very jealous of him. A girl with dark purple long hair and a dark pink uniform ran up to Lu and also admired it. "It's amazing. She knows such a powerful boss. Just one person defeated an entire union. That's cool. She should help her meet him." Lao Lu, with the same delight and even a slight blush from embarrassment, turned to Chen and said that she was very grateful to the anonymous person. Can he at least say who he is? He, throwing his weapon over his shoulder, replied that she could call him Wu Ming. He was a friend of her older brother. He didn't do anything special, and he can't accept such an expensive gift from her. Lu froze in place, holding the bat and wanting to give it to him. Chen, trying to convince her, added that he does not need such a weapon. He could lose it. From now on, her problems are his problem. Anyone who dares to intimidate her will come to an end. The main thing is that she must tell him about it. Lao Lu was left standing in a stupor as he put his hand on her shoulder, nodded and walked away. A girl with purple hair approached her and explained that she had nothing to worry about anymore. The next day, Lu Chen returned to the territory of Gen AI Peak, which was a green and sunny place. Taking the cub of Hattie in his hands, he noted with sadness that mana was accumulating very slowly. He doesn't know what effect the mana pills given in the Divine Mountain Tower will have every day. He should wait until tomorrow and also upgrade his equipment. Calling all the other team members, Chen ordered everyone to upgrade. 2 hours later, standing on the defeated Shadow Cat and looking at his left hand, from which electric discharges are emanating, they say, at the 15th level, he killed enough tiger demons, received a talent, his attack almost doubled. He needs to check if new items are available. After opening one system, Lu Chen was surprised. What? The highest level on the Korean server is 14th. And in the Dungeon of the Tiger King, you can increase level 15 quite quickly. After that, he thought, the 3 sacred guilds are betting on themselves. They should become the first guild to clear out the Tiger King's dungeon. This is interesting. In the system window, he had 4 categories to choose from: General, Announcements, Activity, Community. A line in the middle of the screen notified that the 3 sacred guilds had provoked all of China by vowing to be the first to clear the Tiger King's dungeon. Chen perked up after reading this, waved to the rest of the team, and exclaimed, "The 3 sacred guilds are just crazy. They must go with him and look at this dungeon." At this time, a girl with short purple hair and a necklace with 2 fangs turned to Lin Zai, announcing that a live broadcast had begun on the Korean server, where they were cleaning the Tiger King's dungeon. It seems they want to give them a thrashing. She was sincerely surprised by such an event, exclaiming, "What arrogance! She should look at this." Having opened the system window, they saw how the girl and the guy were attacking a huge monster, while fiery explosions were heard behind them. Seeing this, Jai noted that the highest level is 14. This is 1 level higher than on their server. It would be good for them to cooperate with them. The 3 sacred guilds have 2 instruments. However, her colleague reminded that they did not have any information about the Tiger King's dungeon. Will they really surpass them? Ling Zai explained that everything depends on the decisions that Wei Wodu Quang and Wu Ming make. Lu Chen at this time fought with huge monsters until he stopped receiving notifications from the system. He killed the agile striped tiger Chiking of the 15th level, received 2712 points of heavenly and earthly aura, received 2 fragments of the 3rd level talent, 2 fragments of the 3rd level attributes, 2 units of mana. He received 1 tiger tooth. He killed a strong striped tiger Chiking of the 15th level, received 2712 points of heavenly and earthly aura, received 2 fragments of 3rd level talents, 2 fragments of 3rd level attributes, 2 units of mana. He received 3 tiger skins. The strong striped tiger Chiking of the 15th level was killed. 2712 points of heavenly earth aura were obtained, 2 fragments of the 3rd level talent, 2 fragments of the 3rd level attributes, 2 units of mana were obtained. They received exquisite tiger skin boots of the 12th level, 2 tiger skins, 2 tiger teeth, 1 tiger gallbladder. Stopping and looking at the purchased shoes, Chen laughed joyfully. This is a dungeon, so much experience. The equipment is also green, but it's worth wearing these boots. When he tries them on, the system notifies him that 21 was added to armor, 20 was added to strength, 22 was added to agility, 26 was added to constitution, and movement speed was increased by 8%. After that, he again rushed into battle at the Chiking tigers, attacking them with a bat. Lu Chen silently notes to himself, "These are amazing boots." Once in the dungeon, he orders the rest of the team to rush into battle all together. After Chen hit the enemy again, information appeared in the system window that he had obtained an exquisite level 12th tiger skin hat. 19 were added to his armor, 19 were added to his strength, 18 were added to his agility, 25 were added to his heat build, 380 were added to his life. The huge tiger roared furiously that even raised clouds of dust into the air. Then it tried to hit Chen, taking away 642 health points from him. However, he also attacked the monster, taking 585 health points from the tiger. Lin Zai, who was actively following the broadcast at that time, turned to her colleague and asked, "What's going on? What are the attributes of this hat?" The girl said that this exquisite tiger skin hat of the 12th level adds 19 points to armor, 19 points to strength. It also adds 18 points to agility. It adds 25 to physique. Hearing this, Jai opened his eyes in surprise, exclaimed, "This is too cool." The strength of the 3 sacred guilds team has increased. The girl with the purple bob also noted that the Korean server began to attack them. They boast that they are the best team. In response to this, she noted that, as they say, China is full of idiots. Where are Wei Wodu Quan and Wu Ming? Lu Chen, having dealt with the enemy by this point, receives a message from the system that he killed the Dark Moon Tiger King of level 18, who was the boss. Chen also receives 8,000 points of heavenly and earthly aura, 2 fragments of a 3rd level talent, 2 fragments of a 3rd level attribute, 2 units of mana. Raising his sword victoriously, Lu Chen exclaimed in satisfaction, "This weapon is a crazy crit. He can't stand it anymore. Lu Chen jumped high and hit the monster's back with a bat with sharp spikes. From the powerful blow, his blue skin burst into flames. The monster screamed furiously, opening its fanged mouth. The ground under his paws caught fire and flared up with hot fire. The system notified that the Golden Shadow King Tiger, the boss of the 19th level, had been killed. Received 9200 experience, 2 fragments of talent and attributes of the 5th level. Received leggings made from exquisite tiger skin, level 12, green. Obtained a hat made of exquisite tiger skin, level 12, green. Also obtained were 5 tiger skins, 4 tiger teeth, and 1 tiger fury. Lu Chen cursed in disappointment and said, "Not a single blue object. Leggings, new gear." He thinks this is a good attribute. The system reported that the Tiger King's cave was cleared in 21 minutes and 27 seconds. The system congratulated Lu Chen for creating a new dungeon record. Because he cleared the cave in less than 25 minutes, he received the Fury of the Shadow Tiger. The game system asked him to prepare to take on the wrath of the Shadow Furious Tiger. Hidden Boss Shadow Fury Tiger, time update, less than 3 minutes left. The system brought to his attention that if he left the dungeon, his current score would become final and would be recorded on the server's Tiger King dungeon leaderboard. Lu Chen smiled happily and said, "There is a hidden boss. This is the first hidden boss on the server." He added eagerly to make the game go faster. The game system notified that if he accepted the challenge, the dungeon time would be extended. Lu Chen stood on top of the defeated tiger monster and asked a question. "I wonder how things are on the Korean server." After some time, a huge pink saber-toothed tiger with sharp spikes on its back and head stood in the thick fog. He glared angrily at the dead players who lay on the deserted ground. Ling Zhaijai and Shanshan looked at the screen with excitement. Lin Zhaijai said that they had already been cleared out 5 times. This boss is truly difficult to defeat, but it looks like they are very close to it. 3 minutes later, a group of guys killed a huge tiger whose body was covered in flames. One of the guys shouted joyfully, "They finally beat the first boss. They got 3 green items." The dark-haired guy said with glee that China and Japan hold on. 3 saints, the strongest. Overtime. Ling Zhaijai looked at the screen thoughtfully, touching her chin with her thumb, and said that this was a problem. With 3 green items, the 3 saints had become even stronger. Shanshan crossed her arms over her chest excitedly and said that they shouldn't even compete. It is very difficult to form such a team in China. The team of 3 saints had level 14 players. They were still able to clear them. So there is no point in hoping for a quick victory. The dark-haired guy asked a question. What about Wai Wo Du Quan and the anonymous person? Why don't they do anything? They can't just talk and not act like the 3 saints say, right? After a while, Lu Chen was desperately fighting with a bat against a huge red tiger with blue spikes on its back and head. He dealt him many blows, and the monster fell to the ground defeated. The game system notified that the Shadow Furious Tiger, a level 18 underground diamond boss, had been killed. Received 10,200 experience points. Received 2 shards of level 6 talent and attributes. Several items were obtained. Furious Tiger Blood, Black Iron Shadow Gold Sword level 15 blue, and Shadow Fury Jacket level 15 blue. Lu Chen held a black sword in his hand that glowed with a red aura. He excitedly said that he received 2 blue items. He will check the attributes on the jacket. Shadow Furious Jacket, level 15, blue dot, a rare cape that combines the powers of wind and night. Defense, physical 29, spiritual 8, strength increased by 23, agility by 42, constitution by 28. Wild movement effect, for a short period of time increases attack speed by 20%, movement speed by 10%, and critical hits by 10%. Lasts 10 seconds, recharge 120 seconds. The effect of the Night Demon, during the night, the speed of movement and critical hits is increased by 10%, can be combined with the effect of wild movement. Lu Chen's lower jaw involuntarily dropped in shock. He excitedly said that this equipment was amazing. He'll wear it. Lu Chen put on his jacket, picked up a black sword, and mentally asked where to get his pants. He still wears rookie pants. This will not work. The game system notified that since he had cleared the Tiger King's cave in less than 30 minutes, He had received the fury of the Frost Tiger. Let him prepare to face him. The hidden boss of the second level is the Frosty Furious Tiger. Preparation time 10 minutes. Please note that if he leaves the dungeon, his current score will become final and will be recorded in the server leaderboard for the Tiger King dungeon. If he accepts the challenge, the dungeon time will be extended. Lu Chen asked irritably what nonsense. Another hidden boss. He shouted that he needed to wait 10 minutes. He hopes this boss's pants fall out. At this time on the Korean server, a group of players shouted happily that they had new equipment. Let everyone be careful. We need to try to break through. The players shouted, okay, forward. The dark-haired guy with his hair tied up at the back of his head decisively said that when they reach level 13, they will also break through. Once they can beat the first boss and get the gear, they can begin the mastery cycle. The blonde guy in the blue shirt angrily said that they would kill that anonymous person. A bald guy with a long black beard angrily confirmed, yes, they will kill him. 20 minutes later, a bright blue lion slowly approached Lu Chen. His eyes glowed white angrily. The Frosty Furious Tiger opened its mouth, and a magical white glow appeared from it. The monster created blue circles and sent it towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen stood in combat readiness, holding a black sword with both hands. One of the blue circles overtook him and encased him in ice. Lu Chen was frozen motionless in a huge block of ice. The Frosty Furious Tiger let out an angry roar and headed towards him. Lu Chen tensed up, activated all his powers, and the block of ice began to crack. A moment later he was freed, and the ice broke into small pieces. Lu Chen mentally said that his blood was thick. He, holding a black sword in one hand, boldly rushed at the enemy. He swung his black sword and directed a black energy stream at the monster's head. The game system notified that the Frost Furious Tiger, level 19, underground diamond boss had been killed. Received 13,600 experience points, 2 fragments of talent and attributes of the 6th level. Several magical items were obtained. Black Iron Shadow Golden Sword, level 15, blue. Exquisite Tiger Skin Shoulder Pads, level 12, green. Dark Frosty Mantle, level 15. 4 Tiger Teeth, 2 Tiger Skins, 1 Fierce Tiger Blood. Lu Chen laughed happily and said, level 6 shards and 2 blue items. How cool! Information appeared on the screen. Dark Frosty Robe, level 15, blue. Dark frost envelops him, causing his opponents to feel fear and despair. Defense, physical increased by 19, spiritual by 8, strength by 32, agility by 38, constitution by 16. Frost Seal Effect. Upon activation, the player releases a round ring of ice around himself, which freezes enemies from 2 to 7 seconds, with a diameter of 25 meters, requires 300 mana. The Enhancement Effect, when wearing the Shadow Fury Jacket and Night Pants at the same time, increases the spread of the Frost Seal by 15 meters, is not activated. Lu Chen shouted in despair, pants. He sadly asked the question, why doesn't he get it? Maybe the time has not come, and the third hidden boss has not yet appeared. Lu Chen waved his hand. His aura glowed brightly from yellow to scarlet. The burgundy cloak fluttered from the magical streams emanating from it. Lu Chen decided that he would try again later. The game alert has appeared. The Tiger King's cave is protected for 41 minutes 18 seconds. He is the first one to pass through this cave. He gets the title of Tiger Catcher. Tiger Catcher. The effect of all basic attributes is increased by 10%. Lu Chen froze in shock. The screen glowed brightly in white and gold, and above it was an arrow pointing upward. A notification appeared that his score would be recorded in the server leaderboard for the Tiger King dungeon. He was asked whether he wanted his nickname to be displayed in the table. Lu Chen answered puzzledly, no, he doesn't. Information appeared on the screen. The server leaderboard of China. Cave of the Tiger King. First place, anonymous player, score 41 minutes 18 seconds. Reward, daily reward Furious Tiger Blood One Piece. Next were the second and third places. Lu Chen read that he would be able to re-enter the Tiger King's cave in 30 minutes. He repeated thoughtfully, 30 minutes. Lu Chen decided that he would go out and kill the monsters outside. He came out of the cave and said in surprise, wow, so many people. The players looked at him in shock. One of them asked the question, "What is it? What kind of equipment?" "This looks cool. Blue robe, blue top, blue weapons." Someone asked with interest, "Maybe this is anonymous?" "He cleared out the entire Tiger King's cave." Lu Chen asked irritably, "Why is there always a group of people who recognize him?" He decided that it was better for him to run away. The players looked at him in surprise. The bald man said he was very fast. Lu Chen quickly walked away, and the players looked after him. One of them asked a question. Maybe the anonymous person really cleared out this cave. He believes that the Koreans were too arrogant. The anonymous author will punish them for this. A blonde guy in a smart suit said irritably, "Stop guessing. They will watch and find out what happens next." He touched his palm to the game board and said that they would check the leaderboard. He asked the question, "How long did it take to clear the 3 sacred caves?" The dark-haired guy in the blue cloak answered, 46 minutes 24 seconds, the time it took to defeat the last boss. He asked the question, "What happened to Gulen?" A video image appeared on the screen showing 2 men fighting a huge gray wolf. One of them held a golden sword in one hand and released a magic ray from the other hand, which dealt a crushing blow to the monster. The monster burst into flames of bright orange. The dark-haired guy with narrow eyes said smugly, 47 minutes 44 seconds. He asked mockingly, "Have the Chinese and Japanese learned anything?" The bald man climbed onto the back of the killed monster, looked angrily and shouted, "Yes, let the Chinese learn." Another strong man with blonde hair showed a spear and said, "Let them look, he has a blue weapon." He mockingly asked, "Are they jealous of him?" Many players, after watching this video, indignantly said that this was too much. "It's just a cave." One of them asked the question, "Why be so arrogant?" The dark-haired player in the brown kimono said that, unfortunately, they would not be able to deal with them. The 2 dark-haired guys in front watched the video and shouted angrily, "Let them see what Gulen said." Players opened comments under the video. Gulen wrote, "Let the Koreans open their eyes and take a closer look. Chinese server, District 122, Tiger King's Cave, leaderboard clearing time. First place anonymous player, leader, score 41 minutes 18 seconds. Reward, daily reward Tiger Hemostasis 1 piece." The player shouted excitedly, "Chinese server. Their district." He asked again in surprise, "Anonymous?" Ling Zai opened her mouth in surprise and touched her lower lip with her fingertips. She answered, "Of course," and asked in surprise, "Who else?" A dark-haired player with a bare torso and metal shoulder pads with spikes asked in shock, "Did he clear out the entire cave of the Tiger King by himself?" The Korean leader angrily shouted that he did not believe that the anonymous person was able to clear the cave so quickly. It was a fake. His strong, fair-haired assistant shouted furiously that this was a hoax. The Korean leader did not let up and angrily asked a question, "There is no video. Who will believe this?" Gulen looked at the screen, pressed his finger somewhere and said, "The official website says that you can re-enter the Tiger King's cave in 30 minutes. They will wait for Anonymous. He will return and they will watch him take revenge on them." Lin Zai, walking forward cheerfully, looked at Shanshan, took her hand and called her to follow her. She suggested going to the Tiger King's cave and broadcasting live there. Shanshan smiled hesitantly, took a step forward and said, "Okay." After 30 minutes, Lu Chen returned to the cave, where a crowd of people greeted him. He said excitedly, "It can't be. But why are there so many people here?" People looked at him with awe and jubilation. One of them, a bald man in a fur vest, said that everyone should look. An anonymous person has come. One of the people in the crowd behind him shouted in delight, "Indeed, he has blue equipment." Shanshan and Ling Zai came out to meet him. Ling Zai looked at him with adoration and thanked him for helping the Chinese players take out their anger. One of the players shouted, "He is so cool." Lu Chen coldly apologized and told him to let him pass. The players stepped aside and respectfully pointed their hands at the entrance to the cave, saying, "Please let the anonymous person pass." He, holding a black sword in his hand, confidently took a step forward. He looked over his shoulder at the crowd of players and asked the question, "What are they doing? Is there an event nearby?" He thought that it didn't matter. He'd better hurry up and knock out the leggings. Otherwise, these are no good. One of the excited players shouted that an anonymous person was entering the dungeon. "We need to start a live broadcast." All the players looked at the screens with interest. One of them said they'll see how he does this time. Let the holy trinity of Koreans watch carefully. The players clenched their fists in excitement and watched Lu Chen closely. Lu Chen and his team quickly rushed into battle. He commanded that this time we need to be faster. They selflessly attacked the huge brown bear, striking him with powerful blows. The monster stood on its hind legs, growled menacingly, and waved its front paws with huge claws. Lu Chen smiled smugly and said, "His level has increased. Now he can kill even faster." Ling Zai pressed her hand to her chest in worry and kept her eyes fixed on Lu Chen. She excitedly said that she hoped the anonymous person could clear the cave even faster. Shanshan looked at her with concern and said, "This is bad." News came from the Korean side. The Holy Trinity borrowed equipment from the friendly Ding Guild. Now they are also broadcasting the Tiger King live. They probably want to overtake the anonymous one. Both girls looked at the screen with excitement. Ling Zai thought that they had bonus equipment. They were even faster than before, and this was a problem. She mentally prayed that the anonymous person would get through it quickly. The Holy Trinity filmed the video with a dead bear monster in the background. The bald man shouted smugly, 39 minutes and 3 seconds. He cheekily asked the question, "Did the freaks see their strength?" The Korean leader showed an obscene gesture and said that they had overcome the 40-minute barrier. This is their real strength. He ironically added that weaklings should train. Gulan, who was monitoring the broadcast, sadly said that they borrowed equipment from another guild. An anonymous person would not be able to beat their record. A bald man standing next to him shouted that they were shameless freaks. One of the players excitedly asked the question, "Where is Wai Wo Du Quan?" Let him come and help the anonymous person. Together they will cope much faster. Lu Chen looked ahead with hope and thought. He was sure that the third level boss would have his pants fall out. He was impatiently rushing things along. He looked at the huge fire-breathing tiger with a fiery gaze, above which was written the name, Fury of the Tiger Boss. The monster's aura was made of hot flames, the tongues of which rose to the clouds. The huge monster tiger fell, engulfed in bright flames. The game system notified that the dazzling explosion tiger, level 19, was killed. From the dungeon group, Platinum level boss. Received 14,800 points of spiritual power, 2 fragments of talent and attribute of the 6th level. Received item, night leggings, level 15, blue. Lu Chen said happily, "Finally, leggings." He happily jumped up and down, waving his black sword over his head. The system notified that a black iron phantom golden sword, level 15, blue, had been received. Received the blood of a tiger of a dazzling explosion, 2 drops, blue. Received a tiger head, purple. Received the item Dragon Tier, level 15, purple. Lu Chen, his voice breaking with happiness, shouted enthusiastically, "Purple equipment." It dropped purple equipment. The system congratulated and notified that the time to clear the Tiger Cave was 38 minutes 44 seconds. He broke the record. Its result will be posted on a common server in the leaderboard for clearing Tiger Caves. He was asked a question. Does he want his nickname to appear in the table? Lu Chen waved his hand irritably and shouted, "No." He ordered the system to show the attributes of the leggings and the tiers of the tiger. Information appeared on the screen. Night leggings, level 15, blue. It contains the power of the blue true flame. Attributes, physical defense increased by 23, spiritual defense by 8, strength by 29, agility by 32, constitution by 38. Effect, blue true flame. When this skill is activated, it will burn out enemies within a radius of 10 meters for some time, causing spiritual damage in the amount of 10 to 80 units per second. Mana required, about 10 units per second. An image of 2 sharp blades crossed with each other appeared on the screen. They were in a purple magic circle. Below the image was information. Tiger's Tier, level 15, purple. Left sword. Right sword. Tiers of the Tiger King, weapon type, double swords. Damage, physical from -37 to -43. Strength increased by 28, agility by 34, constitution by 32. Critical hit chance increased by 80%. Left sword effect, tiger descending from the mountain. The next 3 attacks become a combo attack. causing the body's existing effects to be applied. Combo damage is 80% of attack level. Cooldown 60 seconds. Right sword effect, Tiger Roar. Converts all subsequent 3 attacks into spiritual attacks. Cooldown 60 seconds. Lu Chen held 2 purple swords in his hands, on the hilts of which white eyes glowed and sharp teeth protruded. He said thoughtfully, double swords, each with their own attributes. Although they are similar, they are still cool. After a while, the players excitedly waited for Lu Chen to return. A dark-haired guy in a blue raincoat said with alarm that more than 40 minutes had already passed. The guy with the purple mohawk said in disappointment, "It looks like the Koreans won." Ling Zai-jai clenched her fists impatiently, looked in front of her, and said that she didn't believe it. She must see this with her own eyes. She bit her lower lip out of excitement and touched her palm to the game screen. There was information on the screen, a Chinese server-wide clearing leaderboard. The first place was taken by anonymous leader. Record 38 minutes 44 seconds. Reward, Tiger Blood. The following were the players who took second and third places. Ling Zai-jai shouted in shock, 38 minutes and 44 seconds. Her face glowed with happiness. She mockingly asked the question, "Do idiots see this?" 38 minutes and 44 seconds. Anonymous beat the Golden Ding Guild record. She enthusiastically thought that Anonymous was so cool. He single-handedly managed to break the record of 2 guilds from Korea. She mentally said that she loves Anonymous. Ling Zai-jai looked to the side and was dumbfounded. Lu Chen walked past her, wearing a full set of blue equipment. Ling Zai-jai looked at him with a loving gaze and thought joyfully, "He came out. He's out." Lu Chen covered his lower face with a burgundy cape. He looked in front of him excitedly and thought, "So many people." The players greeted him with delight. Some of them shouted joyfully, "Hooray!" Anonymous. Another player shouted that he was great. The bald man standing in front of everyone noticed with delight that the anonymous person had new leggings. Ling Zai-jai looked at him with adoration and said, "He is so handsome." Noticing 2 swords with glowing eyes behind his back, one of the players shouted to look at his weapon. Someone asked with envy, "Cool, does he have purple equipment?" Another questioningly asked him to show his equipment. Ling Zai-jai quickly examined him from all sides and hopefully asked him to let him look at the equipment for a while. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Okay, he will show, but let him pass." Lu Chen walked forward and pressed something on the gaming panel with his index finger. An image of 2 purple swords and information about it appeared on the screen. The players shouted with delight that he actually had purple equipment. First purple gear on the server. These are the attributes. Ling Zai-jai said with delight and envy, "Double swords, improved attributes." Covering his face with a cape, Lu Chen said that he would be back in 30 minutes. A dark-haired guy in a blue cloak said with delight that the anonymous person would go to war again. Ling Zai-jai clapped with joy and said that she would wait for him to go defend the dungeon. Lu Chen looked around and asked, "Such a cool cave. If you don't use it to get money, then what is it for?" 40 minutes later. One of the players who were in the cave said that the Holy Trinity cleared the cave in 36 minutes 22 seconds. He expressed hope that Anonymous would be able to break their record. Another player shouted with confidence, "Of course he can. He has purple gear." At this time, Lu Chen swung his 2 purple swords, leaving 2 magical white trails in the air, and struck down the monster, a huge bear. As the bear fell to the ground, Lu Chen hit it on the head with the purple sword and thought that this weapon was very convenient to use. The system reported that the time to clear the Tiger King's cave was 31 minutes 52 seconds. He broke the record. The player chooses to be anonymous. Holding one of the swords with glowing eyes in front of him, he excitedly asked if there were any more. He wants to see another boss. Lu Chen asked cheerfully, "Is he greedy?" This time he received 23 pieces of green equipment, 11 pieces of blue equipment, 1 tiger tier, several materials, 280,000 experience. He thought it was time to finish. Shanshan and Ling Zai-jai looked at the screen with excitement. There was information written there, a Chinese server-wide leaderboard for clearing. First place goes to anonymous leader, record 31 minutes 52 seconds. Reward, Tiger Blood. Ling Zai-jai clenched her fists in delight and said, "Wow, another record." Shanshan thoughtfully touched her chin with her fist and said that the 4 strongest guilds have formed teams of 5 people. They swear that they will defeat them. Ling Zai raised her thumb in approval, smiled cheerfully, and said, "Don't worry, next time the anonymous person will be even faster." After 40 minutes, a saddened Lu Chen emerged from the cave. He lowered his head down and closed his eyes. Ling Zai anxiously asked the question, how could he come out in less than 10 minutes? Behind her, the players began to whisper displeasedly. A dark-haired guy in a brown cloak asked a question. Did he make a mistake and was beaten by a monster? A dark-haired guy in a blue cloak looked at him and replied, "It doesn't look like him." The monsters were very weak at the beginning. Shanshan and Ling Zai looked at each other, puzzled. Lu Chen, not paying attention to anyone, began to think out loud. He said he died because of his own stupidity. He checked his equipment and accidentally said to get out. He asked, puzzled, did this count as mission completion? Lu Chen said thoughtfully, the most valuable monsters are at the end. What a shame, such a loss. Ling Zai looked at him, smiled cheerfully, and told him not to blame himself. He did everything in his power. Suddenly, the meaning of the words he said came to her. The smile disappeared from her face. She asked again incredulously, did he say completion of the mission? Did he complete it? She quickly touched her palm to the gaming panel. Ling Zai widened her eyes in shock and covered her mouth with her hand. She asked, stunned, is this even possible? There was information on the screen, a Chinese server-wide clearing leaderboard. First place goes to anonymous leader, record 9 minutes 32 seconds. The reward is the blood of a dazzling tiger. Ling Zai looked at the system panel and covered her mouth with her hand in surprise, saying that 9.5 minutes. She immediately asked the question, how is this possible? Another guy next to her in leather armor exclaimed that the anonymous guy was cool. Another man asked a question, does he call this a mistake? Meanwhile, the people behind them grinned in surprise and exclaimed that they would send this to the Koreans. The chat contained text from a Chinese clearing leaderboard. First place was taken by the anonymous player leader, whose time was 9 minutes 32 seconds. The reward was a daily bonus in the form of the blood of a shining tiger. The next person asked the Koreans, did they see this? He wrote that 9 minutes and 32 seconds. The man shouted that this couldn't be happening. He added that this is impossible. Someone else shouted in disbelief that this was all over 9 minutes. The same voice added, this will only be possible if he has upgraded the secret bosses in advance. People continued to object on the live feed, which was broadcast through the system panel screen. The bald man in armor guessed that it was because of his strange equipment that had been dropped by the secret monsters. The man in the suit asked a question, is he really a man and not a monster? He exclaimed that he was faster than they were upgrading bosses. Meanwhile, in the chat, another person wrote that the first place was occupied by an anonymous player who was the leader. His time was 9 minutes 32 seconds. The reward for this was a daily bonus in the form of the blood of a shining tiger. The man in golden armor meanwhile knelt down and shouted that the gap was too big. He desperately added that they would not be able to break his record so quickly, no matter how hard they tried. He desperately told his assistant to close the official website, otherwise they would be humiliated to death. The assistant looked at him and replied that it was good. Lu Chen, meanwhile, looked up and angrily swore at how stupid he was. He made a big mistake and was very stupid. He immediately added regretfully that they would get more tiger. Some people looked at his back and asked the question, is the anonymous player berating himself with such an excellent result? Another person exclaimed with incomprehension that he would never understand him. Another guy in a purple raincoat exclaimed that that was a mistake. Lu Chen, meanwhile, looked to the side thoughtfully and sadly, thinking that he had completed everything 4 times and received the 17th level. He added that he would stay here and sell equipment. He began to take confident steps forward. Moments later, a system panel appeared in front of him, informing him that since the anonymous player had completed the Tiger King's Cave Challenge in less than 10 minutes, the service would double the experience gained for 24 hours. It starts tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning. He said in a whisper, he didn't expect there to be such a bonus. He opened the system panel again and said that he would sell the rest of the equipment under the guild name. He added that white equipment is at market price, Green equipment is a little more expensive and is perfect for dungeons. Lu Chen immediately asked a question: how to sell the blue and purple equipment? Lu Chen frowned and thought that this equipment required level 15. He added that no one would know their true value if he sold them now. He immediately shrugged it off and decided that he would wait until tomorrow, when the double experience would activate. He added that more materials will follow. The blue color was the blood of a shining tiger. Lu Chen didn't understand why this was necessary. Meanwhile, the form said that someone urgently needed it for work. He will pay a lot for the skin, bones, bile, claws, teeth of a tiger. He will give 100 yuan for each material. The next person wrote that 150 for each demon tiger material, shining tiger blood by agreement. Then it was written that the price was the highest in the game. He needed this for his work, so he paid 200 for the material. Lu Chen mentally exclaimed that this cannot be, because everyone needs materials so much. He began to leaf through the transitions of 300 tiger bones, of which there were 7 pieces. He mentally decided to price it at 300, because it should be easy to buy. Lu Chen began to enthusiastically point his fingers at the system panel and shouted that he already had more than 1,000, and it turns out that the materials are very valuable. He thought he would be rich. The system panel, meanwhile, reported that 10 tiger teeth had been sold. It was sold in a wild wave with a commission of 5%, and 2,000 yuan was credited to his card. These notifications kept coming one after another. 15 minutes later, Lu Chen looked in admiration at the system panel, on which it was written that he had a total of 518,145. He thought he should contact the phone to check the messages. He immediately added, starting to laugh loudly, that 518,000 was very lucky. Lu Chen clenched his fist and bent his whole body, triumphantly thinking that he still had 17 drops of shining tiger blood and 2 heads left. He added how he had a lot of money, so he didn't need to relax. He decided that he would first return to Mount Gen AI to fight the divine monsters, because this way his level would rise more slowly and he would improve more. He concluded that he would be able to receive. After a while, Lu Chen quickly ran forward, imagining that his true jackal form had appeared behind him. He swung his sword, continuing to run towards the boss. Lu Chen looked triumphantly at his sword and grinned, shouting that he adored the Tiger King's cave. Suddenly, something began to make a strange sound. Someone called him. It was Manhua. Lu Chen realized this with surprise. Lu Chen picked up the phone, pressing a button in his helmet, and greeted her. He asked him a question. How is he? Manhua replied with a smile that they want to buy materials from him. But don't let him worry, because they will double the prices. Lu Chen agreed with this and asked him how much. Manhua replied that the teeth, skin, bones, bile, claws, and heart of a tiger are 100 each. He asked if that price would suit him. Lu Chen agreed, answering that it would do. Manhua immediately added in a thoughtful voice that he had one more thing. He added that his identity was revealed, because someone in a disconnected state could see that it was him. He brought the glass of coffee closer to him and asked the questions. Does he want to hide? He added that they would help him. Lu Chen put his hand to his chin thoughtfully and thought that he needed so much money at once. He mentally concluded that this game was simply great, so he should have been more careful. Lu Chen, meanwhile, told him through the phone to help him and his sister escape for a while. As a thank you, he didn't have to pay double the price for the materials. Manhua still held the phone next to his ear and agreed, telling him not to worry. He added that even if someone recognizes him, they will not be able to find him on the internet. The guy in the orange t-shirt said that there was now a small void on their national overseas server. He was afraid that if the servers united, they would kill them. Manhua took off his helmet and told him that they will see, because now they can only rely on Lu Chen. The next day at 9 o'clock in the morning, 50 minutes. Lu Chen said in a whisper, looking at the system panel, that in total he received about 2.5 million and another 3 million that he received before. He exclaimed that it was so cool. He also continued to whisper in a whisper that all the members of his squad were level 17, and the top 10 divine monsters had level 10 as their maximum. He decided that they get to work longer and then relax. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the commander turned to the soldiers and asked the question, Is everyone here? Another man with an axe in his hands and wearing full iron armor of golden color confirmed this by shouting that yes. The commander said that their mission today was to stop the anonymous player from earning double experience. He added that he was always improving in the Tiger King's cave, so they would wait for him at the entrance. The commander turned back and asked the summoners that they must definitely cast soul spells on him so that when controlling his squad, he would not be able to ask for help or leave the battle. The guy with the staff in his hands agreed and exclaimed that it was true. The commander, meanwhile, explained that this is all so that Korea can defeat China in the future. He added that they must complete this mission. It will be great for them if they can loot his equipment. People all at the same time and motivationally began to shout that they would dishonor them. One of the summoners suggested that maybe they should leave this anonymous person. He clears dungeons alone faster than all their combined teams combined. Another guy with a huge axe added, and only China has divine animals. He doesn't know where they get them from, but they have secret skills. However, Razor, despite their persuasion, said that they should not worry about players from other countries joining them. As for the dungeons with divine animals, they will figure everything out later. Finally, a man in green armor called out to the players behind him, saying that the main force has come forward. Attack the Chinese players. They are responsible for killing the anonymous person. They must go forward. A blonde man in white and gold armor with a nickname Steft, who led another team, addressed the people behind him. They must kill this anonymous person. And noticing how the dark side nickname was glowing above one of the players, he ordered everyone to hide their IDs. EST Bayen, whose face is hidden by a black mask and a gray hood, armed with a huge dagger, added, they must go forward in search of the anonymous person. Lu Chen at this time stands near a huge rock and looks forward at the forest visible through the fog, thinking he did not sleep all night. He should clear out one dungeon again and go to rest. In the forest, people hide and run from place to place. This is bad. 36 minutes later, he sat down on the rocks and put his hands under his head, and realized that he was so tired and would not even pass out, but would stay in the dungeon and take a nap. By this time, a huge crowd of players has accumulated near the entrance to the cave, and peering into the depths of the cave, they are discussing. More than 40 minutes have already passed, and not a single rustle there. This is weird. However, Razor, straightening his hair, confidently says his team should not worry. Their attack strategy is good. The Chinese will not be able to raise the level so quickly. At this time, Ling Zhaijai, watching the actively unfolding battles near the forest, turned to Shanshan, who was standing nearby, and clarified, does she see this? Another group of players with hidden IDs are attacking other players. How many times has this already happened? She checked the information on the official website. This is happening not only in their region. The entire Chinese server is in danger. These people probably came from other servers, and these are foreign players who are looking for them. Suddenly, a guy in black bronze armor runs up to her from behind and strikes her. But Jai, having managed to defend himself with a sword, loudly says, no, she is being attacked. Losing health and running away, she wonders how many foreign players there are. How it infuriates her. Later that day at 4 p.m., Razor, standing outside with the summoners, laughed. He did not expect that all countries would send a total of 400,000 elites to attack China. This is great. Now they will see how the Chinese will pump themselves up. The bald man behind him added, yeah, who do they think they are? Where is Anonymous? Lin Zhaijai, leaving the game and looking at the system window, propped her head up with her hands and said out loud, why doesn't Wai Wo Du Quan answer her? Where is Anonymous? At this time, Lu Chen finally wakes up and, contentedly stretching his hands, says, sleeping in the dungeon is very good. But for some reason he was hungry. Suddenly opening the system window, he found himself puzzled. What? Did Lin Zhaijai send him so many messages? But then Chen, having read the information, thought, freaks, foreign players are killing players all over the server to prevent the Chinese from leveling up. They not only kill, but also guard the corpses, and on the official Chinese website they mock them. It's outrageous. He is distracted by Lao Lu's phone call. Taking off his helmet and answering the call, he sternly asked who offended her. She, barely holding back her sobs, says the fragments that the guild gave her exploded, and her pants with poison also exploded. Lu Chen immediately clarifies who did this. She immediately replied, "Foreign players." The guild leader had high hopes for her, and for the period of double experience he gave her good equipment and told her to level up, but all her equipment was blown up. She doesn't know how to explain all this to the guild leader. Chen softened and said that she was stupid and she shouldn't cry about it. It was just equipment. Lu explains that he does not understand. This is the property of the guild. It must give the equipment to the next players for use. He again tries to calm her down and says that everything is fine. He will help her. Lao Lu gradually pulls himself together and, wiping tears from his face, contemptuously says that these foreigners are too pathetic. They use skills to guard the corpses of players. She cannot be reborn in the city. She will be reborn at the point where she died, and they will kill her again. Lu Chen immediately asks with a frown, "Should she tell you where her corpse is?" He will send his friend, and this man will save her. Lu, not suspecting anything strange, says that she is in the southeastern part of the 100 Beast Mountain, coordinates 48, 144. Her brother must also remember not to put his friends in danger. Chen exclaimed before hanging up, "She doesn't have to worry." After you put on the helmet, he also decisively added, "The freaks should wait for him." At this time, a man from the Korean server, throwing his huge axe over his shoulder, noted that another team came to save the anonymous person. This time it consists of 400 players. Razor grinned in response to this and said, "What time is this already?" They gathered 800 elites. Is that what they should be afraid of? Huyo ran forward to the rest of the team, exclaimed, "If they can, then it is important to be reborn at the point. They must save the anonymous person at any cost. They need to go ahead." Lengnuo, following her, added, "Kill!" When they approached the battlefield, the guy exclaimed, turning to No, "They can't. These players are too strong. Dozens of dark golden swords, a lot of blue equipment, will not be able to damage them at all." But Nuo insisted, they must fight. They must reduce the pressure on the anonymous person. Lu Chen, appearing just at that moment and passing through the curtain of gray dust, exclaimed, "Well, he's coming." The players froze at the sight of him right during the battle, rejoicing, "Here he is." It is he. Great. Ruin, which Chen also saw, noted with displeasure, "Anonymous here." Then he gave the order to his team. His comrades must open fire. They must turn him into a pile of ash in a second. They need to kill him. This guy made him wait 7 hours. The man ran forward faster than anyone, screamed angrily. They should let him end this guy's life. A huge crowd of fighters, magicians and summoners attacked Lu Chen, using the techniques of the Spirit of Wisdom, a swing of the sword, and fire weapons on him. But all these blows took only 1 life point, which was extremely insignificant damage. After a couple of moments, the attackers retreated, looking at him in bewilderment and asking what was happening here. Even Razor, without hiding his bewilderment, ran up to him and poked Chen's armor with the tip of his sword, saying it was impossible. Lengnuo, who managed to observe this, said enthusiastically, "Well, the leader and the guild are cool." The guy next to me added, "Anonymous is powerful. What kind of armor does he have?" But all this time, Razor, his mouth open in shock, tried to think about everything. The only difference between the Chinese and them is that they have divine beasts. Is this their strength? Exactly. Maybe. 8 of the 5 divine beasts were killed by Wai Wo Du Quang, and the remaining 3 were killed by a mysterious stranger. This is probably anonymous. Lu Chen, tired of inaction, took out 2 swords from behind his back and thanked them all for coming to save him. He will return what they lost 100-fold. Then, turning to the Korean server, he said, "How dare they do this in China? Do they think they are so defenseless?" In the next moment, Chen used the movement of the wind and brought the tiger down the mountain. With this unexpected blow, he took away 20 points from Razor, and also attacked their entire guild so quickly that none of them even had time to understand what was happening. A bald man in red armor with spikes said in a panic, "He doesn't see anything." The brunette next to him, looking at the Razor who had fallen to the ground, replied that he should not be afraid. If the guild leader dies, that is he, the vice president. However, Lu Chen just rushes past him, and again hitting them with his sword, notes that everything he says is complete nonsense. Chen moves on. Having dealt with a vice president, he does not give the slightest chance to other players to inflict worthwhile damage on him, and scatters everyone with a few weapon movements. Ling Zai, standing to the side, enthusiastically supported him as always. It couldn't be. Anonymous is so strong. Shanshan added, now they will see how the enemies dare to come and create chaos in China again. Jai also noted that one swing of the sword per person. This is very mesmerizing. Just 20 minutes later, when Chen had managed to deal with everyone, he announced to his allies that he needed to leave for a minute. Would they help collect the dropped equipment? The players began to wander around the field, on which blue flashes appeared here and there, wondering if they would save it. Yeah, most of their equipment was destroyed. They can't just let them go. Lu Chen hurried to reassure them, of course not. He uses this equipment as bait. The brown-haired man from his team noted, Anonymous makes a trap. Their Yuming Valley will help him, he can be sure. They will never hide anything. A player from another guild added that Longton was in solidarity. If someone hides something, they will immediately kick that person out of the guild. Chen put on his red mask and exclaimed, he is very grateful. But at the same time he was quite puzzled and understood that he needed to save Lao Lu. At that time, being captured by enemies, she lay on the cold ground and thought with hope that her brother's friend would not come. There are a lot of foreign players here, they are all experts. But as soon as she thought about it, Lu Chen appeared, who, like lightning, ran past the players, cutting them in half with the sharp blades of their swords. Lu, seeing him in a mask, wondered, is this his brother's friend? How is this possible? Seeing how he deftly wielded a weapon, she admired him for how strong he was. Chen, stopping in front of her, announced that all these things now belong to them. They will cover the pieces they lost and much more. Lao Lu, along with the rest of the players from the south, got to their feet and clarified, is he a friend of her brother? Lu Chen replied that it was. If she wants to thank, she should thank her brother. Frowning, he suddenly noted to himself that it looked like the entrance to the dungeon was practically cleared. Soon, arriving directly at the entrance to the dungeon, which was a bright portal, he met with his allies. Lin Zai, seeing him, was delighted. He is here. The anonymous person is back. Julio Jixian also hurried to notify him that they had taken all the weapons. Then he, endowing the swords with bright energy and raising their air, announced that then they should give the fish bait. They must put an end to these foreigners. Jai, seeing his machinations, suddenly exclaimed, it can't be. Anonymous has a sword of tiger tears. Someone else added that this is amazing. However, there were also those who noted with disbelief that this bite would cost too much. Lin Zai addressed everyone and suggested that they should notify the foreign servers. Didn't they say that hundreds of thousands of elites came to the Chinese server to kill them? Now they will see if they can muster up the courage to actually come. When they turned on the live broadcast, the bald man could not restrain himself and gloatingly addressed the audience. They are fools from a foreign server. Their equipment is in zone 122. I wonder if they can come and take it. Jai added with the same evil smile. They were scared, right? Another brunette, showing only his head in the frame, asked, what is it? Did they chicken out? In the Holy Trinity Guild, Razor, turning to the boss, noted a huge number of killed players surrounded in Area 122. Then a man in dark blue armor and sharp shoulder pads said, their comrades checked. They left 2 swords of tiger tears there. One of the players, hearing this, clarified, the sword of tiger tears. Are they crazy? They should go and check it out. Soon, Lin Zai pointed forward and announced that there, players from foreign servers were returning one after another. The brunette behind her noted, everything is getting more interesting. However, she added that not only players from overseas servers are here, but also players from other zones. They are gathering to watch. Turning to Lu Chen, who was sitting on a huge stone, Jai admired. The anonymous person did everything right. Then he turned to the others and ordered them to pick up their weapons and move forward. Langnua worriedly noted that the guild leader should be careful. Chen said confidently that she shouldn't worry. Then jumping to the ground and armed with swords, Lu Chen exclaimed, well, freaks from foreign servers. The enemies immediately rushed towards him, shouting furiously, to kill him! Forward! Destroy them! Chen, without waiting for one of the players to inflict damage on him, used the technique Tiger descending from the mountain, Ice Roar, Azure Flame, and True Fire. As a result of this, he developed incredible speed, and his blows were as accurate and painful as possible. Foreign players did not have time to defend themselves in any way, and they could only scream in pain. How scary. This guy, is this divine beast really that strong? So many people, no one can handle it. Where is there such a monster on the Chinese server? Allies from the Lu Chen guild watched the fierce battle and bright explosions, standing on a small hill in disgust and surprise. It could not be that the anonymous person was cutting them like grass. He is very strong, luckily for one of them. Finally, having dealt with many of the fighters, Chen approached the Holy Trinity guild members, asking politely if they were behind the attack on the players during the double experience event in China. Razor, gritting his teeth and frowning, angrily asked why the anonymous author was so arrogant. He only relies on divine beasts. And if they had a divine beast, would the guy be just as arrogant? Lu Chen, after listening to him, thought, it seems that they think that he is so strong only because of the divine beasts. Okay, they have the right to think so after he asked again. What do they think if it weren't for the delay that was caused by a common server task, and the level would be higher than theirs? Razor answered mockingly, what's the difference? Well, they ruined their server-wide double experience event. They still win. The short-haired brunette next to him agreed. Yes, level 15 is the highest level, and with the Blue Tiger King equipment from the dungeon, their leveling will go faster and faster. Chen, preparing his weapon for battle, explained that it was just a game. He did not plan to take it so seriously, but they angered him. He needs to teach them a lesson, and they need to remember that within 5 days they must pay compensation and apologize to all Chinese players. However, Razor, not taking his words seriously, said, has the anonymous person gone crazy? Does he want them to pay compensation and apologize? 2 more players from his guild added, does the guy think they are completely stupid? Anonymous idiot. He also angrily added that they could only apologize in his dreams. Then Lu Chen, raising his sword blade up and turning it so that Razor could see his reflection there, he announced that he was willing to bet that they would come to apologize even in less than 5 days. That's all we wanted to tell them. They must die. The next moment, he furiously swung his weapon, sending powerful blows towards the guild members. When the enemies were finished and he returned to his guild, Lingzai Jai was the first to rejoice, anonymously her idol. This is simply amazing. But Manhua was quick to point out that, because they were making such disturbances, their plans to catch up with foreign servers in terms of level had failed. But even now, Lu Chen, taking off his mask, turning away from them, noted that they should not worry. They are not over yet. He is a little tired, so he will rest for one night. Then, taking off his gaming helmet and looking at the night city through the window, Chen mentally added, he should get some sleep. Tomorrow he will return with renewed vigor. 10 hours later, he actually returned to the Korean server, and standing on a hill and peering into the horizon, which showed the sharp peaks of mountains, Lu Chen thought, although he missed the opportunity to make money in the Tiger King dungeon, but what they said was true. Those who dare to insult China will be dead. The entrance to the Lost Garden of Eden should be nearby. He's sure it's here. He definitely found it. Well, the game begins. Soon he actually came to a huge tower, which was shooting upward a bright energy beam. It was lost in the Garden of Eden. Walking inside, Chen mentally addressed the enemies. Well, the freaks must see the consequences of humiliating China. After a couple of moments, all other players saw system windows that said a warning for the entire server. An anonymous player entered the Lost Garden of Eden. The server-wide quest to resist the invasion has started. This is a level 20 quest for the entire server. In the eastern part of the main city, a fog of unknown origin has been activated, which is spreading quite quickly. It poses a huge danger, can increase the strength of beasts and weaken players' ability to attack, damage from spells, and it can also lead to irreversible corrosion of equipment. There will be an irreparable decrease in durability. The fog can also slow down the rate of mana recovery. The quest details are that players must destroy the 8 eyes in the Lost Garden of Eden as quickly as possible. All regions of the Korean server will be united. When people saw this, they exclaimed excitedly, "What kind of quest is this?" It requires a server merge. Razor, having also read the warning, asked if this was a divine level quest. The vice president shouted in response, "Of course, but they also have a divine beast." The blue-haired guy laughed joyfully when he heard this. This is great. At this time, Lu Chen also encountered a system announcement that appeared above the gate leading to the Lost Garden of Eden. This said that this was a place where monsters roamed freely. He should also pay attention to the fact that once he enters there, the garden will expand endlessly until all 8 eyes are found. Chen stopped right in front of the entrance, knelt down and stuck the blade of his sword into the ground. Without a trace of excitement at all, he thought, one person can hold off 10,000 enemies. He will stay here and watch them complete this task. They must wait for the poisonous fog until the wild monsters spread throughout the server. Strange players slowly enter the dungeon and look around, wondering where is the entrance to this lost Garden of Eden. It's so hard to find. Yes, but there are many of them, so they will do it soon. Suddenly, several monsters jump out in front of one of the girls, and she, starting to confront them, exclaims, "Here it is." Razor, along with the members of the Holy Trinity Guild, moves forward, announcing that they need to start a live broadcast. Let the Chinese see them fight the divine beasts. His colleagues immediately agree. Good. China only relies on divine beasts. Now they have them too. Exactly. Now they will see how long the anonymous person will behave so arrogantly. At the same time, Lin Zai, looking at one system, suddenly exclaims in horror, "The Korean server has found the lost Garden of Eden." Shanshin immediately replies, "This is bad. They will become stronger and stronger." Julio Jixian hastens to agree with them, but not this. This is very frustrating. But the players of the Korean server, actually approaching the garden gates, are rejoicing. They are sure that the Chinese are already disappointed. Razor, turning back along with everyone else and despite the boss, adds, of course, their last trump card up their sleeve. The guy chuckles and notes that this is great. But their boss, looking forward and seeing a dark silhouette, was surprised. Wait, is there someone here? Lu Chen, meeting them, announces that he will use a translator to understand the players of the Korean server. They must listen to him. In order to go to the lost Garden of Eden, they must first deal with him. Razor had only to see him, and he immediately pointed his finger forward and shouted, "Purple equipment, tiger tears, this is anonymous. What's happening?" His partner, even covering his hand in fright, added, "How did he end up here?" The guy in the red sweater, watching the broadcast, was pleasantly surprised. It can't be. This is anonymous. Will he stop the players of the Korean server on his own? Jixian hastened to add admiringly, "She wants to marry an anonymous person." However, Jai got scared and screamed, "No, she's so worried." Razor finally gathered his strength and tried to scare Lu Chen. They should not be afraid. The fog reduces the attributes of his equipment and leads to corrosion. The guy has been here longer than them, so they have a chance. The next moment, all the guild rushed forward, encouraging each other with shouts, "For the divine beasts, forward! Forward! There are too many of them, he has no chance." However, Chen, in an instant, bypassing them from behind, thinks with pleasure, he is a monster. The fog gives him buffs. Lin Zai, seeing this, is surprised. It seems that the anonymous person's damage has increased, or is it just her imagination? Shanshin is very surprised. This is strange. Does the fog have any effect on him? But Julio Jixian still understands. No. They should look at his attacks. His damage has definitely increased. At this time, Lu Chen is attacking the players of the Divine Trinity Guild, while they are wondering why the anonymous person has become even stronger. The fog doesn't affect him at all. Is he human? Razor, looking at how morale is declining, tries to prevent this and shouts for them to fight. Chen, hearing this, mockingly thinks, well, they should give it up. He will kill them all. Lengnuo, without taking his eyes off the broadcast, notes that their boss is so cool. Jixian immediately agreed, yes, he holds his own against 10,000 enemies. Nuo responded to this by saying, this is an army of one. Lao Lu, who was also watching the broadcast at the same time, thought the anonymous person was too cool. 1 hour later, Chen, striking another player, says, the fog is absorbing the duration of the equipment too quickly. The rest of the Divine Trinity either attack or run away, but at the same time come to the conclusion that this guy is too strong even without a weapon. No, enough is enough, they're finished. Razor points with both hands at the approaching guy in blue armor and tries to introduce him. This is their great Korean. Lu Chen, turning to him, straightened his mask and noted, he is not negotiating, the time is not up yet. Then he asked, Does the anonymous person know who it is? He means in real life. But Chen, interrupting him, exclaimed, he doesn't care. Either they must leave or they will die. The brunette immediately turns around and announces, then they leave. Razor, seeing this, is perplexed, but agrees, yes. After this, Lu Chen turns around and, sharply swinging his sword, summons a huge dragon. Before leaving the game, he asks the creature to wake him up if something happens. It howls obediently in response. At 6 a.m. the next morning after a good night, Chen wakes up and, smiling, immediately notes that they didn't even try again. Then everything is even simpler. This time, it seems to him, the fog will spread to the main city. At this time, in the main city of the Korean server, the players, looking at how the fog slowly engulfs them, desperately scream, it's over. They can't even leave the city. I'm done with the Korean server. Who can argue with that? Soon, 3 players call Lu Chen, and a man in a dark blue robe and hood is the first to say, they are the official representatives of the Union of Korean Guilds and offer their deepest apologies for the anonymous offenders. The knight adds that they sincerely beg him to spare the Korean server. Another girl in a blue dress, humbly lowering her hands down, exclaims, they really ask him. The Chinese server players who were watching the broadcast immediately became happy as soon as they heard this. Didn't they repent before? Now they know what their mistake was. They are so happy. This is very cool. Jai shared the joy with everyone, shouting, she was so happy. This is very cool. Class. She really likes it. Even Lengnuo, despite all her seriousness, finally smiled and laughed. An anonymous person single-handedly destroyed an entire Korean server. Chen, clutching the hilts of his swords in warning, finally replied, if they don't want to die, they should get lost. Razor immediately became indignant. What does the anonymous author mean? He is not a real winner. But Lu Chen, holding one of his weapons up, replied, a true winner. Great. They, 17 nations, jointly attack China, think that this will all end. They can only dream. Razor was immediately indignant. He violates the rules of the game. It's outrageous. But Chen didn't agree, and when they attacked China, did they think about it? Compared to their actions, and he is quite merciful. The chairman of the Korean server guild asked with hope that the anonymous person should just leave the Korean server. He threw his sword over his shoulder and explained that it would depend on their sincerity, and now they must get lost. Then the guy came up to Razor and suggested that they should stop and discuss everything. He replied thoughtfully, they should join forces with other forces to see what they could do. A girl with ashen long hair, tiredly putting her palm to her forehead, reminded that the fog continued to spread. As the day drew to a close and the setting rays of the sun illuminated the 9 skies, Ling Zai opened the camera and started the live broadcast and announced that she welcomed everyone. The chairman of the Japanese Northern Guild, the god of war Feng Yan, was asked to see them. The god of war, along with 177 guild leaders who had previously tried to invade China, stand behind her. Suddenly Yan, along with the rest of the people with whom he came, fell to his knees and begged. He greets the players of the Chinese server, does not offer his deepest apologies for the past incident. They ask to forgive their cruel actions. Ling Zai, seeing this, thoughtfully asked, why is the Japanese server suddenly apologizing? Her other colleagues, on the contrary, were happy about it. Anonymous is great. It seems that he will soon come for them all. Suddenly, Feng Yan handed Jai the box and explained, to express their apologies, they are providing them with the equipment they collected. They hope that this can somehow compensate for the losses of Chinese players. She was a little puzzled by this action, and took a piece of paper on which a list of contents was written. There was 1 jade sword, 2 Eversure defenses, 30 green equipment, 200 white equipment, 100 materials, 5 gold coins. Yan also noted that this is their compensation for their region. The same compensation will be provided to the other 300 regions. He asks very much for help by contacting the anonymous person with a request not to take any action against their Japanese server. Lin Zai agreed. Okay, she will talk to the anonymous person. He, smiling, thanked her again. Soon Jai, showing the list of equipment to the camera, exclaimed, did they see this? Their Chinese server is not that easy to bully. The next moment she suddenly added in surprise, what? People from other 5 countries tried to contact her. Looks like they won't have to worry about equipment anymore. She will contact the Chinese server guild to distribute the equipment equally. At 8 o'clock in the evening, there was a meeting at the headquarters in the apartment of the Korean North and the guild. A man in black armor and long hair and a ponytail tiredly offered his hand to his face, exclaiming, "This can't go on. The main city is shrouded in fog, and they can't do anything." The chairman added that he contacted the chairman of the Chinese server guild. He said that he spoke with an anonymous person. They do not accept their apology. Razor, also quite tired of everything that was happening, noted that then they must find the anonymous person again. As night falls, they actually find Lu Chen, and the guy in the first clan said they admit that they were wrong. They want to apologize and compensate for the losses. They also ask the anonymous person to let them go. He, looking sternly at them, clarified, do they really realize their mistake? Razor tried to convince him, really, but still Chen said that he could not let them go. He helped them open the poisonous mist forest. So in addition to the compensation that other countries have already provided, he wants 4 divine beasts. The chairman asked if they could give him double or triple compensation. He answered sternly, no negotiations. If it weren't for him, they would never have found the poisonous mist forest, so they shouldn't make him regret it. Then the brunette said in fear, okay, he agrees. Lu Chen turned away from them and announced, then they can go and should inform the Chinese server. Let the Iron Blood Guild, Red Legion, Black Hawk Guild, and Wild Wave Guild send their people. Soon the players of the Chinese server reach him. Manhua is the first to thank Anonymous for giving them this opportunity. The girl next to him adds, he's just cool. Manhua also walked along with them, who waved her hand and exclaimed, they are here. A guy from their team added that he bows down to the boss. Chen, as soon as they got close, announced they need to go. He will take them inside to get the divine beasts. The brown-haired man clarified in surprise, they don't need to guard the entrance. He smiled broadly and explained that they didn't need to do that. Now they will see if their offenders can keep their promise. An hour later, Lu Chen turns to his allies, declaring they can go. The chairman, together with Razor, waving at them for forgiveness, politely said, they must be careful. As soon as the 3 of them leave, he, wiping the dirt from his forehead, notes that finally this idiot is gone. The brunette notes that they also need to go inside and asks someone to give them compensation to China. Early the next morning, Chen woke up and was doing exercises and breathed a sigh of relief. The past 2 days have been quite tiring. Finally, he can recover. His right leg is almost healed, but his left leg needs a little more time. He believes it will heal after he levels it up. Having made himself comfortable in the chair and about to put on his helmet, Lu Chen happily thought, turning to Lao Lu, she should wait a little longer. Very soon he will be able to walk. Returning to 9 Heavens, he opened the system window and thought of a plan. First he would check the trading platform, since he was sure that after compensation, the prices of equipment had dropped by 75%. That's not bad. He will continue to make money. But first he must raise the level of the Legion members. The Legion's rise was reflected on the screen. Lone Soldier. The monster's delegation is 433 out of 400,000. It can recruit members of the 11th region. The base stats of all members of the region have been increased by 25%. The inheritance functions of Legion members are unlocked. Participants in this will be able to receive growth potentials, new attack methods. Lu Chen was overjoyed when he saw this and thought, it can't be. This function of replacing with better views is so cool. Summoning his assistants in the form of jackals, he also mentally addressed them. They should go. They should catch another hellish banshee. Then go to the Tiger King's cave and sell the equipment. Arriving at the cave, Chen continued to think. After 9 hours of clearing the dungeons, he spent 830,000 on materials and increased 1 level. But he would no longer be able to enter the Tiger King's dungeon. The foreign server started selling equipment called Storm Shadows and Mithril Swords. It was time for him to sell the equipment he had been hoarding for so long. 42 Mithril Swords, 27 Storm Shadow Cloaks, 26 Dark Frost Squares, 24 Night Leggings. Sets must be sold as complete sets. Also, Lu Chen suddenly remembered. That's right, he has 25 more drops of Tiger's Cry. This gives him such a headache. Okay, he'll just put them up for auction. And on behalf of the Wild Wave Guild, He'll send out a newsletter saying that the auction starts tonight at 8 p.m. The players, upon seeing the announcement of this, were immediately overjoyed. It couldn't be. An anonymous person is organizing an auction. And he even sells tiger tears. Even if there were no tiger tears, the cloak and leggings are very cool. A jade sword would be enough for them. They can't wait to get it. In the evening, a lot of people gather in the auction hall. Lu Chen, standing on stage wearing a mask and holding a wooden mallet, says that he thanks everyone for coming. They're all busy leveling up, so they better not waste time. They will start with mithril swords. There are 3 pieces in one lot. The starting price is 20,000. The minimum increase is 1,000. Players immediately start vying with each other to place bids. 30,000, 40,000, 45,000, 47,000. He, seeing their competition, was surprised that, are mithril swords really that popular? Soon Chen was already counting 13 sets of these swords, and each one sold for more than 5,000, and 3 storm shadow cloaks sold for 81,000. Next would be the cloaks of dark frost and leggings, which no one had ever seen before. Showing the audience a new piece of equipment, he announced that these were cloaks of dark frost. This time he is selling 2 pieces, and they should look at the attributes first. An explanation appears in the system window, which says that this cloak belongs to the 15th. The color is blue. When the enemy is overtaken by frost, it instills fear and despair in him. Physical armor is 19, magical armor is 8, strength is plus 32, agility is plus 38, endurance is plus 16. The special effect is a frosty roar, which suggests that when activated, the cloak releases an ice ring with a diameter of 25 meters around the player, freezing enemies for a while from 2 to 7 seconds. Activating a special effect requires 300 mana. The special effect is enhanced by equipping equipment such as the dark frost coat and leggings. The total special effect is increased by 15 meters. It is not currently activated. When people saw this, they immediately exclaimed, "Frosty roar." That's what anonymous people use. 25 meters in diameter, incredible. What the second secret boss drops is really different from the regular equipment. And what's most interesting is that this equipment has not yet appeared on foreign servers. Following this, players began to place bets. 50,000, 60,000, 80,000. Lu Chen hastened to add, "They must be careful. There are 2 cloaks included." Then one of those present suddenly raised a sign with a bet of 100,000. Chen was even confused by this and asked, "Is this necessary?" Really good equipment has not yet appeared. But when he started hammering, he counted 100,000 times, 100,000 too. It's sold! Now the greaves called Storm Shadow, Dark Frost, and Dark Night are 3 sets of equipment, but first they have to look at the attributes of it. As soon as people saw information about this, they were surprised once again. It can't be. 113 physical armor, 25 magical armor, 1,600 health points. That's great. The Tiger King dungeon set is quite comprehensive and certainly of very high quality. The set is simply wonderful. The anonymous author is so strong. Lu Chen announced, "The starting price is 100,000. They can start." Big numbers immediately rang out from everywhere. 110,000, 130,000, 170,000. Having sold this, Chen continued, "Now the tears of a tiger." At the same moment, he realized 24 sets of tiger's tears. The starting price is no less than 150,000. Today is a very good day for him. Information about tiger tears appeared in the system window. They belong to level 15, color purple, left hand. Tears behind the cane. Weapon type, double swords. Physical damage is from 37 to 43. Strength is plus 28. Agility is plus 34. Survivability is plus 32. Tiger tears increase the chance of a critical hit by 11%. Critical hit damage by 80%. The tiger comes down the mountain special effect causes the next 3 attacks to turn into a combo that applies all the main effects. Combo damage is equal to 80% of attack power. Reloading takes a minute. The audience was amazed when they saw it. It really deserves to be a purple outfit, and the attributes and special effects are just crazy. They really want something, but it's bad that they can't afford it. Tiger tears are just cool. Purple double swords are meant to be shown off. Chen hastened to clarify that the starting price is 150,000. Players, not afraid of this figure, began to place new bets. 170,000, 190,000, 200,000, 210,000. Lu Chen, enjoying the process, realized, then 60 drops of tiger blood and 20 tiger heads. Today someone will have great luck. Soon after the end of the auction, he finally takes off his helmet and exclaims with relief. He finally sold everything, and now he will see how much he got. Taking the phone in his hands, Chen was pleasantly surprised. It can't be. About 14 million. He and Lao Lu are no longer poor. At the same time, he suddenly moved the toes of his left foot and said, "What?" His leg is healed. Chen was even more delighted and jumped out of his chair cheerfully and laughed. Tomorrow his brother will buy Lu a big villa and give her a surprise. After some time, the Alma's housing complex. Sales office. Lu Chen walked uneasily towards the large glass window of the sales office. He was lost in thought. Lu Chen thought that originally, when he first entered the game, he thought of earning 3,000 to 4,000 yuan per month. This would be enough to improve his and his sister's life. Who would have thought that he would earn 10 million? He covered his face from the sun with his hand, creating a visor, and looked out the window. He thought that Lao Lu was still working overtime every day to help him. She probably never could have imagined that her brother would buy her a villa. Through the window, Lu Chen saw a beautiful, young, dark-haired girl. She smiled welcomingly at the old man with a bald head, who looked at her sternly. The dark-haired girl held an advertising brochure in her hand and cheerfully said that the houses of their residential complex were definitely the best in the city. The old man, holding his hands behind his back, remarked irritably, "Yes, even the most expensive ones." Their dialogue was observed by 2 office employees, girls with dark hair. One of them, a girl with brown eyes and dark hair parted on both sides, asked what was the point of looking great if she couldn't sell houses. She'll still be fired. She was wearing a white blouse and a gray office suit. Another girl with long dark hair and blue eyes, covering her mouth with her hand, said that she heard that the manager wanted to have an intimate relationship with her, but she refused him. Her colleague noticed, saying that then she would be fired even faster. Lu Chen appeared at the threshold of the sales office, wearing a red sweater and light blue jeans. He looked around with interest, studying the situation. A dark-haired girl in a white blouse and a short blue skirt, holding an advertising brochure in her hands, sadly said that this was another failure. 2 dark-haired office workers noticed Lu Chen and started making fun of him and making fun of him. One of them, laughing loudly, said that this was another loser that she wouldn't even bother to ask about. Her colleague mockingly said that this dumbass would still try to give someone a discount. A dark-haired girl in a white blouse and blue skirt modestly folded her hands in front of her and said greetings with a smile. She asked the question, "Is this his first time here? Is he interested in looking at middle or upper-class apartments?" Lu Chen said with a smile that he had come to see the villas. Lu Chen looked at her carefully and asked with excitement in his mind, "Isn't this her classmate from middle school, Zhu Zaiaoi?" She became a consultant? Zhu Zaiai happily said that their villas were fully decorated and ready for sale. Let her show it to him. Lu Chen smiled and said, no need. He wants to see the house right away. Zhu Zaiai, hiding her surprise, smiled cheerfully and said, okay. She asked the question, is his car outside? Can she accompany him? Lu Chen calmly replied that he did not have a car. Their conversation was closely watched and listened to by dark-haired office workers. One of them pursed her lips in disappointment and asked, he doesn't even have a car, and he wants to buy a villa in the Alma's housing complex. It will be very strange if the deal does take place. Her colleague mockingly said exactly, only that stupid Zhu Zaiaoi takes people there. Zhu Zaiaoi, trying to hide her puzzlement, said with a smile that the villa area was quite far away. If he doesn't mind, they can ride on her electric scooter. Lu Chen looked at her with joyful surprise and said, okay. After some time, they were riding a scooter along a city street. Zhu Zaiaoi sat behind the wheel with a purple helmet on her head. Lu Chen modestly held her waist with his fingers barely touching. He asked the question with interest. Did she really not recognize him? He is Lu Chen. Zhu Zaiaoi was very surprised and asked again, Lu Chen? She excitedly said that she heard that he. Zhu Zaiaoi fell silent shyly, afraid of offending him. Lu Chen finished for her with a smile, paralyzed, right? He cheerfully said that he is much better now. Let him tell you better about himself. Zhu Ziaoi said sadly, this is a very long story. After a while, when they were still riding on the electric scooter, Lu Chen excitedly asked the question, does this mean this manager is deliberately making her life difficult? She kept her hand on the steering wheel, looking attentively at the road, and said yes, it looks like she won't be able to stay at this job for long. Lu Chen told her not to worry. The only one who should really leave is him. He added let him make the call. He held a cell phone to his ear, from which a voice came. Someone said that this sales office manager of the Alma's housing complex, this situation is not even worth his intervention. The voice from the phone asked, he remembers the card he gave him last time, right? Just let him show it, and their regional manager will definitely find him and then fire this worthless manager. Lu Chen replied, cool. The voice from the phone added, nothing special. If he had intervened, even the general director of the Alma's housing complex would have had to pack his things and leave. Lu Chen said cheerfully, okay, let him stop bragging already. Now he is confident in his words. Zhu Ziaoi listened carefully to this conversation. After a while, someone pushed the blue folder with documents aside with his hand and said, 8 million, no problem. But he heard that he wanted to fire his friend Zhu Ziaoi. Lu Chen sat on the red sofa with a dissatisfied expression on his face and scratched the table with his thumbnail. In front of him, in a red formal suit with a black tie, stood a dark-haired man who held a blue folder with documents in both hands. He smiled pleasantly and said, it looks like Lu Chen is not just buying a house. Behind Lu Chen, behind the back of the sofa, stood a shocked Zhu Ziaoi. An office worker with long black hair flowing down her back and shoulders approached them. She was wearing a white blouse and a dark blue skirt. The office worker crossed her arms over her stomach as she turned to Manager Wang and said that this guy was definitely not here to buy a house. He doesn't even have a car. His relationship with Zhu Ziaoi is clearly not friendly. Manager Huang listened carefully to her words and looked at Lu Chen thoughtfully. He straightened his red jacket with irritation and said, it seems that Lu Chen is Zhu Ziaoi's boyfriend. He asked the question with dissatisfaction. Did he come to intercede for her? Yes. Lu Chen asked coldly, even if so, then what? Manager Huan flashed his eyes predatorily, bared his teeth in an unkind smile, and said that this young man is quite bold in his expressions. It's a pity that he doesn't understand whose territory this is. He is just a loser, so he will not be able to change the current situation. Whether Lu Chen believes him or not, he can just twist it. Manager Huan ordered someone to come to him. Zhu Ziaoi was scared and told Lu Chen to leave everything as it was. He smiled smugly and told her not to worry. He would sort it out. Lu Chen placed the card on the marble table and asked with a sly expression, had he seen this before? Manager Huan said hesitantly, diamond card. He had never seen anything like it. Lu Chen mockingly said that it was normal that people of his level had not seen such a card. Let him ask his leaders, then he will understand everything. Manager Huan laughed mockingly and asked a question. Does he think he can fool him so easily? He took a cell phone from his jacket pocket. He raised the phone to his ear and said with excitement, may the boss forgive him for disturbing him. He, Zhu Huang, is from the 3rd sales department of the Alma's housing complex. Has he ever heard of a diamond card? An excited voice came from the cell phone and asked the question. What? Diamond card? He said with excitement who it was. Although no matter who it is, this person is definitely not simple. Let him detain him and treat him politely. He will come now. Zhu Huang sweated in horror. He clenched his teeth with excitement and thought that this was the end. The boss will personally come there. He worriedly thought what should he do now. 3 strong men armed with clubs appeared on the threshold. One of them, who stood in front, menacingly asked the question, who dares to create chaos in the Alma's housing complex? Zhu Ziaoi opened her mouth in fear and widened her eyes. Zhu Huang looked around nervously. His facial expression betrayed his horror and excitement. Lu Chen smiled, clearly enjoying what was happening. Zhu Huang, his face white with rage, shouted angrily, whoever let them in, let them get out of here. Let them all go away. The bald guard in a brown shirt widened his eyes in shock and asked the question, Wasn't he the one who asked them to come? Xiu Huang yelled furiously, "No, not him. Let them get out of here." Manager Huang obediently folded his hands in front of him and ingratiatingly said that he was wrong. He was blind and did not recognize. If Lu Chen can forgive him, then please let him forgive him. Xiu Huang twisted his face and burst into tears. The office worker with long black hair looked at him worriedly.